for it all. Maybe take a ride on this pipe train. Hold it in, wait for it. Here come the fall. Oh, your mind's been spun into a web. Is the spider gonna catch 'em all? Whew. Wheels and deals, a flickering screen. Got your card, ain't you please? Gotta click 'em all. Whose little is here? Whose little is there?
Welcome to the 2024 Nautique WWA Wake Park World Championship presented by GM Marine. We are here at the Gold Coast Wake Park in Australia. Myself, Kristen Beat, joined by Scotty Broom, wakeboarding and wake expert and extraordinaire. Scotty, tell me more about how this event came to be. How excited are we to kind of open things up today?
I mean, it's just it's an amazing time right now. For the first time, we're having the WWA Wake Park World Championships here in Australia. We've got back-to-back weekends of wakeboarding action here with the Wake Park this weekend, carrying on through the early week, and then wakeboard down at Marine Stadium next weekend. So an amazing back-to-back roll of wakeboarding action we've got coming up.
Scotty, let's go ahead and take a look at this course before we lead into the boys Elite 13 and under. Let's get a little course preview.
Hey guys, I'm here at Gold Coast Wake Park, the host of the Nautique WWA Wake Park World Championships presented by GM Marine. Let's go check out the layout. All right, let's go. On the back straight, on the left, the OG unit step down with a transfer, and on the right, the new rooftop step down with a transfer as well. Then after that on the left, a little incline box, and then on the right, the new Stucky feature by unit. So many lines, so much fun. Onto the home straight, on the left side, we got the unit wave kicker. And then on the right side, we got the Gold Coast XL kicker. Now, after the motor tower, on the right, we got my custom feature that I designed for Gold Coast Wake Park. On the left side, we have the unit banana incline rail. On the right, we got the bump to kink pipe transfer. And then coming over to the left side, we got the curb to fun box transfer. There you have it. That's the setup for Worlds. Hope you guys enjoy it.
Welcome back to the live feed. If you're tuned in on the WWA Rideline app, welcome. Also to everyone watching on YouTube. This is a big day for us, a lot on tap. The boys Elite 13 and under coming up, junior men's Elite 17 and under, the pro women, pro men. A lot going on here today, Scotty.
So much going on. We had an action-packed first day yesterday, and just the incredible conditions that we're seeing right now are just carrying on. It was just, yeah, an incredible array of riding, kicking the day off with the pro men yesterday, so just going right into the pointy end of things and just, oh, it was incredible.
When we look at just how glassy it is out there, how the riders have been enjoying it, and I think we're on a spray run right now for the boys Elite 13 and under, I mean, it's just a beautiful day to be on the water.
it's so great for these guys as well, these under 13 boys elite, under 17 coming up, to be in that same space as well. They definitely deserve it. They're a lot closer in the rearview mirror to these pro men and pro women than probably they're prepared to understand, because these guys are riding so well. So really motivating for them to be here at the WWA Wake Park World Championships and riding with their heroes.
In this boys elite 13 and under class, we have Lucas Hooper, Hamish Kant, Blaze Reed, Jonty Lang, all getting ready and getting set to get out on the water. These little rippers, look at them, just 13 and under. I mean, Scotty, at this age, what is it about?
Having fun,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you want to be when you're 13, but gosh, I wish I was riding like these guys when I was 13. They're absolutely incredible. To get through to these final round right now, they really had to push it yesterday. So, there is going to be a certain level of nerves, but they haven't been around on this earth long enough to really understand true nerves. So I think they're just going to go out there and have a really, really great time. We've got some incredible features out there that Gold Coast Wake Park has put in for us, and they're all nice and wet now after we've just had the spray lap going down, and they're just going to have a really great time.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the athletes yesterday, and they really are gravitating, at least in the pro men's division, towards that Stucky feature. They're so excited about being able to employ some more creative options there. And what were you seeing yesterday? What maybe inspired you? Give us something to look forward to the rest of the day.
I think the way that the obstacles have been placed together, the hacks is what we call them. So, your sort of traditional park features, the way that these have all been positioned is actually to put them together, which provides that creativity. So you're sort of seeing people take multiple lines and different angles every single rider. So no two tricks are the same. They'll kind of come on from the outside, come on from the inside. You're seeing lots of different opportunity out there, and that's what the Wake Park Worlds is all about.
And especially, here at the live event, you can kind of see the two kickers that's up front and center if you're on the banks at the side near the activation area, and there is that massive kicker. Just such a spectacular end to a lot of the competition. I think today being a finals day, we're going to see athletes really kind of bust out big tricks. So if you're looking for a biggie, that's probably going to be where you're going to see it. Looking towards the pro men's division, is there anything you'd like to see from them today? I know we were kind of teeing up maybe a KGB from Trent.
I know there was that double KGB that went down on Wednesday night at the kicker comp that the Gold Coast Wake Park held here, and that was a world first going down right there. And I mean, we just opened up yesterday with, as we said, the pro men earlier, and they just straight up went into backside 900s first trick, first run, and it was incredible to see.
It was an incredible competition in general. I mean, when we were inside, it was hard not to run out the door and experience the live event, because you do have a lot of Australian-based athletes. You have a lot of guys who call this park home, and you can tell by the fan section that's out there cheering for them. The vibes are high, the energy is good, and even some of the guys, from Florida and from the States, their family and friends are watching from home. It looks as though we have Mr. Lucas Hooper out there starting off his run.
Yeah, we certainly have been, Australia has always been a powerhouse in wake sports, and to actually bring the World Championships here, it's providing a lot of opportunity for these young riders all the way through to the pros to compete in front of their home crowd, but then obviously bringing those guys in from all over the world to enjoy it as well. So it's really cool.
Kind of getting a feel for things out there. Now, at this age, are there any nerves? Are there some butterflies? I mean, there has to be, right?
There has to be. It has to be a little bit, but, I think you already made it through to the final. You're here in front of your friends and family, and friends at home as well, watching with us on the live feed. And here we go. We're going to kick it off with that inside kicker hit here for Lucas, getting that 540 away, late grab on that one as well. And you're just seeing that beautiful conditions already. First trick in there. Staying toe side this time, so now we're going to the outside, and that busty done signature rail, lip sliding up on that one, just getting pulled back to the inside. Probably almost a full pull on that one, but it does come down to those things. You got to look at that. Transferring in, backside transfer, backside spin, and outside of that one. So keeping things smooth. Each of these guys are going to get 2 runs. It's the best run that counts, and this is that air trick section. So he's going inside air trick to start things off. That one right there is called the air railie. Going inside again with that back roll. Just a little bit unstuck on the landing, but nothing too bad. Staying on top of the water, keeping things clean. Just want to put down to a nice comfortable run to start things off, and then maybe ramp things up a little bit in that second run.
And again, the judging is weighted for the dedicated sections. The air tricks getting their own weighted distribution in the final judging score here today.
Beautiful link on that rooftop rail there, hopping through, and that's that creativity that we were talking to as well. So, you know, a real great opportunity on that particular feature there, that Stuckey signature rail to go rail to pop down to the inside and then rail again. And then here's that big Buddha that they're all going to finish their run on here. Big
The grand finale.
Melon Scarecrow, that one right there. So a beautiful way to start for Lucas Hooper. A nice stand-up run. That is the way you want to kick things off on finals day here at the Wake Park World Championships.
And you know, yesterday Brad and I were talking about how cool it is to see these little rippers, these 13 and under guys, go out there and land tricks that back 10 years ago would have been competitive in a pro class.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, we are actually lucky enough to have a lot of those older wakeboarders here over the course of these 2 weekends, having, you know, both the boat and park events. And so it has been great to see that. And that is one thing that they've all been saying, you know, the sort of tricks that they were doing 20 years ago. These 13-year-olds are doing it first trick, first pass. So it's cool. The
progression of the sport has just advanced. Now, a little more risk going off that big kicker first thing off the run. Brad and I were looking at that yesterday, who maybe chose to
go for that one
first.
I mean, that's all amplitude, that kicker. That is big. There's a lot of line tension coming through that. But getting that melon half cab rollout, real smooth hit on that one. Getting that tail press 50-50 through that middle section, hopping up to the lip slide. So just making it look easy, nice and smooth. Looks like he's going to hop into the transition of that one.
Really
backside
nice.
Spinning. Beautiful. Keeping it 90 and keep riding out that one switch. So we're coming into that air trick section now. Each particular part of the section is weighted in a certain percentage, so he's going to go back roll to the inside on this one, whipping round motor tower 2, keeping it nice and smooth. So he's had a nice couple of runs in.
Brad Smala joining us here as well. He just came into the booth and we're saying hi, but right now Hamish Cant on his run in the green number 2 bib out there.
Nice early pass onto that one. So going front board, but actually passing the handle behind his back while he was in the air. So getting a nice full pull on that one. And then look, great feature from the drone shot there of how you can transfer from the rail to the inside and then back to that outside rail. So really nice linking of Hamish. Looking to finish things off now from a nice complete run. He's going to go that big amplitude again for that outside kick up. Big mute frontside 540. Super smooth riding again. Hamish can. But he can.
He can. Good dad jokes here. Hamish can't, definitely can. He just laid it down out there. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Rideline app. If you guys are following along on YouTube, you can download the Rideline app, look at the live scoring and the live rankings as we progress through this competition. A beautiful replay there of Hamish Cant.
That backside 270 straight up to the top side of that ledge was so nice. And you see that early handle pass in that front board, hopping it around, hopping that 180, and how booty was that big mute frontside 540 to finish off the run right before the motor tower there. So great stuff from our first 2 athletes in the under 13 boys elite so far. We are coming into our 3rd rider now, Blaze Reed. Check out those conditions. Absolutely looks epic here.
Doesn't it look nice out there?
That's what we want. That's what we want. So we're going to start with the inside kicker. Blaze is going with that big old roll. Landed in that fakie position, whipping around the motor tower there, and then kicking off into the first of his rail, of the rail section. First of the rails, transferring up, backside lip slide, back to a board slide, keeping it same way, a little 90 pop out, and he's going to cruise across on his toes. What are we going to see here? He's going to hop into the transition of that one, toe side back roll there. So a nice couple of flips there from our under 13 elite rider, Blaze Reed.
This is turning out to be a pretty competitive class.
Isn't it? They're definitely bringing the heat right there. Big old front flip on that first trick on that motor tower, tower number 1. Front flip to the outside, big old S-band. That's the Vulcan pulling it in fakie right at the end. Beautiful looking Vulcan there. Got super amplitude out of tower number 2, so the air trick judge is going to love that one. We got judges dedicated for different sections here. Everything's got its own percentage there. So we're going frontside 180, pulling it around to a bit of a switch lip slide. He's going to keep it on the same side of the cable here as he comes down that back straight. Now going outside in, you see him pop up that outside ledge, popping all the way through and then getting that full pull down. So a really nice clean hit on that Stuckey feature rail. Gold Coast Wake Park brought that one especially here for the Wake Park World Championships. And then a big scarecrow.
Oh.
You see the amplitude off that outside kicker there.
He
Absolutely
did.
awesome.
But that is why some of these athletes decide to approach that larger, that XL kicker at the end of their run because of
Well, the risk.
the risk there.
Yeah, the risk. It's a big, big kicker. So especially when, you take a really solid cut, as we did see Blaze do that. And I mean, that Vulcan in the middle of his run was so nice. A nice link of rail hits here. That was a great shot of that one, that outside hop up onto the ledge, then onto the transition. But unfortunately going down on that scarecrow. So it's actually the first fall we've seen from our 3 riders so far in the under 13 boys elite.
Jonty Lang in the blue bib out there. He is our 4th before they start their 2nd and final run. Mr. Jonty Lang. Kicking things off here. Let's get going. He'll be taking that inside kicker.
Oh, and starting off with an absolute hammer. This is our top seed in the final, and you can see why, just kicking things off with a back roll to blind, so landing with that handle right behind his back. What a way to start. Now coming in toe side transfer, getting that lip slide, hopping it around with a bit of a switch 180, and then 180 pretzeling back the other way. So a nice techie little hit on that first of his rail line. Hopping through that transition, back up, backside spin and out of that one to get a nice full pull on that transfer. And that's one of those hack features. So that's actually multiple features pushed together, so to allow for that creativity for these guys. And a big railie to the inside. You see him fighting to get back to make sure he's got that rope tension to get around tower number 2. And then again, a big edge to that inside, another big railie. So putting down a nice couple of air tricks there, ticking the box and making sure that that part of his run certainly counts. Nice little ollie backside 180, making, you do see riders hop around, but that one actually making it a bit more technical to make sure it didn't seem like a filler, but it was actually a cool trick to pull that transition into that rooftop rail there. Frontside lip slide, hopping into the middle, then that front board, backside 90 out. So it's happening fast. These guys, those features come up on you quickly as you're going from trick to trick. And Jonty is just making it look real smooth right now.
Very nice.
Heel side, front side, 540. Nice, clean run for him there.
He should be so proud of himself. What a clean run that looked to be.
I mean, and what a way to start too. Such a good shot with that back roll to blind there, that front side lip slide, hopping around to a switch back lip.
So from the first round of the finals, they will now take a second go at the park for their final run. As of now, according to the Rideline app, we have Hamish Cant leading with a 49.27 and Lucas Hooper in second with a 41.87, still looking for a score from Jonty Lang and Blaze Reed to come down the wire. But as of now, it looks as though Hamish Cant is leading, but I'm curious to see what that Jonty Lang score will come in at. That looks like a really nice run for him.
It did, yeah. Nice full pull on that one. And, great to see from these guys, not feeling the pressure at all. And what does under 13 pressure look like? Well, it doesn't look like much so far, because we've seen some really good riding from these guys.
And just really loose and relaxed. I noticed with Jonty, he was very disciplined and aggressive and really stomped the landing on quite a few.
Absolutely, he did. Nice, clean frontside 540 there. So he came in on his toes. He got a late melon grab on the way through on that one. Well, technically stalefish, actually, it would have been on a late stalefish grab, and now going frontside 50-50 up, pushing it around to a bit of a lip slide, pushing it all the way around 180 there. So a nice hit on that busted on feature rail. And then you see that unit hack. There's actually 3 different features all pushed together here. Getting a nice transfer out of that one. Backside 270 out. Coming into the air trick section for his second run of the finals here. Only the best run counts. Starting the air trick section with that air railie. Kicking those legs right out behind him. Utilizing that rope tension, and that same again, using that tension, pushing through the corner and getting a back roll.
Now that is no easy feat when you think of just the athleticism required to accomplish some of these tricks. I mean, these guys are strong kids.
Yeah, 13 years old and able to pull yourself around like that.
Yeah.
It's very impressive. Nice lip slide pulling out of that one, frontside 90 and staying same way. So going board slide, popping into the middle and then popping over to a frontside board slide on the outside rail. So very smooth, very smooth. This is what you want And now, final hit, coming in really hard on his toes. Big frontside hit, and that is that
Very
scarecrow.
nice.
Beautiful melon grab on that one for that extra bit of steez, and that is going to do it for Lucas Hooper in his second run.
And of course, we have 3 more athletes looking to hit the water for their second run, but that is the last time we will see Lucas Hooper in this competition. We'll see where his scores come in at.
And it's a great lineup of judges here. We've got multiple previous world champions here, putting the hard decisions down on these guys. So we're in good company here. There's a lot of world champions around the place, and
A lot of interesting perspectives.
yeah, exactly.
A lot of discerning eyes.
Exactly.
I watch this and I'm amazed at all of it. So
Oh, we all are. It's awesome. It's awesome. Under 13 boys elite park final. We've got our second rider back on for his second run.
Hamish can't. And, Brad brought up something really interesting yesterday for a lot of these athletes, whether they be in the 13 and under or the 18 and under. You don't know where they'll want to take their riding, but in the future for a lot of these athletes, this is the World Championship. This is a major stage to start getting some eyes on what you're doing as an athlete. So more than just even the competition, for a lot of these athletes, it's a great platform for them to advance their progression in the sport.
Absolutely, it encourages that that next level of riding, trying to do those little bit of extra things in their run as well. And you saw that as he kicked off that big melon cab roll. He really tweaked that front leg out, that little bit of extra style. The way he transitioned into that rail hit there with a nice tail press through the middle section, like that extra. That's what those judges want. And I mean, going backside spinning into that back lip, but then actually going frontside spinning out of that. So using that rope really well to pull himself around, going back roll to the inside on this one, first of the air tricks, pulling back hard on his toes to try and get another one now. Lots of tension through that second tower and making it look nice and easy. Roll to revert to the inside.
It just looks like a beautiful glassy day out there. Like, what a fun time to come out here to the Gold Coast Wake Park and just spend a day with your family after all these competitions are completed.
It is a gorgeous place. Great part of the world to be is the Gold Coast, and I mean, you can see why. So as Hamish pushes through, it's going to be the final of his rail hits here on his second run there. Multiple lines on that one, and you see him taking a beautiful approach to that, going rail, board slide on the inside, popping into the middle, board slide down the outside, front side 270 out, and now big old amplitude on this final hit here, going front side 900, and absolutely stoked about that, and he should be. What a way to finish the second run.
You can tell.
Oh,
he's pretty
incredible.
excited about that, and that was beautiful as we look to the replay of that run. Just a really nice run for Hamish Cant there.
You see that little bit of extra on that first one there. He kind of really delayed the way his body came out of that. So just, adding that little bit of extra style, transitioning straight into that busty jump signature feature. Some really nice hits on that back line, and then, hopping his way around. Really smooth. Everything looked absolutely how it should be. He meant every single part of it, and then what a way to finish. Heel side, front side 900, and he's stoked, and he absolutely should be. So Hamish Cant definitely making his finals appearance make it count.
Blaze Reed hitting the course right now in that red bib. He had a great first run as well, and just hoping to maybe get a little bit of redemption, move further up the board.
It's great the way that this particular division and the way we're doing this, your run starts with the kicker and then finishes with the kicker. So you do actually get that opportunity to, spend a bit of time, get on the water, sort of stand there, get the feel for everything.
Get the feel of it. And again, up until that kicker, he had a great run going in his first go at things. So if he can kind of clean that up on the second run, he could put himself into contention.
Absolutely. Big old tantrum. That's that backflip on that inside kicker. Maximum amplitude on that one. Had a nice late cut into it. Pushed it right off the top. So great way to start the run here. He's going to keep it on his heel side. He's going to transfer from the inside to the outside. Board slide, backside 270 out. Keeping it same way there. So right foot forward. Are we going to see that roll again? And yes, we do. So that is called the toe side back roll. That is on that transition kicker there. Now pushing around tower number 1, so we're going to go back to the air tricks, and that is that air railie. Very unique trick to the sport of wakeboarding, being able to push your legs right up behind you like Superman and bring them back down. It's a pretty cool thing to be able to do, and that's that S-bend right there.
Really nice.
invented by Australian wakeboarder Shannon Best, who actually opened up the event for us the other night. So yeah, pretty cool to have the guy who's from here invented that trick, and then we've got these under 13 boys competing in the final doing his signature move. Very awesome. Back lip, switching it around to a board slide, and getting a backside spin out of that one. Nice transition, keeping it the same way. Getting pulled off slightly early on the outside of that rail, but still basically a full pull on that one, and went a unique line to his competitors as well. So nice late dig to that Gold Coast Wake Park kicker. You see him going inside, and
again, at the end of his run, Blaze Reed.
Blaze Reed put on a great showing in that finals there. Big old tantrum. That's the backflip maneuver there. Transitioning up to that one. You see that back roll there. So I had a great start to the run again. Some really nice amplitude on the air tricks down the bottom there.
As of now, Hamish Cant still leading with a 49.27. Blaze Reed second with a 45.35 despite the fall. And Lucas Hooper in third with a 41.87. Now, we're still waiting for Jonty Lang's scores to drop, but he is our #1 seed heading into this final, and he is about ready to embark on what will be his last run of the day.
So again, it's that opportunity right now to just feel things out. It's you know, it's a nice time to just get in the headspace where you want to be and just feel things out, spray them down, make sure that you know, once you get around to that rail, it's going to be nice and slippy. And just get in the right headspace to put down your second run in the finals here.
And again, this is the World Championships. The 13 and under boys elite all competing to be the best in the world in this park discipline.
Gold Coast Wake Park absolutely putting on the most incredible conditions for us here for the 2024 Nautique Wakeboard and Wake Park World Championships. It's absolutely awesome. You know, you are at the whim of Mother Nature, and you can't always get the best conditions, but Gold Coast Wake Park dialed in Mother Nature for us here and got it another perfect day. So our second day of competition here. We're around the mid 20 degrees right now, and beautiful. Not a breath of wind. It's gorgeous, and you know, obviously great for all of our spectators out here as they build through the day as well. So here we go with Jonty on that inside kicker. Back roll to blind, starting that one off so smooth again. Absolutely nailing that.
As the #1 seed coming in with a lot of confidence for his second run.
Toe side transfer this time. And we see that same one. He did that really beautiful in his first run. He's done it again. Frontside lip slide, pulls it around to a switch back lip, and then frontside 270 out. So using all the tension of the rope there, hopping into the transition, backside lip, transfer up, backside 270 out. No hopping 180s between tricks. He's really thought about the run here. He's staying that same way, keeping it left foot forward. Popping that big air railie to the inside. Nice and smooth.
Getting the air tricks done.
On his way to what's been a really impressive run thus far.
Oof. Just slightly went a little bit early on that one. He's probably already thinking about this feature line, so he was just trying to get that trick out of the way, and just a bit of an awkward landing, but you know, pulled that strength through to get that board slide through, hopping 270 through the section. And now from an inside out approach, going frontside lip slide, hops to the middle, frontside board slide, backside 90-degree transfer out of that one. So a really nice line on the Stucky feature rail. And what are we going to see now? Pulling out wide nice and early on that big Gold Coast Wake Park kicker. Frontside 720, smooth as you like. Jonty Lang will be very happy with that. What a great way to start and finish with his run with two really, really solid kicker hits.
And that will conclude the boys elite 13 and under finals division, but we're waiting for these scores to drop to see who will take the gold in this one, become the world champion in this division.
It's going to be close. I'm so happy to not be a judge in this one. These guys definitely kept it close. So, you know, there were some really clean runs the whole way through, but there was also some slight bobbles on certain features, and it is all about doing that complete line and you know, really pulling things through. So wow, what a showing from the under 13. Can't believe they're under 13. That was incredible.
Next up, we will be moving into our under 17 junior men elite final.
So we're going to move pretty quickly. We've got the our rider out there now. It's going to wet down the rails for us as well. Getting a nice shot on their conditions here and just how gorgeous it looks out there as our judges try and figure out who is going to be our under-13 world champion.
Let's go ahead and take a moment to thank some of our sponsors. The local Nautique boat distributor and dealer, Nautique Central, thank you for all you've done for this event. Nautique Boats, of course, the title sponsor of the World Championship and supporting wake events for over 35 years. GM Marine, the event exclusively PCM marine engines featuring GM Marine engine technology. And of course, Experience Gold Coast. This event is proudly supported by the Tourism Board, Experience Gold Coast, Australia, which I'm hoping to do a little bit of while I'm out here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, got to do it. Got to experience the Gold Coast.
I've heard from a few people I need to go down to Burleigh, and I need to, and I think I'm saying that right, Burleigh?
Burleigh.
Burleigh.
Yeah.
Burleigh, I need to go to Burleigh.
Got to go to Burleigh, got to go and check that out. We're obviously going to get a great amount of time up there at the Spit as well, and check out the local area and surfers, and yeah, so much good stuff to see here on the Gold Coast.
Should be great. Also, as we're still on this run, Roswell designs and manufactures industry-leading marine audio. So if you're at home and you need to get a little bump in your boat, the leading marine audio towers and accessories from concept to completion. What began as an idea born out of passion has transformed into a dream realized, creating products that deliver the best possible experience on the water. So Roswell, also a partner of the 2024 Nautique WWA Wake Park World Championship.
I'm going to leave you in the expert hands of your co-host here with Brad Smaler and bring him into the booth just ahead of the under-17 elite division. So thanks for having me during those under-13
Thank you
boys.
so much. We appreciate you being here. Scotty Broom is going to exit the booth. We're going to bring Brad Smaler in before we kick off the 17 junior men elite. And thanks so much, Scotty. I'm sure we'll see you a little bit later as well. Scotty Broom taking his exit as Brad Smaler will join us. As you can see on the water, still on a spray lap, making sure those obstacles are watered down to create the best possible outcome for the riders competing on them.
From what I can see as it stands, the score is not official, but it does look like Jonty Lang has improved his score from the first round, which sounds good, but it also appears that Hamish Kent has also improved his, so both riders making things very difficult for the judges at the moment. You're going to see some bigger scores moving into round two. Judge one just making sure that he's carrying the three. Always remember, carry the three.
From open road to open water. We're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
All of which drew down unbelievably yesterday. Road to in day 2. Go hard once again, so keep your eyes on the water if you are not already doing so. Because these fellas have got bags and bags full of drinks. So, all 4 of these riders moving through the semi-finals yesterday. We got 3 previous league final. Boy, second rider off the block, the newly crowned world champion yesterday in this division, but in the physicals only portion of it. Massive result in that. It was unbelievably competitive. Did it his first run. They had 4 runs. Mac absolutely going down in his first run. And basically left everyone chasing it for the next 3 rides. So, very, very good performance from Mac. We did see Jet Farley and Alejandro chasing you down. Jet Farley made some inroads into him in his last run, but it wasn't enough in the end. This, of course, a different element to what we saw yesterday, including the air tricks. Of course, another 4 runs, which is 2, so a little bit more strategy involved.
The reasoning behind it. It's always very interesting to have a chat with the riders to see why they're going to put what where, what their strong points might be, little bits and bobs that they need to work on and have been working on in the lead up to the competitions like this.
Okay, we are back.
So following this, we will be
Good morning, folks. You're one of your hosts here today, Brad Smaler, just coming into the booth. So good to get back here this morning for day 2 of the Nautique's WWA Wake Park World Championships. And beautiful morning out here, Gold Coast Wake Park. Got beside me Mr. Scotty Broom. Great to be here again this morning with you, mate.
Mate, so good to be here. Incredible day. Day 1 action was just absolutely banger after banger of amazing riding all the way through. Under 13, under 17, pro women, pro men. It was just huge. So pretty excited. Finals day right here.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'm psyched. And looks like we've got our first of the under 17 junior men elite for the park division on the water now. And this looks like we got Zach Falzon starting off. He's just going to give a little spray down, wet the obstacles, wet the features, make sure they're all nice and slick.
He had a great showing yesterday, obviously making his way through to the finals here today, but we saw probably some of the most creative lines from Zach. You know, he's home park here, a bit of home field advantage, and he's from a great pedigree.
He really is one of the second generation of wakeboarding, the son of Greg Falzon, absolute legend in Australian wakeboarding. Starting it off there with the Moby Dick off that XL kicker coming from the outside to a front board slide, 450 off of that rail.
That was a heater right
Oh
there.
yeah, and I love this line he takes here. We saw it yesterday, right to the outside, up onto the pipe, across to that flat bar. It's a nice creative line. Judges love to see creativity out here. Looked like a bit of a nuke glide to start things off.
Nuke glide. Straight after that, pretty much shoulder high ollie to get onto that rail to rail as well. And then we get that Vulcan to the outside. So a nice use of the air tricks there, that inside 313. Looked like he got a little tickle on the tail grab possibly as well, out of that one as well. So making the most, one more air trick to the inside, roll to revert.
Yeah, and I love that, you know, this has given me the opportunity to brush up on my tricks, because it's been a few years. There's a backside 270 into a nose press down that rooftop step down rail. Coming in on the heels, big hard cut from the outside right. So inside to outside transfer on that Stucky feature. Again, beautiful creative lines here from Zach Falzon. Toe side approach into the wave kicker, toe side backside 720 to finish off his run.
Easy, didn't he? Wow, that was definitely feels at home in this park. You know, and certainly the park has changed for the Worlds as well. Gold Coast Wake Park here has, you know, brought in some special features, built some special features. That one right there, the Busty Done signature rail, yeah, created some really spectacular course for these guys to ride on. So it's different to what Zach's actually used to having this park as, and it didn't look like it did it with that beautiful nose press out of that. Really creative on that Stucky feature. And then toe side, backside 720. Beautiful finish to the opening of 2 runs.
It's a beautiful leveler for, you know, yes, you got the home court advantage if you ride here all the time, but the fact that they mixed things up, changed the features around, meant that, you know, everyone had to come out here and get used to it and get some new lines and new tricks dialed in. So, it's been a great day yesterday, and you know, awesome seeing the action. And like, you know, what you guys were just announcing just then with the under 13 boys, and we've got, what, heel 9s and 7s and all sorts going on. It is absolutely insane and really cool to see just the future of wakeboarding looking so good. And now, yeah, with the under 17.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I said to Kristen as I saw, you know, a heel side, front side 900 go down in the under 13s, I was sort of, you know, having to think back to when you and I would have come through being 13-year-olds, imagining even trying to try a heel side, front side 900, let alone being able to do one in a World Championships run. And, you know, it's just testament to where the level of the sport is at, where, you know, facilities like this one right here with Gold Coast Wake Park are really just, you know, providing opportunities for these guys to become world champions. We've got world champions in the booth. We've got world champions in the judges, in the judging lineup, and future world champions on the water.
Yeah, and it looks like the score in for Zach Falzon there, the 70.58. So a really solid score to start setting that benchmark for our next rider, Mac Fort, who had a really good showing yesterday to get through here into the finals. Looks like he's taking that lap all the way around. Now the course starts at the kickers and then finishes at the kickers again. So starting with the banger, end with the banger, gives the opportunity to really set yourself in the mind of the judges. Here we go, front side 3, backside 180. That's a 3-2-1 with a nice little, was that a stalefish grab?
Stalefish on the way out of that one as well, just adding that little bit of extra flair to it.
I really love these rewind tricks that we get in wakeboarding. Oh, a little switch of angle there, hard to see what he went, but was that
a little hop up, like he had wrapped into that one and then hopped up to a back tail, so a really creative use.
Yeah, almost like a bit of a nollie off the flat there. And then transfer, what was that, 270, 450 out pretzel.
So much going on that one, so you know that's the opportunity of bringing those features together, bringing those creative lines. Inside back mob there. First toe side air trick we've seen of the day there. Perhaps out another one with a toe side roll to revert. So you know, Zach Falzon putting the pressure on with that really amazing first run, but Mac Fort not feeling it at all with that back
switch mode. Yeah, that's beautiful back mode both ways. Here into the rooftop, big nose press, love it, and a 360 all the way around to fitty fitty on the way down. Coming in from the outside, and there's that, crow mob.
How cool.
Love it.
It's a really unique use of that obstacle, isn't it?
Catching that little downslope on the outside, nice little lander. Big heel side approach here into the kicker to finish it off. KGB 540, and he is absolutely frothing on that one. The judges will be pumped, and I am looking forward to seeing what sort of score comes through for Mac Fort.
Wow, what a way to start your account in the finals right there. Run 1 of 2, best run counts, and huge KGB 5 to finish. That 3-2-1 at the start. Then we get a good look at that really creative use of that second feature. Spinning up, spinning out, toe side roll to revert there. Probably that rooftop rail there is, you know, one of the more basic features, but making it look so steezy, and then that incredible crow mode, and then this one.
Yeah, we got Alejandro, and looks like it was Mr. Farley there. They'll be on the dock, sweating a little bit after that run.
And while we, before we get Alejandro out there, we're actually going to throw down to Kristen. She's on the sidelines there, and just getting in amongst it.
Hey guys, I'm down here in the thick of it. On tap, we have 5 different pro men's and women's events, along with a few more amateur events coming up throughout the day. Of those 5 events, 7 different countries are represented by their athletes in those different divisions. A lot to look forward to down here. But guys, I'm going to grab some of these athletes. I'm going to talk to some of the families, bring you more event and the inside happenings from the WWA Wakeboard Wake Park World Championships here at Gold Coast Wake Park.
Love it. And Kristen out there in her element. We've had her in the booth all day yesterday, starting things off this morning. But, you know, her bread and butter, her skill set that she loves it with all of her work with presenting and things like that is generally out there in amongst the actions, you know, whether it's with supercross, motocross. She's done a lot with, I believe, a lot of other sports, you know, football, things like that in the US. So love to see her out in her element, and it'd be cool to get that perspective and those interviews from.
That's the stuff we want, isn't it? She's going to get out there and get the stories.
The juicy bits, yeah. It's going to be awesome.
So no, really stoked to have Kristen here and on this beautiful day. Alejandro, what a way to start. Pete Rose 540 on that inside kicker. No pressure feeling whatsoever. Starting with the kicker there, big hit. Managing that motor tower, not a problem at all.
Yeah, coming heel side transfer 270 and was that 270 out or 450
Back
out?
450 out of that one. So a big old section on that busty done. Signature rail 180 into that transition of that one, pushing it around 270 front board. So much going on with these guys. It's almost hard to keep up.
It is. We need slow-mo for my brain to keep up with it all. There we go. There's the S-mo.
Wow, spinning that one backside 360 on the S-bend part and then whipping it back frontside 360. So a really technical air trick, one of the most technical we've seen so far. Big old S-bend to blind to the inside.
And I wonder, would that S-mo technically be the first rewind sort of trick being done? Because they are rewinding it the opposite
They
way.
are absolutely rewinding. Yeah, that's a really good point, Brad. Like it's a pretty unique thing to wakeboarding, having that handle. As you can see there, hopping, you know, spinning one way, hopping down that rooftop rail and spinning the other way. So really using the handle to pop yourself multiple directions. It's a unique thing to wakeboarding specifically.
Transferring into a lip slide down 270 out on that Stucky feature. He's looking good so far. And oh, what was that? Sorry.
Frontside 900 on that one.
Whoosh.
Amplitude plus on the Gold Coast Wake Park kicker there. And I mean, that was a pretty nice way to finish.
And
Run of one.
He's chasing 83.45 for Mac Fort. So he's got himself up into first place. Zach Falzon sitting in second, 70.58. So we'll see if Alejandro's got enough there.
Unbelievable run so far. Fourth and final rider in this junior men elite final, Jet Farley. Goes straight into a podium himself. Very, very technical, very stylish rider. Really elevated his level of riding over the last couple of years.
All right, we're waiting on these scores for Mr. Alejandro. And really, really excited to see these young riders pushing it. I mean, absolutely crushing it with incredible tricks. Pete Rose 540s, you know, KGB 5s, 900s, and the way that they get creative on those rails and just seem to be so dialed in on these features is really impressive. So loving it. We got 3 Aussies and 1 US rider here battling out for that world title.
You certainly see, you know, kicking the day off with those under 13 boys elite and jumping that, you know, 4 years up to the under 17. You see that little bit of extra strength, that little bit of extra weight maybe with the way that they're sort of coming in hot, hitting those kickers, and those really solid rail features there. You know, Alejandro absolutely making mincemeat of that one. Pete Rose 540 to kick the run off, hillside, frontside 900 to finish, like definitely making the most of this finals day. Incredible conditions out there. So Jet is not going to be feeling that though. I imagine this is exactly why he ended up as our top seed in our under 17 junior elite. So Jet Farley just making the spin around the back there, getting that time to feel out the conditions, feel these beautiful mid 20 degrees Celsius temperatures we've got here at Gold Coast Wake Park. If you've never been to the Gold Coast, it's a beautiful place to be. We're you know, so thankful to be here, so thankful to experience Gold Coast for bringing out the WWA Wakeboard and Wake Park World Championships here for back-to-back weekends. So, and Jet Farley, right here in his home country, being able to compete in the top seed in the finals. What a better way.
And there's 2 jets going, well, multiple jets going for world titles today, you know, in the Supercross. We got, Jet Lawrence going for his title as well, but Jet Farley starting things off really solid there.
Got that mute chrome mode to that inside kicker, big old transition, hillside tranny, frontside 270, and then pretzeling back the other way 450. So a really nice use again of that tension on that rope to pull himself one way, pull himself back the other way, frontside 180, transitioning up. You see that shifty in the middle, keeping it back lip, wasting absolutely no time with that big old Vulcan to the outside. Did he slightly get that grab on the end of the board there as well?
The 90210.
Nice.
Love that one.
Like it. Beverly Hills 90210. Beautiful 90210. That toe side rally front 3.
Oh, good save on that Esther blind.
Great save. Tick-tocked out of that one. Wasting no time though. Frontside 313, huge amplitude out of tower number 3. You see him just dealing with a bunch of slack line there and not wasting, not a problem at all. 50-50, 270 through the rooftop. Not what he wanted on that one.
Yeah, a little bit of a drag of the board on that landing, but popping into that front lip slide and 270 out. Beautiful way to come back after a little bit of a bobble on the previous rail. Final hit here off the kicker. Hillside frontside 720. A little bit low on the landing. The judges may put a tiny little bit of a mark against that one, but stand up all the way start to finish. So it's going to be interesting to see where that lands with our riders here, because with the scores, looking at them right now, we've got Mac Fort in first place with an 83.45. We've got Alejandro in second with that 75.02. Zach Falzon third spot, 70.58. So has Jet done enough to get himself onto the podium? We will find out momentarily and let you know. If you're checking in and tuned in to us on the WWA Rideline app, you'll be able to keep up with all the live scoring, the schedules, all sorts. If you are on the YouTube channel, watching on YouTube, drop a comment below. Let us know where you're tuning in from in the world. Awesome to see so many people tuning in and just joining us from wherever they can here at Gold Coast Wake Park.
Yeah, and we appreciate you all out there, chiming into the comments on our YouTube feed as well. Like, thank you so much for chiming in all around the world. We're so happy to have you here. It's a great way to showcase the pointy end of the sport here on finals day. We've got our under 17 boys elite, under 13 before us, and then we're going to move into the pro division. So great to showcase the world of wake park wakeboarding here on the Gold Coast.
We really do have some incredible sponsors backing this event. The likes of GM Marine, Roswell, PCM Marine Engines. Big shout out to the local Nautique boats dealer, Nautique Central. Nautique really backing this event as the title sponsor. And of course Gold Coast Wake Park for hosting us here for the WWA Wake Park World Championships. Experience Gold Coast. I mean, I've definitely been experiencing Gold Coast, and I've loved experiencing Gold Coast for a long time. So, it's great to have the city of the Gold Coast behind wakeboarding, supporting wakeboarding, because this is one of the, I guess, amusement parks. Technically classified as an amusement park, right?
Similar to like a theme park, isn't it?
Yeah, to SeaWorld, DreamWorld, all those out here. So,
and we are really close to them as well. They're only probably 5-10 minutes drive just down the road as well. So
I think is the boat events a bit closer to SeaWorld, is it? Or
it's right next to it, yeah. Marine Stadium at the Spit, right next to SeaWorld. That is going to be kicking off this Thursday, the 26th, and running through to Sunday, the 29th. So incredible to have, both formats of wakeboarding at that world's level here on back-to-back weekends. And I mean, an incredible 8 days of competition. We're just going to have one day in between, so a bit of a breather for us on that Wednesday. It's probably not going to be, though, because we've got plenty going on, don't we? But yeah, experiencing Gold Coast, that is what we're going to do. And as you say, we have been, we're staying there right downtown. And, certainly Brad and I have spent plenty of time over the years on the Gold Coast. But, bringing the World Championships back to Australia, it's been 20 years since the sport of wakeboarding behind the boat has brought the World Championships here. So.
Yeah, and we were both riding then back in the Worlds. I think at that point, had you stepped up out of juniors, or were you still in the
2004? That was probably one of my first years of pro. Yeah.
04 was Spain. 05 was up there on the sunny coast, and that was where I managed to scrape out a junior world title, which was one of the absolute highlights of my career, and also had the honor of receiving the Mark Kenny Memorial Award. So Mark Kenny, somewhat local to this area, a bit further north, and just one of the absolute best cable and boat riders in the world, and unfortunately lost him at a young age. So, and it's such an honor to win that Mark Kenny Memorial Award, and he's he's a guy that we remember and appreciate and pay homage to for what he did for Australian wakeboarding in the early years.
Yeah, he just did so much. I mean, just an incredible talent at such a young and early time in the sport as well. So, yeah, it was an absolute honour, I'm sure, to receive Mark's award, and just an honour to know the guy and see what he did on the water. We've mentioned a few times through this weekend so far, Australia and New Zealand have had such an important role in the world of wakeboarding as well. So bringing the World Championships here, it's a great opportunity. So Zach Falzon back in the water, run 2 of the finals there. Kicking things off about midway up that kick at toe side, backside 720, keeping it very smooth.
I almost forgot that they were getting 2 runs right here for the finals, so that is epic. It gives them, a couple of chances to lay down that ultimate ride that they're looking for. He's got that outside line popping up. Oh, not quite getting that angle, and unfortunately he looked like he checked the side of the rail as opposed to getting up onto it, and unfortunately that took him down. So he's going to be relying on that first run score, and unfortunately that's got him sitting down in 4th spot with the way things are looking after the first run. Mac Fort in 1st, Alejandro in 2nd, Jet Farley in 3rd, and Zach Falzon sitting in the 4th spot. So he's done so well out here in the finals, in the World Champs, quite possibly his first World Champs that he's entered. So, nothing but onwards and upwards and good things that I can imagine he's going to do with his career moving forward.
No doubt. We mentioned he's from a great pedigree of wakeboarding, with his father, Greg Falzon, being one of the, absolute legends of the sport, both in Australia and across the world. And you see Zach there, that's the only time he's missed that transition the whole time. There's a lot of tension there, then he's using that tension to hop from rail to rail. Unfortunately, just slightly mistimed it. Probably he's done it so easily and so well over the entire weekend thus far that he was probably already thinking about his air trick line, I imagine.
Yeah. He was very dialed in on that, so unfortunately just not quite getting what he wanted there, but looks like we've got our next rider getting sent out there, Mac Fort. He's currently sitting in the top spot, so he's out there to try and one-up it even more, try and put the pressure on and make it even more difficult for Alejandro and Jet to take him out.
I mean, they did all put some pretty solid runs down first run, and that is the exciting thing about getting to. You don't, really. You really, really don't. You really have to make it all happen in that one go. So feeling the water out the first time, sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. But here we go, 3, 2, 1. Actually looked like a different grab that time. Actually looked like he went indie that time on the 3, 2, 1. It was happening so quick, it's hard to know sometimes, but keeping it that way out on his toes, goes that full 360 over, inward wraps himself into the handle and hops up to a little back tail. Probably not quietly as executed as well as the first one, still very unique. Backside 1, keeping it spinning, backside 3 out, back lip, front side 450.
Well done,
A lot of
Scotty.
maths going on there. Hard to say if that was all exactly correct, but yes, inside back mode there. Toe side, love to see the toe side air tricks. A lot more tension you see down there on tower number 2 with the toe side roll to revert.
I could never wrap my head around a toe side air trick.
It's there's a lot going on, isn't it? Pretty scary. And then that outside back mob to round out the air trick section.
Yeah, actually, you were there when I knocked myself unconscious on a air trick, so I think that might have hindered me a little bit and got inside my head with air tricks.
That was a good time. Shout out to Matty Crowhurst, who was also there with us in that beautiful time. There's that awesome mute crow mob. What a unique way of using that stucky feature, going from the outside to inside. Mute crow mob, so smooth, so easy. Been doing it the whole time. KGB 540.
Boom! Yes, he is pumped up with that one. Solid. That may or may not increase his score, because we saw him land that in his first run. It was a very similar run. But I think that one hit, this one right there, where he didn't quite get up on top of the flat rail, that may have hindered him a little bit. So we'll see what the judges think. Currently sitting with an 83.45. Love that one, catching that downside, the lander on the stucky feature, and absolutely pumped up. That's what you love to see at the end of a run.
I was feeling that.
Oh, me
I was
too.
feeling it for him. It gave me goosebumps just watching the replay there. Stomping a KGB 5 right at the end of your Worlds campaign, you're going to remember that one. So, yeah.
So I think it looks like at this point, Mac has guaranteed himself a spot on the podium. So it's now down to Alejandro and Jet as to whether he stays on the top spot or if they can bump him down or not.
we're going to chuck it down to Kristen, who is down there on the dock.
Chatting up with some of our riders.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, thanks so much. Just a little preview moving into the pro women's division. Courtney Angus, 31 years old. She lives and trains with Eve Skews, 18 years old. Courtney is somewhat of a mentor for Eve. She said, we don't usually term it that way because she is my housemate, but she said that they work together where Courtney really thrives on the rail tricks. Eve is really creative with the air tricks. So they've been working together this weekend to kind of build out their runs for the pro women's competition coming up next. Now, she did say, as a mentor to Eve, Courtney told me this, that she advised Eve not to get wound up about the landing. And this is something the athletes throughout the day have been dealing with. I guess with these variable winds coming in and out, the landing can be skewed. So what they would really like to do is just see Eve go out there, have a clean run. And if things don't go right, that's okay. Don't get wound up about it. Go out and stomp it on your second run.
Yeah, thanks, Kristen. I mean, it's awesome to see. Like, Courtney Angus is a bit of a veteran out there in women's cable wakeboarding, and really cool to see the housemates, you know, and Courtney as a bit of a mentor to Eve, but now they are up against each other, and I don't think they're going to be doing, you know, each other any favors out there. That, you know, this is competition, this is the world's, but you know, you love to see friendly rivalries and friendly competition going out here.
Yeah, it's nice to hear that camaraderie, though, that they're actually sort of helping each other out, and there's certain disciplines that they're going to be better at as well. So, yeah, it's cool. There's going to be nothing but competition on the water, but, you know, it is a really beautiful thing about the camaraderie in our sport and in action sports on the whole, you know. Everyone wants to do well, but I think everyone wants to see each other do well as well.
Absolutely. So, two more riders here. Looks like we have Alejandro frontside 900 right there for his opener off the XL kicker. Couldn't really ask for much of a cleaner landing on that one. A little stalled out, 270, 450 pretzel out. And, you know, very similar, well, same sort of look to the start of his run. 180, 270 over, and again, pretzel back out on that one. I love this riding. I love his style, love his intensity. He's you know, there with the S-Mob. Really good combination of kickers, rails, and the air tricks. There's that S-bend to blind.
Looking so casual about it as well, you know. He's sort of like doing some big hammers there, that S to blind, that outside roll to revert there, just ticking the box and getting one more air trick. But he looks comfortable. He looks super relaxed as he's going into these things.
He does. 180 to a bit of a tail press. Oh, and just slipping off. Maybe getting about 80-90% of that rail, not quite everything. Front board slide, and then 270 to switch back lip on that outside section of the Stucky feature. I think it's Gavin on the inside, Trent on the outside. Is that it, when they put it together?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, going for the Pete Rose 720. He knew that if he was going to get into the top spot, he needed something like that, and unfortunately going down. So, you know, he's sitting in the second position with that 75.2, and yeah, I feel like he's comfortable there. I don't know if this one will edge that one out with the fall at the end, but
I think he felt he had to go something a little bit extra there, like a really creative use of that Stucky feature there, you know, hopping through the middle there, but then really pushing with that Pete Rose 7. You saw in the first run he actually finished with his heel side, front side 9, whereas this run he started with a big amplitude, big, you know, solid, lots of handle pass maneuver to start your run.
He must have planned on going for that Pete 7 because, yeah, he's switching it up. I think he did the Pete 5 to open last time, and just with that being a higher risk maneuver, he's just left that for the end, started with the 900 instead.
Go again.
Before we see where Alejandro finishes up. And we'll have our final rider for this category.
All right, so we're just holding here after we've just had Alejandro go down on that second run on his final kicker hit, but already put himself right up there in the podium positions.
It's all down to Jet now as to whether Alejandro stays in that second spot. Mac up there in the top spot. Jet currently in third. And he's going to be looking to step things up. He's already guaranteed himself a spot on the podium.
And here he is, thinking about how he's going to do that, where he's going to find the extra points from. Seems to be putting down an absolutely flawless run here. Close to score. So at the minute we have Matt in the top spot. Alejandro sitting in second on that 75.2. Then Harley in third place at 74.72. Zach Falzon sitting on 17.58. So pretty close.
So Alejandro, he's come over from the US to compete, and Jeff Falvey, he's a Gold Coast local. Hits all the right in this wake park, training super hard for this moment right now.
Jet's just come back from a shoulder injury, so he's been battling that for a little bit as well. Just adding to a little bit of difficulty there. But I think in the heat of battle, we almost forget it's probably
Back at it right now. We got Jet with that mute chromo. A little bit of a spray off that landing.
Nice and smooth though, moving it through. Heel side transfer, front side 270, and then going that 450 pretzel back the other way. So using that rope tension to pull himself through, hopping down on that ledge, keeping it same way.
There's that 180 transfer, a little shifty to back lip. I love the little shifties. I love the little stalls and everything on these transfers. I think, you got a bit of time before you're coming down onto that rail, so it just adds that little bit of extra style. Sliding around that 90210 on the landing. Big cut to the inside. And a bit of front to blind.
Yeah, it shows a lot of control, doesn't it? That little shifty section through there. And yeah.
Oh, no. Getting unstuck on that 313. That's going to do it for our riders out here. That was Jet Farley. His final ride here in the finals for the under 17 Junior Men Elite Park Division. So I feel like that's going to solidify our current standings right there on the leaderboard. Jet Farley has secured himself third spot, and on the podium here at the World Championships, we got Alejandro in second, and your under 17 boys Elite Park World Champion looks to be Mac Fort. So congratulations, Mac. So cool. Love to see these world champions getting crowned, and he's going to be absolutely pumped.
Oh, he is going to be absolutely riding high the rest of this day. And I mean, we've got so much incredible riding to come up as well. So not only have you just been crowned world champion, but you're about to just go and watch some incredible stuff on the water for the rest of the day. So well done to all of our competitors. Well done to everyone who lands on the podium here today. And yeah, congratulations to all of you. So we're enjoying it out here so far. Day 2 of our Wake Park World Championships here on the beautiful Gold Coast.
Really is. The weather has absolutely put it on. I'm kind of glad that we're here in an air-conditioned booth. For me, I struggle with hot weather and my body doesn't sweat to cool me down, so I do need to rely on the AC, which is very much appreciated here in the booth. We are about to get into our pro women final in the park here. We got Claudia, another pronunciation, Pagnini,
I believe.
Pagnini,
Yeah.
Claudia Pagnini. We got Eve Skews, Casey Taylor, Rivers Hendrick, and Courtney Angus here in the final. And Eve, looking here, and Casey, both coming out of New Zealand. Now, I'll be honest, I have not been super involved in the New Zealand wakeboard scene over the last few years. It was just something I've kind of moved away from a little bit. But then also we don't have a huge cable scene in New Zealand because we don't have any full-size cables. We've only got a few two-way cables, 2.0s. But here we have 2 New Zealand women out here competing in the Pro Women's division. So I'm really psyched to see them. And they're up up in Whangarei area, which is up north, which is where one of the cables, probably the best wake park we've got in New Zealand, is set up. I've never actually been there. I've seen videos of it. It looks awesome. And they've got their own little scene up there. It's really cool to see it developing.
It's such a cool thing about wake park wakeboarding, I think, specifically is the scenes, the way that your local park builds. It's kind of like your local resort or your local, in the snowboarding and skiing world, whatnot. It's the local park is a really cool vibe, and obviously, they must be stoked to be able to compete in a wake park world championship so close to home, just across the ditch. And mate, I'm pretty sure they'd be pretty stoked to be having you call it out as well. So,
it's awesome. It's just a little extra sweetener for my time being here and just getting involved in this event. Obviously, there's loads of friends from all around the world that I've known, but really cool to see some New Zealand wakeboarders out here representing as well.
Awesome. Right now, we're going to actually bring in our chief judge of the Wake Park World Championships here, Mr. John Dreiling, and just have a little chat through, the course and the way it all works, formats, and just all the great stuff that we really want to know at home. So I'm going to grab John and bring him in here with you.
Awesome. Thanks, Scotty. It's been awesome having you on here, and we'll see you later.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill, since even a century of experience is only a start. Our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology, to imagine and try and test until we build something worthy of adventure, so that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
So you're... Oops. We are back, and welcome if you're just joining us here for the Nautique WWA Wake Park World Championships presented by GM Marine. Welcome to the live feed. Welcome if you're joining on YouTube or on the WWA Rideline app. And we've got with us Mr. John Dreiling, who is the chief judge here for the Wake Park World Championships. And we're just getting a little bit of a rundown on how the format works and the course out here. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Brad. I'm so honored and stoked to be out here and be alongside you, commentating a legend like yourself. It's so awesome. So I'm stoked to be out here, and we're about to kick off the Pro Women Park Finals. You see Claudia on the water. She's going to start at the kickers right after Tower 4. And so the format is a pretty classic, action sports format. 2 runs, best run counts, starting with the kickers. a whole lap and then one more kicker hit. So here she goes.
Yeah, big KGB off that XL kicker on the outside. And I love that it starts with the kickers, ends with the kickers. So it's like you can start with that exclamation mark and finish with it as well. We're going up 50-50. What was that? Frontside 3 over the knuckle.
Yes.
To a fitty as well.
Super solid rail. That one's a homemade, so it's a little faster than the other unit rails. And they're 180 on, towed 270. So yeah, locking into those first 2 rails. And that first rail's one of the longer rails in the course. So super solid way to start off the run. And there in the air trick section going for a blind judge.
So tell us about how each section is scored, what percentage, or is each different part of the park and the different tricks that have been done.
Yeah, so there's an inside back mob, and so that's the air trick section. The air tricks can happen from the end of that transfer box to the beginning of these rails. So there's no more air tricks can be allowed on the rest of the course. And air tricks are 30% of your score. And here we see Claudia on this back line with that back 270. Now she's hitting the rails. The rails are the front and back lines. They're 35% of the score. And so they're going with that back roll into the lander. That still counts as a rail trick.
Would that be called a back roll or a front roll, because she's coming from the outside in? That's what always confuses me with the way that you approach with these. That was frontside 720 to finish it off.
So honestly, with the back roll front roll debate, it's kind of hard to say. You know, she's kind of letting the tension pull her in. So I've kind of called it a back roll because I think tension-wise it feels like a back roll. But honestly, I don't know if there's a solid, good answer for that. I'd be curious what Claudia calls it.
Because we saw earlier, what I would have called a chromobe coming from the outside in. But I guess if it was the other way, it would be a back mobe.
Yeah.
So yeah, these. I mean, I'm always getting confused, and that's just a good thing. It means that these riders are pushing it, they're getting creative, and I love seeing that in the women's division as well. So
100%. Yeah, that's basically how progression works, right? You do a trick, and then you're like, oh, we need to come up with a way to name this. So it's cool to see that, just a sign that there's a lot of progression going on in the sport right now. And yeah, so Claudia ending with the heel 7. Did a KGB first hit, having a flip and spin, different kickers. That's some pretty good composition there. But those 2 kicker hits make up her kicker score, which is 35% of the run. So it's pretty interesting because rails and kickers, they're both 35%, but you actually have 4 rail hits. So each kicker hit has more weight, almost double than each individual rail hit.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting to think about. So the kickers do have a lot of impact on your score.
Here we have Eve Skews starting off with a frontside 540. I'm rooting for this girl. She's out of New Zealand, and so really excited to see what she's got for us. Transferring back lip around a front board slide up over the knuckle. A little step up on the Busty Dunn signature feature.
Yeah, and Eve with a handle pass, looks like 360. Transfer to the top of that 180 off, and adding the crypt in right there, so you can start air tricks immediately after those rails. So Eve going for the inside roll to revert, definitely already getting more air tricks with Claudia with that. Wow, I would call that. That's what I was gonna call it. Yeah, you don't see that much, and they're in S bend. So 4 air tricks. I think Claudia only did 2. Claudia's maybe had a higher difficulty, but you know, Eve making up for it with that. Adding a few more in there. So
yeah, and here we have a toe side approach, front lip slide. What was that? Frontside 450 to like a 50-50 down, 180 out, and onto the Stucky feature, front lip slide again, little transfer across while taking that middle section between the rails. Final hit coming up. She's got one more chance to leave an impression with the judges in her first run here. Toe side approach and the toe side roll to revert.
Yeah, wow, that was awesome. It's so cool to see, you know, all the Australian and New Zealand riders that have kind of been coming out of nowhere. We did the Australian Triple Crown earlier this year, and there were a few riders, Eve being one of them, that I never heard of, and were just absolutely ripping out there. And so to see her coming out to Worlds here and putting a great stand-up run down for her first run, which she gets 2 runs, so you know she gets another opportunity to maybe step it up, but a solid stand-up run from her.
Well, and by the time she gets to that second run, she'll know where she's sitting in the standings against these other ladies. I see here that she started on the 2.0 in New Zealand, and she moved to Australia alone at 17 years old, which is, I believe, last year. She looks like she's 18 here, and so, you know, it's really cool. She started on the 2.0. We don't have the big full-size cables in New Zealand, which I really hope we do get some, one or two, multiple at some point, so we can have, you know, really grow that scene. But I just love that we've got New Zealand represented out here, and she's obviously come over to Australia to really step up her riding. But we're on to our next rider here.
Yeah, Casey Taylor on the water, going for that kicker hit with the early pass back mob 540. So Casey was a rider who came out as well to the Triple Crown I had not heard of, and she was ripping. She won many of those contests, so she's definitely one to look out for this. And there, the 180 on, coming back to a board slide, but not quite getting the full pull. As I mentioned earlier, really tricky rail to get to the end of in this course.
Yeah, another New Zealand rider who's done the same thing as Eve with moving over here to Australia to get more time on these full-size cable parks.
Yeah, and they're the Vulcan out of Tower 1. So yeah, these riders from New Zealand, they're really committed. You know, they're moving to Australia just to focus on this, and it's such a cool opportunity to have the Worlds out here where they get a chance to kind of prove themselves. And you see them in the finals of Pro Women, and they're 3 solid air tricks from Casey right there. So it's yeah, really cool to see them get this opportunity and taking advantage of it right here.
Nice little board slide, a little fitty on that step down flat bar, transferring across, getting up and over for a lip slide. Maybe she wanted a little more there, just a little bit of possible frustration shown, but she's got one more attempt or one more opportunity. Front sides, oh, looking for the 720, and unfortunately just getting hung up on that last handle pass. But oh, so awesome to see Casey Taylor throwing down, representing New Zealand, and you know, it looks like it was actually 2.0 that her dad built. In Ruakaka, I have ridden that cable. That was where I landed the first double flip in New Zealand on a cable. That cable, I don't know if it's there anymore, but it was so cool. It's a couple of hours drive from where I lived. And I loved going up there and riding, and it was, it's so cool to see Casey out here kind of progressing her riding, and kind of, you know, really cool that we have the ability to just move across to Australia from New Zealand. You don't have to get visas or anything like that. It's just like jumping over next door, and yeah, so these riders getting this opportunity to get on these full-size cable parks, and there are 3 of them very close by. One here, one up in Logan, and then another one up in Bly.
Yeah, that's really cool to see them all like super committed, and to hear that story about her dad's cable and everything. It's really cool that you got to ride there and everything. And Rivers starting off with the Melon Chromo, so pretty stylish and technical right there. The judges are gonna love that. Starting off strong, coming into this busty rail, and a good little swivel 180 up to back lip, getting a majority of that rail.
Toe side approach now. Toe side backside 180 to a back lip slide 270 out. I loved that one. Very clean, solid. You couldn't really ask for much more.
Yeah, one of the most technical rail hits we've seen, if not the most technical so far in this women's finals. And a roll to blind. So Rivers, pretty new to the air trick game, I'd say. You know, started really progressing at them this year, and deciding, you know, she was kind of known for her feature riding, but becoming more well-rounded and showing it right there with that roll to blind.
And she is the current 2024 US National Champion, so expecting big things from her. Frontside, going for the frontside 3, getting pressed out.
What's interesting about that is it's the opposite way of the other toe back 1 to front board, so really good composition right here, and that's a reg front too, so that switch front board. So she's really thought about this run, and she's showing the variety of spinning to the right and spinning to the left on those rail hits.
That was a beautiful hit on that Stucky feature, and a toe side backside 7 to finish it off. That was a beautiful run from Rivers Hendrick, putting the pressure on these ladies. I would imagine that's gonna put her up toward the top spot. We got a few scores here at the moment. The current standings, Casey Taylor sitting with a 55.62 in third place, Eve Skews with a 66.5 in second, and Claudia is sitting on the top spot, 79.19.
Man, I'm not going to lie, I'm really blown away by those rail hits. I've seen her ride a ton, but that was very technical on the rails, and to get to the end of all the rails, it's very much a challenge for anyone, and so doing it with that technical level of riding is really impressive.
And I'm trying to think, is she a boat rider as well, or mainly focused on the cable?
I think she learned how to wakeboard just behind, a ski boat or something growing up, but she's pretty much just, once she's found the cable park, she's stuck with that quite a lot. I mean, she'll come down and ride for fun in Orlando a few times when she's in town, but definitely focused on cable. I don't think she's ever done a boat contest or anything like that. But a lot of these cable riders have started venturing out into boat more, so maybe that's part of the future.
Seeing Trent Stuckey absolutely killing it on the boat, which is so cool. I mean, they've obviously always done a bit of boat riding as a family. There's a toe side, front side, 540 for Courtney Angus. Angus, the elder statesman, we'll call her here in this women's division. Tozo backside 180, hopping to
wow.
50-50, 180 out.
Another really technical hit. That's a 60 centimeter, 2-foot step up, and that's really big to do. So to get all the way up on top of that's really impressive. And they're back, it looks like a back 270 to that rail.
Appreciate you using metric for us on that one.
Yeah. And there's the back move. So Courtney's starting off strong. That's a good air trick. And another railie just squeezing it in, trying to get the numbers up there on the air tricks and going roll to blind to the outside. So really impressive. And this just in, we got some scores from the first round, and man, Rivers just sliding above Claudia by half a point. So it's super close. And there, Courtney taking Rivers' air tricks and adding the back move to it. So, she's in the conversation for sure for that top spot. They're back 270.
That was an impressive hit there on the flat bar step down. And then on the Stuckey feature, transferring across to a backside lip slide on the way out. Now, are we going to see the signature back move from Courtney? We're not. She's got a toe side approach into the kicker. Oh, toe side, backside 540 the other way.
Opposite toe back 5. So difficulty a little bit lower on kickers, but doing it switch and reg opposite tricks is going to bump her up in that composition score. So she's got some solid kicker hits. As I said, her air tricks are on par, kind of a step above Rivers, who's currently in first, and she had really technical rail hits. And sorry, that was the front 270 on that transfer box. But yeah, she's really solid run from Courtney, and she's had a bit of a hiatus from competing on cable. She's won the World Championships before many years ago, and she's kind of come back into the sport as she moved to the Gold Coast, and she's found a lot of motivation, it seems, and I'm really impressive to see that riding and a good clean run from her.
Yeah, I was actually there in Abu Dhabi back in 2013 when she won the world title. That was the last time I was at a Wake Park World Championships with the commentator duties. Now with Courtney's run there, as a judge, I could see a couple of things that might possibly get marked down or that she could have done better. A little bit of pre-spin on a couple of things, and the difference between going for switch and regular toe-side backside 5s versus going for like a mobe and then a spin, would the judges kind of prefer a little bit of difference there, or does the switch and regular have its own impact?
Man, that's always been a kind of a conversation. Every judge is going to have slightly different preferences, which is why we have a couple different judges, different styles. I think it evens out a bit. With I think the back 5s are good because they're both technical hits, but it's pretty tough. Like Rivers did toe back 7, for example, and so Courtney went a step below that, but did opposite direction. So how you weigh, whether you weigh tech or you weigh the variety and composition of that switch and reg, is kind of to me, it's pretty much even. I think that each judge might have a slightly different preference, but I do think all judges, as you mentioned, are going to be looking for a little bit more of clean tricks and, the pre-spin or clean landings. Those things are going to be more of a factor, I think, in the score.
Basically, I'm really glad I'm not a judge out there. I love sitting here talking about wakeboarding, going back and forth with you and some of our other hosts that we've had in here and will have in here throughout the day. We're going to be bringing in several different people, from riders to judges and commentators, and we'll get Kristen back in here as well. I know she's out there chatting to the riders, really getting amongst the vibe out here at Gold Coast Wake Park, and it looks like we have not got a score in just yet, or at least I need to refresh my my app.
They're coming in. It looks like the judges are deciding, but while talking about scores, I think, you asked about the spinning. If she didn't have flips on her air tricks, then I think it's a bigger factor. But because she has some flips in her run, I think, if it was a features-only run and you only spun, judges might wonder, well, do you even go upside down? But she went upside down twice in that run, so I don't know that the spins are going to, doing 2 spins is going to hurt her. I'm very curious, though. She had more of a technical run than the other 2 girls, in my opinion. Again, tech versus execution is kind of the conversation here. But the score just came in on my end, so...
Oh, yeah. Courtney Angus getting right up there on the top spot with an 81.32. So a little under 2 points ahead of Rivers Hendrick. Very, very tight scoring among those top 3. I really... The one standout for me, just looking at all the riding, especially on the rails, was Rivers' transfer on the Stucky feature. She was so locked in, so clean, but it's about everything. It's putting together all the sections, and from the rails, the features to the air tricks and the kickers as well.
I think 100% it comes down to that air trick section. Courtney did rotor blind and back mob and threw in a railie as well, which just helps to show she's not just doing rolls. Rivers did a rotor blind and a rotor reaver, which makes me believe her plan to step up is that rotor reaver to take it to back mob. But it's interesting because Rivers saw Claudia's run and did just enough to put her in first, and then Courtney saw Rivers run and said, oh, if I back mob, I have that step up on her, and it seemed to work. So it's pretty interesting. But I know Rivers has the back mob in her bag of tricks after watching practice, so I think it really comes down to that one trick. If Rivers can put that trick down, or if Claudia herself as well can step up, full pulling those rails and having some heavier air tricks. But Claudia and Rivers both known as standout feature riders.
Yeah.
So Courtney, I think, using that air trick section to kind of differentiate herself a bit.
Well, and Claudia is the 2022 double world champion, so would have won features as well as the park section. And she is coming back from a massive leg injury. She broke her leg. So wakeboarding, you do get some heavy hits sometimes, but good to see her back here looking strong into this XL kicker with a massive KGB, so that leg is obviously healed up nicely.
Yeah, so Claudia, I mean, that was pretty rough for her. She was out for quite a long time, but she's made an amazing comeback this year. She's had tons of success, and they're full pulling that rail again. That's really tricky. So I definitely think Claudia has the tricks in her bag right now to do it. So it all just comes down to if she can put it down.
Sitting currently in 3rd spot. Love that transfer to a 180 into the kicker, transfer 270 to back lip slide on there. Let's see what she's got for her air tricks. There's that blind judge, the railie to backside 180. And going around to the inside, looking for the back mob.
Ooh,
nicely
nice.
Snatching that handle.
There's a front flip. So Claudia definitely, the best air tricks I think we've seen so far, at least out of these top 3 women. So
I think she only do 2 air tricks last time, and maybe stepping it up with a 3rd one.
I think that front is new. She did only do 2 the first time, and they're going back 3. So this to me right now is the winning run so far. It just comes down to this last kicker hit.
And that roll there, whether we call it a back roll or a front roll, depending on which direction she's traveling, she's really blurring the lines there. And I love when people do that. They blur the lines, make it challenging for us to figure out what's going on. Front side 720, grabs the handle. So she's got the spin, she's got the tech invert.
So we're obviously, not judging, but we're not the official judges. But I really like here this rail hit. She does that front 3, and then she goes toe 270 the opposite direction right there. So showing that composition of that switch and reg. In pro, that's such a massive factor that, is not as much. And that, by the way, is a switchback 3. and this back roll being regular, that's another really good way to show composition. She spun on the rails, flipped on the rails, front side, back side. So, I mean, this is a really, really well put together run. And added an air trick.
If we're looking at the scores here, she's only 2 points back from Courtney Angus, just over 2 points back. So, you know, that extra air trick, possibly some cleaner rail hits. You know, everything was looking so good and clean out there. So it's going to be interesting to see if the judges bump her up, whether it's into second or into first. Yeah, I'm excited. It's neck and neck with these top three. And, you know, that puts the pressure here on our two Kiwi riders who are coming up next, Eve and Casey, with, you know, they're sitting back a little bit. And, you know, let's see if they can step their runs up, if they've got it in there. But just so cool to see them out here representing New Zealand at the World Championships. And I love that. You know, coming here to Australia, bringing the Worlds outside of the US. I know it's gone to a few different countries up in the Northern Hemisphere, but really cool to have it down here, down under, and it gives New Zealand and Australian riders the opportunity to come and compete without having to throw down on that expensive airfare to get there.
Yeah, it's really cool, I think, for even the, you know, the people in America and Europe, because there hasn't been a really great opportunity to come all the way out here. You know, riders have definitely made trips over the years, but to now have, you know, a great opportunity with both the Park Worlds and the Boat Worlds being together, I think a lot of riders are getting to experience Australia and everything it has to offer for the first time, and I've heard nothing but good things from everyone. So I think it's a great opportunity for everyone across the board. And there we have Claudia's score came in at an 83.72, so that puts her in that first spot. She is such, you know, she's so young, but she's such a veteran when it comes to competing. She has so much experience. She knows exactly what to do, and she always gets it done when the pressure's on.
Yeah, she would have looked at those scores and going, I just need to add a little bit, just not that much, and I can get myself on the top spot. So, you know, she has done all she can do now. That's her second run. She has put herself in first spot, and all she can do is sit back and wait and watch to see what our other riders are going to do.
Yeah, and watching Rivers and Courtney's run, they both had really full runs and solid runs. So that puts, you know, it's not like they have a mistake that's really easy to fix. They're going to have to really try a much more difficult run. And so that she's in a really solid position right now, and she's definitely played this really smart, being first off the dock, which, to be honest, is probably not a position she's used to being in, because normally she's coming from winning, puts her last off the dock, but coming out of an injury, she's in that, you know, not natural spot. And
it's one of those things, it depends on yourself as a rider. I mean, we're seeing Eve here coming in with a front side 540 to start things off. But, you know, as a rider, sometimes you like to have that pressure, or, you know, to go out there first and put the pressure on. And other riders like to sit back and watch and see and calculate what they have to do. So, unfortunate hit there for Eve. She didn't quite get what she wanted. Not a full pull on that Busty Dunn signature feature, ollieing up over the safety. Frontside 180 off the end of that flat rail on top. Rayleigh to fakie right there. And the Hindenburger. Love to see her pull that trick out. That is so cool. There's the S-bend back to the inside. So the difference between a Hindenburger and an S-bend is they're both a Rayleigh trick with a 360. They just go opposite directions when they're in that Rayleigh.
Yeah, and the Hindenburger is very unnatural. The S-bend is kind of more the natural way you would want to spin. So you don't see the Hindenburger much.
Well, it's a hard thing to do, and to make it not a back roll. You got to really extend it out, delay it a little bit.
Yeah, the waiting part's hard, right? Because once you flick, you kind of want to rush into it, and you really have to be patient with it.
Toe side approach here. Toe side, there's a Pete Rose. Oh, no. She knew she had to step it up. She did have the little bit of a bobble there. That was her last shot to bump herself up there, but so stoked to hear the crowd getting behind Eve. She's sitting in fourth spot with a 66.5 now, so I'm not looking too likely to be able to challenge those top three above her at the moment. The scores are a little bit too separated. but nonetheless, so cool seeing these young New Zealand ladies out here competing. Just 18 years old. Yeah, big ups to Eve.
Yeah, and one thing to point out is these are pro women, so there's some prize money on the line for this division, and there's quite a bit. There's $10,000 Australian just for this one category we're watching right now, and so they're battling for $4,000 for first place. And yeah, there's a lot on the line here, so that adds to the pressure. You know, that it makes it really challenging. But it's really cool to me to see athletes under that pressure, like Claudia was under, and to rise to the occasion. That's one of the most special things about competing in sports. And so, yeah, there's definitely a lot at stake here.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like we've got Casey Taylor jumping off the dock there. We're going to let that cable pull her all the way around to the kickers where the contest starts.
Yeah, so Casey, she went down on her last kicker hit, so that means she definitely, it's not hard for her to improve her score because she's missing an entire trick. The question is, that trick is tricky. Like, it's hard. It's a hard trick. So will she go for the same trick? Will she try to play it a little safe? I think with the 3 podium women already doing amazing runs, she's probably gonna have to go all in on this one.
Oh yeah, she's got to throw all chips down now. She is sitting with a 55.62, so she is back quite a fair bit from those top 3. As you said, missing that one kicker hit. So yeah, we'll see if it's going to be enough to bump her up at all. And it's going to be exciting to see how this young New Zealand lady rises to the occasion.
Yeah, so here we go, Casey with a really heavy first hit, usually with this handle pass, back move 5, and doing it so clean. She's got that thing so under control, but it's definitely one that's easy to overflip or land sketchy on.
And that would be one of the more technical kicker hits we're seeing out of these ladies.
And that one, I believe she didn't get quite full pull on that one last time, so that's an improvement, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Ollie on for the transfer to backside board slide, 270 out. Not quite getting right on top of that rail, but still, she's on top of the water. She's still going heel side. Is that Vulcan, the S-bend where you bring it back to fakie?
Yeah, so these air tricks are where she's definitely shined in the past, the air tricks and kickers, and here we go with the back roll. Looks like she maybe was thinking roll to blind.
Yeah,
I know she can do it. And there's the blind judge, so wow. Little handle bobble. That's not going to hurt her score, but thankfully she didn't drop the handle on that one. She's still up going.
Luckily it didn't hot dog on her as well.
And they're getting pretty techie with that, with the board slide, pretzel 270 to 50-50, front side 360 off. And man, this rail to rail, it's been definitely giving these girls a struggle in run 2s right here.
You really have to get right on the right position on the rail. It's so narrow, but you got to rock forward on it to be able to push across if you want to transfer to the other rail. Frontside 7, and she's hanging on for dear life, unfortunately. That is going to do it there for Casey Taylor. Still a really great run. I love the way she opened with this back mob 540. That early handle pass back mob. We'll see if the judges are going to bump that score up at all. But regardless, amazing to see some young ladies from my home country representing here at the Worlds. I honestly came over here not really knowing what Kiwis would be here. I know we've got, or been told we've got a fair amount riding in the boat contest, and I know we've got a few more coming up. I know we've got someone in the, I believe, the Masters, and yeah, really cool to see. I'm totally biased, rooting only for my home country. No, it's just awesome to see so many different riders competing from all over the world here. And here we are, we're sitting here with John Dryling, the head judge of the WWA Wake Park World Championships. Big shout out to you guys out there tuning in, whether it's on the WWA Rideline app or they're on YouTube. Shoot us a comment. if you're tuning on the Ride Line app, send us a DM, whatever you can. Say what up. Let us know where you're tuning in from around the world. And yeah, just great to be here at Gold Coast Wake Park. It looks like we're sort of hovering above Gold Coast in the background here, but no, just really, really cool to be here, and I'm just stoked. It's been over 10 years since I've done any major commentating like this. So I was a little bit rusty yesterday, really trying to catch up on the tricks and really brush up on my knowledge, and it's been really helpful listening in as well to yourself, to the on-site commentators. They're really dialed in, and no, it's just a good time being here, and an honor to be able to be involved in this event.
Yeah, well, it's an honor for us to have you out here, Brad, and it's super special to both have the event out here, but have you be able to join us for this event and be around for the park event and everything we have going on with the Australian Awards going on tomorrow night and things. But here's Rivers coming in. She's in third, so she's definitely going to go for that win.
Melon grab all the way through that chromo.
Such a beautiful trick, but Rivers guaranteed to be on the podium, so definitely not going to play it safe here. And there, wow, that was a step up. She came off a little early on that one last time, just not fully locked in, and that definitely lacing that one, adding the 450. And this, wow, I can't believe she does that so good every time. What's really cool as well, I pointed out before, but that's a back lip the opposite way. There she's adding in a roll to revert, so she's very strategic here. The roll to blind, definitely the air tricks are going to be the make or break for her right here. And where she go back mode, there she does, and she lands it. So I think that's definitely, that takes a lot of nerves off, I would think, for her. And adding the rally, so that makes a little bit harder tension on this front stretch, but she added 2 air tricks. She went she added the back mob in there, so wow,
frontside 3 to backside lip slide. I want to go back to that one where she did the toe side backside 180 onto the kicker over the safety. I mean, that is a sketchy trick where you've got this kind of wall right next to you and you got to get your angle perfect. Right here, toe side approach, toe side backside 720.
So let's talk about this real quick. She massively improved that air trick. She added 2 more air tricks. She went back up on from the last one. Pretty much identical. Better on, debatably her best.
She was locked in on that one last time.
So
for sure.
Definitely an improvement. But if she did this one rail hit right there, I think she for sure would be at least moving up into second, if not first. Now, judges have a lot on their plate to try to decide how much she gets penalized, because that's pretty much almost a 0 on that hit. I mean, she made the most of it with the front 3, but it's significantly easier than what she had planned, and so.
But then again, we got to look at the fact that the way that the judging is done with the sections, there are 4 feature hits that they're doing, and only one section where they're doing the air tricks, where she definitely stepped things up, and those kick hits were looking rock solid again. So yeah, we'll leave that one to the judges.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing the math in my head, but I would think she made up more ground with the air tricks than she lost with that rail hit. However, is it enough to improve into a new position, or is she going to be, still in that 3rd place? I guess we'll have to wait and see. The judges right now, Courtney on the dock, handle in her hand, board on. She's waiting. They have live scores down there, so she's waiting to see the score, to see, is she in second, is she in third, what's happening right now. And also, what Rivers did just there is she saw what the judges were scoring and knew she needed to improve air tricks. So she used the live scoring to strategize and really add in those 2 extra air tricks. It did a lot for her. I think, and so now scores are just now coming in. Courtney's looking at it, you can see it right there. She's waiting to see.
The live scoring is so cool. Like, it's not something we've had very often here, or at least to my knowledge. It's relatively new to get the scores through this quickly, which is so cool. And if you are tuning in, whether you're posting anything on social media, whether you're here on site or tuning in from on the live feed, throw the social media tags out there at the WWA, at Nautique Boats, hashtag Wake Park Worlds, hashtag Wakeboard Worlds for later on in the week when we're doing the worlds behind the boat, and hashtag Where Wake Takes You, which I gotta say, wakeboarding took me so many amazing places all around the world, met so many cool people, and just very grateful that I fell in love with such an incredible sport at a young age and just got to have so many really, really cool experiences because of it.
Yeah, I definitely can attest to that as well, that wakeboarding completely changed my life once I found it. I fell in love, and the whole trajectory of my life was basically following, wakeboarding to different events around the world and things. And I learned so much along the way about life, about, the industry, business, things like that. And it's all been through wakeboarding, through that lens. But I've learned so many things that apply to my life outside of wakeboarding. But the scores are in, and Rivers did improve. She moved into the second place spot, so she moved above Courtney, who just came off the dock, who's now in third, still below Claudia.
It's go time. She knows she's been bumped down. She knows that she's in third spot, and she wants to, she wants to move up. She wants to be on the top. She's so used to being on the top of the podium in her previous wakeboarding competition career. And just going back, though, I remember meeting you back at OWC when you were just the young grommet, absolute wake frother down there. And you were, always a promising rider, someone that, I noticed anytime I was out there. And you were just down there socializing, soaking it all up, meeting all the new people. And it's just so cool to see where you've taken things, and now you're here as the head judge for the Wakeboard Worlds.
Yeah, it's a dream come true, really. I remember being a kid, and all I wanted to do was maybe one day be able to compete in pro, get to travel a little bit, not even worried about making money. Just if I could just travel to events and get to wakeboard new parks, I would be so happy. And to have the opportunity, I've done that the past 10 years, has been amazing. And wow, what? Oh. You can see it on Courtney's face. Out of all tricks, that's the reg toe back 5 for her, I believe. So that's the easy one. She probably was thinking about the rest of her run, thinking, this trick, this is autopilot. This is easy for me, and that's can get sneaky. But as we talked about, pressure and everything.
Well, look here. It looks like maybe she went a little bit earlier on it than she did last time. Definitely a bit of pre-spin there. And just, it looked like a little bit of tension on the handle for that last handle pass and just slipping out of her fingers, out of her grasp. So, hey, that's going to do it. That is our pro women final here in the park division. That is going to lock in our top 3. And
wow, yeah, pretty tough moment for Courtney. This is her, hometown here in the Gold Coast. So she was probably really excited about, the opportunity. Definitely still an amazing achievement to end up on the podium. But she's, you can see it there. She's taking it with she's stoked. She's happy to be out here competing and still be on the podium. But of course, she had high hopes of, ending on that top spot. But yeah, that'll do it. Claudia Panini. Looks like it's not sure if it's official yet, but yeah, it is official. Claudia is your 2024 Wake Park World Champion. So yeah, pretty amazing coming back from that injury and putting it all down when it matters. But we got coming up next, we got the Pro Men Park Division. I'm gonna pass off the mic to Trent Stuckey, who's gonna hop on here and join Brad for this Pro Men Finals, and what a show we're in for. So
yeah, really excited for this one, and obviously Trent Stuckey just been on an absolute tear for the last couple of years, just absolute domination across anything to do with wakeboarding at the wake park. Had a little bit of a mishap yesterday and was unable to advance through into the Pro Men final. Very, very uncharacteristic for Trent. But hey, that happens. That's wakeboarding, that's competing, and that's how it works out here. Sometimes things don't quite go to plan. And obviously I can we'll be chatting here with Trent. We'll touch on that a little bit. Might be a little bit of a touchy subject, so I hope you don't mind us talking about it. But it's just really cool to have you here. If you want to unmute yourself there in the middle. Thanks for joining us here, Trent Stuckey. I know you would love to be down there on the dock, out there on the water right now, but as I was just saying, that's wakeboarding. Sometimes it doesn't all go to plan, and you've still got through into the features final. So, what are the emotions right now?
Of course, I would much rather prefer to be on the dock in the final with the boys. But it hurts, It hits hard to be up here and not be in the final. But if I can't be out there, I'd want to be up here. Yeah,
cool, man. And I know you are just an absolute diehard competitor. We were talking yesterday, and I've sort of, we're talking about almost likening you to like the Shaun White, someone who's just so locked in on competitive wakeboarding and just pushing the limits, doing tricks that no one's ever done before. And that was something that I really enjoyed doing, and that's sort of the angle I took in wakeboarding, pushing the limits. And back at Lake Ronix, I remember you and your brother, your family coming out there, just grommets at the time, and we always knew that you had an extremely bright future. But when your video part, Sincerely Trent, came out, was that last year?
2
years ago.
Yep.
Absolutely blew everyone's minds. But we got James Windsor on the water right now. There was a backside 720 with a late grab, and Windsor just one of the older riders. Well, he's not actually that old, but he's been around for so long. He was winning worlds at like 17 years old. Didn't quite get the full pull there. And why don't you take it away for these next couple of hits?
Yeah, coming in this transfer, doing the toe front side 180 onto the add-on, or rather rail front board, maybe not getting as locked in as you would like, but still riding away. Straight into the air chromo.
It's a beautiful thing about having two runs as well, is you go out there, you go for your best run. If there are some little mistakes, it gives you the opportunity to clean it up in the next one.
Exactly. You can take that first run a little bit safe and then put the pedal to the metal in the second run.
And I guess that's the, so there's the S-mob and a front to blind there from James Windsor. He's a solid rider. He's got a lot of strength and leans into those air tricks really well, so he gets a lot of pop, a lot of air time. Getting techie there. That was that full front three on to a nose press. I blacked out there for a minute. Transfer on your signature rail that you've paired up with your brothers. Really cool to see that unit hack that you guys have put together.
Coming in to finish off the run, he's got the Crail Chromo. Putting a good first run in the bank.
Yeah, there we go, getting some replays coming at us of James Windsor. And I believe it was, I mentioned earlier, Courtney Angus, when she was riding, the last time she won a World Championships was in 2013 in Abu Dhabi, and I believe James Windsor took out the double World Championships then at about 17 years old or something. I guess, yeah, that the math would math with that. He's 28 years old now. Sunshine Coast local, so Bly being his local cable park, but I'm sure he spends a lot of time down here as well. Have you been to Australia before?
I came to Australia in March of this year for about a month.
And we're going to cross on over to Kristen, who's down there. Oh, we're going over to Claudia. I'll be interviewing Claudia. Awesome.
Hi.
Oh, there she is. Claudia, how you doing? Our world champion coming straight off the water onto the mic to join us. How are you feeling right now? You must be riding high.
Yeah, I'm super happy about my run and about my riding and stuff. It was tough because like after the first run I was in third place, so I had to like step it up a little bit. But yeah, I'm so happy right now.
Yeah, you really had the pressure on there, and it's so cool to see you out there and winning, especially after coming off that leg injury that you've had to come back from. So tell us a little bit about that. Like, that was a bit of a battle to come back from.
Yeah, so like I broke my leg last year in March, and I had like a long rehab last season, like during the whole summer. And I started riding, I guess, like September last year, and I went to Thailand for like some training for the summer. And unfortunately, like my first contest back, which was LAO, I re-injured myself on a little crash. So I was like super down, and I didn't know like what to do, like if keep going or whatever. And then I said, okay, I cannot stop. I have to like keep it going and be back. And I guess now I'm finally back, and I can't wait to like compete more and ride more and never have like another injury, because it's the worst thing that can happen to an athlete.
Oh, it does. It really sucks going through those injuries, but it's so cool to see you conquering adversity, coming back from that, and making the journey out here to Australia just to really get amongst these World Championships. And congratulations. I'm so proud of you. So happy
Thank you so much.
to see you there taking it out. And just big congrats there, Claudia.
Thank you so much.
Cool. Thanks for joining us, and we'll catch you later. We're just tuning back in to Busty Dunn's run here. I know he started it off with that backside 900, had a good hit on his signature feature, and then I kind of tuned out while we were chatting to Claudia there. But his final hit here off the kicker, what's he got here, Trent?
Coming in with the nose grab KGB 540.
Beautiful, solid. I feel like Busty taking that tactic of just getting a really rock solid first run down, leaving a bit of a space for him to step things up when he looks at how the scores fall at the end of this Pro-Men Finals. We got 4 riders amongst this final, so that was James Windsor to start off with, Busty Dunn, Rudy Tallboys, and then your brother Gavin Stuckey out there. Now, no doubt you'll be rooting for little bro.
Of course.
Yeah, love it. And that was one thing that I've always really loved seeing, is the family vibe that you guys have, like the support. The whole family is into wakeboarding. They're all about it, like just a true wake family from father to mother and both kids. So shout out to Mama and Papa Stuckey out there if you're tuning in. You must be obviously extremely proud of your boys down here in the land down under. We got a couple of scores. We got one score there for James Windsor. That was a 66.17. So leaving a bit of a gap for the others. Obviously, Windsor would be looking to step things up. I know he's just stoked to have made the final. He's been around for a long time, and he hasn't competed a lot in all of the events, hasn't been spending the money on traveling to all of the events around the world. He's just been riding, having a good time. He's gotten himself trimmed up into good shape as well. I see he's been running, I think he did run a marathon recently. But yeah, super proud of James Windsor out there with that 66.17. No score yet on mine for Busty Dunn on the Rideline app. Oh, there it is. 84.95 for Busty Dunn. So he has really stepped up his ride. Now it looks like we've got Rudy Tallboys up now on the screen. It says Busty Dunn, so ignore that one. Busty just finishing up his ride there. He's currently in the leading position. Now, Trent, tell us about the King of the Kicker contest earlier this week. I saw a few highlights and you just throwing down some absolutely mental tricks.
Yeah, we got one of the biggest kickers I've ever hit here at Gold Coast, and we had to do a kicker contest. Everyone was sending, and I was able to put down the double Indy late KGB.
Absolutely wild. The fact that those sorts of tricks that you're able to run in a contest, in that kicker contest, is so cool. Now we had a little bit of a lag on our screen. Couldn't quite catch that one.
Going to assume it's the Pete 5, since that's what he's been doing, but
Man, absolutely mental on that Busty Dunn. I'm not even going to attempt to call that one. I need slow-mo to catch up.
Ooh, going toe back one onto the add-on and then over a rail-to-rail front board. Super technical. Straight into the toe side crypt.
Yeah, that crypt being the Rayleigh with a frontside 180 added on. There's the S-mode, but he loops it up over his head. That's a unique one.
That is his signature air trick.
There's a 3-1-3, the Rayleigh frontside 360. And a front to blind, I believe, at the end there.
Into this rooftop with the toe front too. Same way 90. Ooh, getting deep into that nose press.
Love it when you see that tail come right up off the rail. You got that nose pressing down. Oh, that was a nice transfer. Coming from the middle to the inside, back to the outside, locked in, and that's what you'd love to see. You know, you getting tech, but also keeping it nice and clean across those features. Mute, back mobe there, and full pull. Can't be disappointed with that. That's going to be a solid first run for Rudy Tallboys. And as you said, yeah, that Pete Rose 540 to start it off. Solid rail hits. He's really going to be putting the pressure on, or really challenging that score of Busty Dunn. And he knows, though, he's got an absolute weapon following behind him, young Gavin Stuckey. And I think, was it the first time he was standing above you on the podium earlier this year? Like, you generally, every time I've seen it, it's been you on top, your brother on second, but I saw, did he edge you out earlier this year in one of the contests?
We've had a couple flip-flops. Last year at the World Championships, we each won one and we each got second in the other one.
Oh, right.
So the full split.
And that's the thing, look, if you're not on the top spot, there'd be no one else that you'd rather be there than your little bro.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So on the water now, Gavin Stuckey. He's 18 years old from Florida. Again, as I mentioned earlier, known this kid for probably about 12, maybe 13 years or so. Seeing him and yourself out there to start off with down at OWC. You guys working with Mike Ferraro a little bit, getting involved with Ronex as the Groms on the signature sort of grommet board, the kids boards, and yeah, stepping things up over the years. We always knew big things were coming for you guys, but you've absolutely blown all expectations out of the water.
Gavin starting off with that early nose to late stalefish grab, Pete 5.
And the judges look for those things, the double grabs, the little minute details.
They go a long way.
They really do. Now, a little bit of lag on our screen here. Not sure if you guys are getting the same, but that was a solid hit on the Busty feature. Looked like there was that tantrum to backside lip slide 270 out on that transfer.
Straight into the S mobe, going back to the outside with the backside 313.
Out wide, got plenty into the inside. The KGB to the inside, back roll, backside 360. And Gavin really stepping things up there. I would say he is by far ahead in those air trick sections, especially with just how big he's going. Man, front side, was that toe side, backside 450?
Toe back 4 on, and then the rewind at the peak to land in the back lip position again. Straight in. Ooh, front one onto the creeper, hop up, front 3 over rail to rail. Super technical.
I'm glad I got you here to call that one. Final hit here for Gavin Stuckey. What's he got for us?
Going in. The seatbelt back mobe 540, one of my personally favorite kicker tricks, and just an absolutely locked in run.
Yeah, he is going to be so stoked with that run, and it's just the first run of 2, so I would, hey, if I was a betting man, I'd be putting all my money down that he's going to be getting scored right up there at the top spot. We've got 3 scores already down. Busty Dunn sitting with an 84.95 in the top spot. Rudy Tallboys just behind Busty with an 81.83. and James Windsor with a 66.17. I'm just going to put it out there. We're going to see Gavin up in the 90s. We saw him get 100 yesterday. Got a perfect score. So, hey, anything's possible.
I would have to agree with you on that one. But I do believe every single one of these riders has more in the tank. And in this second run, I think we're going to see every single rider go pedal to the metal.
And, you know, as you experienced yourself, anything can happen. Even just the slip of a handle, you know, just a slight, minute incorrect line into a rail that could throw you off. Anything can happen out here, and so that's what I love about wakeboarding, and what I love about this format, that all the riders get 2 opportunities to throw down their best tricks, and yeah, that's what the World Champs is all about. Now, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to out there now that we're anyone watching on the WWA Rideline app or on YouTube? Yeah, who you got a shout out for?
Big shout out to my mom and dad. They're watching back home, so love you guys. Wouldn't be here without you guys. My sponsors, Ronix, Mystic, and Unit. Couldn't do any of this without them.
Yeah, that's it, man. Like, you got to get that backing, and obviously you've more than proved yourself worthy of having some really good, solid backing from sponsors. It was really cool to see that your brother got the opportunity as well. He's recently joined with Hyperlight. Obviously, you know, as a diehard Ronix man myself, that it did hurt a little bit. But you know, all you want is the best for the riders, and obviously he got a great opportunity there, and has been absolutely killing it on that Hyperlight board. So, yeah, big shout out to your little bro there, and we still haven't got the score in yet. Won't be far off from the judges, but it looks like our first rider, James Windsor, will be getting back out there very shortly for run number 2.
Yeah, it looks like Gavin's score is about to come in. Ooh, just under the 90 with the 88.98.
I think the judges would they know he's got so much more in the tank. They're like, if we go up too high, we're not going to be able to go up far enough if he comes out and absolutely throws down in the second run. So
absolutely, you got to leave room because you don't know what any of these riders are going to bring.
And the score, the way the format is, it's the drive format. So it's difficulty, risk, intensity, variety, and execution. So that's what the judges are looking for. It's a whole combination of all of that. You know, risk is one of them where, say if you came out and you did one of your hardest tricks on the first kicker hit, that is a high risk thing to do because, you know, you're risking your entire run if you have that fall. Obviously the judges have got to make that, the riders have got to make that judgment call as to whether they want to, you know, put that amount of risk on themselves, and that's what it becomes a chess match. We've got a little bit of technical difficulties here, not sure if that's affecting us as well, and our voices and what you can hear from us, but James Windsor on the water now getting ready to start off his run. Here we go, James Windsor on the toe side, off the kicker. It's going to be that crail grab chromo, I believe. There it is.
Switching up his kicker hit, so hopefully we might see a different second kicker hit this time.
Yeah, he might have something bigger to finish it off. Getting a much better pull on that one. Big nose press and front 3 out. Coming into the outside. Take it away, Trent.
Going on to that add-on, much better. 50-50 rolled off front board, getting that backside 270 out, straight into the air chromo. Going around the corner to the inside, on his heels for the tail grab roll to blind. Keeping it going to the outside here with the S-mobe. Smacking another one in the front to blind.
So good. Windsor, you know, as I mentioned earlier, he's a slightly bigger rider, but more stocky, but it means he's got the weight to really lean into those air tricks. to build that line tension and go even bigger.
He does, but you would not want to be riding behind him when he's doing those air tricks, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Getting locked in, front one onto the inside rail, rudder rail front board, backside 270 out, full pull. Coming into this inside kicker for the last hit. We're going to see it's the heel side, backside, 720, maybe not exactly what he was looking for.
He might have wanted that back 9.
I think so.
Yeah, it's hard to say how often he's been doing that trick lately. You know, he hasn't been focusing a lot on competing, just been really out there having just a lot of fun with his riding. You can see it there. I've always loved Windsor and his style. He was one of the first that I really saw out there going for like full frontside 3 into a nose press onto a rail, switching regular. He was, you know, this is going more than 10 years back. Seeing him do that out in Abu Dhabi when he took out the Double World Championships. And yeah, really cool to see him still holding it down at 28 years old from the Sunshine Coast here in Oz as James Windsor.
The scores it's going to take just to get on the podium right now is significant. Green Tall Boys 81.83.
We're waiting for his score to come in to see if it will improve.
Yeah, there's a bit of a jump. There's about, 15 points for him to get up into that podium position, up over Rudy. So, look, I don't know if that quite had it. If he had gone for that backside 9 and stuck that one, I feel like that might have really given him the opportunity to get up there. But his rail tricks were a lot better this time around. So we'll see where the judges take that one.
Deliberations for judges. Very strategic yesterday. We'll call it an upset. We'll call it a spade yesterday.
I'm sure you can hear in the background there, we got Dean Smith on the live commentary, on-site commentary. And, you know, just I'm really stoked to come to this event, to catch up with everyone. You know, there are some people that I haven't seen in many, many years, yourself included, but then a lot of the riders that I used to travel and ride with, you know, going back 20 years now from when I first started coming over to the US to pursue a career in wakeboarding. The likes of Daniel Watkins, Brett Eisenhower, obviously Scotty Broom, Dean Smith, Amber Wing. You know, so many riders that I got to get to know really well, became really good friends with. I crashed on a lot of their couches. We did a lot of traveling, partying together, and just had some really, really good times. So that was kind of one of the big reasons I decided to come and do this. And obviously just stoked to have the opportunity to get on the live commentary. And, you know, it's not really something I've done before, but really enjoying it.
Absolutely. James Windsor's score came in. He did improve to a 72.6, but unfortunately, he will still be in that 4th place position.
But, you know, I'm sure he's just pumped to be here in the finals. I spoke to him yesterday. It was something that he didn't really expect. He knew that the competition was high. And, yeah, he was just pumped to be out here with a local home crowd supporting him, as does Busty Dunn, who we see out here on the water now.
Absolutely. As you've been saying, it's super sick to see Windsor out here still hanging, still competing after riding for so long in contest.
Because he's got to be a rider that you would have drawn a bit of influence from as well, seeing just how locked in he was on the rails and has always been. You know, I love that about wakeboarding, where you can just draw influence from all different types of riders and you know, thread it into your own riding.
Absolutely. Busty Dunn starting off his run with a heel side, backside 900.
Solid as you like. Couldn't ask for much better than that to open your run. Going to come from the outside. Oh no, going up and over 270. Hopping around to switch backside, lip slide 270 out.
Getting a better hit on that rail for this run. Coming into this whoop with a backside 180 in. Same way 270 to back lip on top.
That was the same trick we saw from Rivers Hendrick earlier, and I was just blown away. That toe side backside 180 up over the safety, when you've got that basically right there, you've got to time your line, pick your line perfectly so that you don't catch your board on it. And we got Busty Dunn going ham on all these air tricks. There's that
stepping that one up, doing the 315 instead of the 313, and then almost the miniature 90210. Absolutely getting those air tricks in.
He really crammed them all in there. Toe side, front side, 360 kind of pivoting it around. That is going to be a slight mark against his run here. He would have wanted something a little cleaner, but there's that transfer from rail to rail. Toe side 270 to switch back lip slide on the way down. Final hit coming up for Busty Dunn.
Coming on his heels, we got the nose grab KGB5 again.
That was a really great run. It's going to be interesting to see score-wise where the judges take that, because he did improve on some of his on some of his rail hits. Really improved on some of his air tricks as well. There was that one rail hit that wasn't quite what he was looking for, and I believe pretty much the same kicker hits that he had in run number 1.
Unbelievable stuff. But this is unbelievable riding from the boys here. Really cool boys. Next out on the water, another one. Flawless in the runs. Really looking to put a few extra points on his run as he comes out. We're just going to hang out and wait to see what Busty's score is going to be, see if he's made any improvements ever so slightly. I think this might take a couple of seconds to judge deliberation.
I've been really loving these aerial shots we're getting, and the chase cam with the drones that are flying around. So big shout out to Greg Weatherall at Platinum Drones. He is one of the best in the business. He is the guy that you'll see flying the drones for a lot of the WSL events. I believe he was involved in the Olympics out there in Teahupo'o in Tahiti. And he's just really giving us such a good angle on these riders. Love how the drones have come into play and really, really revolutionized the way that we can watch the sport. To get those sort of angles in the past, you used to have a full-size helicopter or a chase boat, something along those lines. But the drone, it's not intrusive. It's, you may hear it kind of whirring away behind you, but, and he's one of the best in the business out here bringing us these amazing shots of our riders.
I do miss seeing the clips with the helicopter in the background. It's a pretty sick shot.
Going back to Prime, I think was the last time that we saw that, which was back when I was wakeboarding. It was actually around when I had my injury. To those who aren't familiar with my story, I was pushing the limits a little bit. We were very lucky to have a mega ramp at Lake Ronix. And I was going for a trick that I'd landed once before. It was the double tantrum to blind onto the mega ramp. I was trying to repeat it for that movie Prime, and unfortunately I bailed out. Things went wrong, ended up breaking my C4 vertebrae and paralyzed from the shoulders down. But it's been a bit of a journey since then. Obviously a pretty tough journey to come back from something like that and to carry on living life without the use of your body. But I'm just very grateful to be in a good place, to have had an amazing support network around me that I found through the wakeboard community. They really rallied around me, raised money, helped with just even my mental state, and really turned things around for me. And here I am 10 years later, back amongst it, back in the wakeboard scene, and just couldn't be more stoked to be here. But yeah, loved like how Sean Kilgis just brought the helicopters in. He'd have helicopters filming helicopters, drones filming helicopters, filming wakeboarding, just for that epicness. And it really did bring that to his movies.
Busty's score has just been posted. Man, it is a close one. It came at an 88.5, putting him 0.4 points behind Gavin.
That one rail hit, he's going to be kicking himself. He knows that would have been the difference.
That would have been the difference indeed.
As you hear the on-site commentator, Dean Smith, talking about Rudy Tolboys now. He's the only one that can change the way that this thing will finish off. He's currently in 3rd spot. He has the opportunity to either bump himself up into 2nd or 1st. If he does bump himself up into 1st, then that leaves it with your little brother Gavin to make a little comeback against him. But I'm really excited to see what he's got. If he can, you know, it's all or nothing right now.
Absolutely. It all comes down to this run right here. He is coming around the corner into his run. That left foot forward stance on his toes. Coming in for the Melon Pete Rose 540.
Solid as a rock on that Pete 5. That's been a very popular opening trick I've noticed amongst the pro riders out here. It's that 360 up onto that, what was that, back nose. Yeah, love seeing how tech Rudy gets on these rails.
And that toe back one, oh, missing the rail to rail. That is unfortunate.
Just a little too far on the outside of that rail, unable to rock over.
Going with the handle pass S-mode this time, different than the Olay one we saw him do in the last run.
Now, do you think that was planned, or do you just think it's the way the S-mode was going at the time?
I've only seen him do the Olay, so I would have to think that it was not planned. It just kind of happened. But doing the 90210.
Looked like he had a bit of a squirrely landing on one of his earlier air tricks there as well. Toe side approach, front side 270, going another 180, and then 270 out.
This run maybe not going as perfect as you would like, but toe back one onto the creeper, hop up. Oh, I'm missing that rail to rail.
Now, is the outside part yours?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
He stepped down. Yeah, as you can see, he is not, this run did not go as to plan, but finishing it off with the, just having some fun out there, the laid out half cab, throwing the air roll straight into the Bel Air. Not what he was planning for his second run, but I'm sure he's just stoked to be out there and taking down that 3rd spot on the podium.
Yeah, I mean, he's come all the way from Great Britain, all the way from the UK to come and join us. And he actually tore his MCL in June. So he's coming back from an injury. And it says here in the notes that his little brother is better than me. So I don't know if his little brother filled out his bio for him and just said that as a little bit of a dig, but or if he is literally, you know, got that little bro that's just pushing it like you do as well.
He does have a brother. His name is Maddox, and he is on the come up. He's been killing it.
Awesome. Now tell me a little bit about that relationship, that brotherly relationship when you're competing, when you're pushing yourselves, when you're out here as pro wakeboarders, and you know, how does that influence work? You know, being the older brother, I feel like it would be a little bit different than being the younger bro and seeing how you've really pushed it. So how's that been for you?
Absolutely. It's the best thing ever because, you know, we push each other. We're super competitive with each other, so we push each other to be better every single day.
Yeah, we just saw, obviously Rudy didn't improve his score there, so your little brother, Gavin Stuckey, is out there for a victory lap right now. Now, you know him better than anyone. Sometimes the victory lap can be, you know, they just cruise it. Sometimes they absolutely go for it. So what do you reckon he's going to go?
I think he's going to go for it. He's going to give the people a show.
And what do you got for us down there, Kristen? Kristen out there in amongst the crowd. Yeah, what do we got going on?
Yeah, thanks so much. Yesterday I had the opportunity to speak with both Gavin and Trent, and I was so surprised maybe by the dynamic between both brothers, the support, the companionship, but also how different you both are. Trent, I know yesterday as the competition was progressing, maybe the upset of the year not being in the finals for this, but what was the conversation you had with your brother yesterday leading into this event? And I'm curious what kind of advice maybe you gave him and what allowed him to find the success he's finding now.
I mean, we both want each other to do as best as possible, and I just wanted him to go out there and lay it down, and yeah, I mean, like I said, we're super competitive with each other, so we want each other to do as best as possible.
Yeah, as best as possible below you though, right? Like, you know, if you're going to win, you want him in second, but if you're not the guy winning, then you want him obviously up there, right?
Absolutely.
And Trent, it seems as though you are maybe the more disciplined of the two, maybe the more, I don't know, it just seems like Gavin's really kind of fun-loving and outgoing. What would you say about your brother in that sense as he's taking this victory lap? It just seems like he has this really outgoing personality, and maybe you kind of set the tone differently. How would you describe the differences between your personality?
Yeah, we definitely have pretty different personalities. As you said, he might be a little more outgoing, and saving that chromo somehow. Sorry but yeah, I like to stay calm, stay focused, and he maybe likes to be a little bit more outgoing when on the dock and stuff.
I love that dynamic, though. I love that you see that in brothers. You know, you kind of seen that in the Boniface as well. Like, Parks was that really steely focused, like, absolute elite rider, and Shane had to find his point of difference. He came through and, going for the Mob 7.
The back Mob 7. Just throwing it for the crowd.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 Pro Men World Champion, Gavin Stuckey. Oh, you got to be stoked for your brother there.
Absolutely.
And we're going to be seeing you. Is that later on today or in the next couple of days for the...
Yep, the final event today, Pro Features.
Whoosh, capping off the day. I am really excited to see you out there. It's going to be so cool to see both you and your brother battling it out as well. I know you're no stranger to that. You've been in plenty of finals together. But no, it's just going to be so cool. What's your plan throughout the day? How do you conserve your energy on a long day when it is the last run of the day? It's hot out there. Do you go take a power nap somewhere? Do you just keep in the shade? How do you play the day?
No, I don't. Yeah, just stay in the shade, I guess. We don't really have to do much. Don't have to ride, so just make sure, get some food in, stay hydrated.
Nice. Yep, so that's going to do it. That's our Pro Men Park Finals. As you saw there, we got Pro Wake Skate coming up next, which is really cool. Just going to mix things up here, see what the wake skaters can throw down out there in the park. We've got, the final. Looking at the riders we have here, we got Kai Ditch.
That heat was not hot at final, but set the rounds off. What a phenomenal. Top to bust, guard at the right. He was so close, he could taste it.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill, since even a century of experience is only a start. Our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we build something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
The semi-finals. The only rider in the entire game to receive a perfect score for that. Turning it on. Let's go. Up at the top as well, we have a merch tent up here with blue. Thanks for doing a lot of work all over it. Up on that side, lovely oldies and cool stores. There's also an event survey where we can QR codes about walls on all sorts of things. Make sure you take the event survey and everything to do with. You can go away and out today. Or if you do the survey, make sure you come to the info desk at work tent and let the ladies know that you're taking that survey so they can enter you into the war within the pro weight character. What a day, or what a weekend. It is absolutely glorious. The crowd is right up to the way. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we got a little brief moment before we get into the men's wake skate finals out here at the Gold Coast Wake Park. Loving these aerial shots brought by Platinum Jones. Thanks to Mr. Greg Weatherall for supplying this. You know, it's really cool having drones give these angles of the riders, but also of this beautiful wake park that has been put together by none other than the legend, Mr. Daniel Watkins, who is joining me in the booth right now. So welcome, Daniel.
Thank you for having me. This is such an honour to have such an amazing event at the park. Look at the shots there. They look
Just
fantastic.
get you to bring that mic in a little closer to you there so we can...
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Oh, beautiful, mate.
Okay, yeah, look at those beautiful shots of the park. It's such an honour to have the best riders in the world coming to a place that I created here on the Gold Coast. It's the reason that it's the vision that I had. It's the reason why I started it and went through the pain of everything we've been through to be able to have all the best riders in the world here and have a world championships.
Well, as you say, the pain that you've been through, not only was it obviously an absolute slog just to get this thing done in the first place, just to find the location, to get the approvals, to get everything done, but then you were hit pretty soon afterwards with floods from memory, not long after you opened the park, and it's not the first time either.
Yeah, you're right. We had when I was building the place, we went through all the engineering and had flood modelling. Obviously, we need to be close to a river to be able to have this much water, and to be when it evaporates, we've got to be able to bring water in. And unfortunately, when there's a river, there's flooding. And I was told that there's going to be a 1 in 100 year flood when we first created the place, and we've been here for 8 years and we've had 8 floods. So it has been a challenge. It's really it's taken its toll on me personally, and but the last year since we had the opportunity to have Worlds here, I've really kicked it up another gear and really love the place. You know, it's great.
Oh, and you must be so proud to see this event going off. To have the World Championships here at your home park, and not only that, but to see a lot of the younger riders coming through that probably wouldn't be here if you hadn't have opened this park.
Got a really cool story about that. Mac Fort won the juniors this morning and yesterday, and he was one of the kids when we first opened. Came here with his brother Lockie the first weekend. Lockie was doing laps, and he was off to the side. I'm like, "Come on, mate, you want to have a go?" And he was really scared to have a go. I took him aside. We sat on the grass, and there was a dog with us. It's a bit of a long story, but there was a dog with us, and I said my mum has a fear of dogs, and she would be really scared right now being with this dog. But you're not scared by the dog, and I'm not scared to go out on the water. So why? We had a really good chat about the fear.
Yeah.
So maybe next weekend. So the next weekend he came back and he said, "I really want to have a go, but just not today." And I said, "No problem." This is 8 years ago now.
Yeah.
And then the third weekend he came back, and I talked him into having a go, but I would go on the carrier behind him so that when he fell off, I would be there to save him.
Cool.
And now and from that story, he just became the world champion. And
that is unreal.
That gives me goosebumps.
Oh, it gives me goosebumps too. And my body doesn't give goosebumps. That's one of the things about having a spinal cord injury. I don't sweat, I don't get goosebumps, but that right there gives me goosebumps.
Isn't that cool?
It's so cool. And, there's, we go back a long way, probably 20 years or so. I came over to Australia for my first Worlds at IWWF in 2003. Then we had the next ones in 2005. But I first met you, I believe, and we got to know each other over in Orlando. I was living with Jeff Weatherall. You obviously had a lot of the younger Aussie boys in your house there in Clear Lake. And I feel like going over to the States, when it comes to competitive sports, New Zealand and Australia are kind of rivals, but when we were both over there together, we just sort of bond together, and it became a really cool group of people that we had there in Orlando.
What an era of life when you think about it. During that era, there was probably 20 of us all living within 2 kilometres of each other, all just from Australia, New Zealand, living the life and just doing nothing but wakeboarding all day long. Absolute, that's a childhood dream right there, and that's my main inspiration for building this place and having this place, is to inspire the next generation to be able to live that life, because I feel like I'm the luckiest, and I'm sure you do, the luckiest person ever to be able to have that opportunity when we were kids, when we were just kids, is just running around all over the world doing whatever we wanted to do.
And you've recently written a book, haven't you? And has it come out yet?
It hasn't, no. It's not out yet. We've got we're in the second round of editing. Yeah. So I've got one more round of editing, and then it'll come out.
I'm very familiar with that process. It is absolutely painstaking going through the proofreading, the editing. I released my book 2 years ago where I talk about all of those adventures, all of those times traveling and partying and competing, and all the highs and lows of wakeboarding. And parents, you may want to read it before you let your kids read it. There's maybe some spicy content in there, but it just really, I loved the process of writing that book, sharing all the stories and the journeys that we had over those years that were just honestly the best years of my life. And I'm really excited to read your book when it comes out as well.
Very cool, very cool. Thank you so much. I have not, I'll be honest, read your book yet, but I'm very keen to do that. Now that you said there's spicy stories, mine's very PG at this point.
That's the thing. I didn't expect any wakeboarders to read my book because it's reading.
Reading, exactly.
And it's not a small book either. So, everyone's been asking me when the audiobook's coming out. I will get around to it at some point, but
I actually even hit you up.
Yeah.
When's the ebook coming out? I can't wait. I ordered the book on pre-sale, and I have it. And but I'm like, I'm going to need the ebook to be able to read it.
I appreciate that. I make my $3 from that one. So
that was that's the most painful bit now is reading over it and going over it. Obviously, I'm a wakeboarder, not didn't do college. Didn't barely finish school.
We all probably had the same report cards going through school.
Misfits, right?
Yeah. Would do better if he could focus more in class.
100%.
Those sorts of things. And here we are, both, published authors. You're about to be. I managed to somehow get onto the bestseller list in New Zealand, so I am going to claim best-selling author for the rest of my life.
There you go.
Even though I was on there for like a week or two.
And you're doing speaking gigs now, yeah?
Yeah, that's part of what I do now. I've recently started working again, dropped the income support that I was very lucky to have from the New Zealand government, but started earning again, doing motivational speaking, doing gigs like this, also doing social media partnerships and things like that, content creating. And my main job though is I'm now a quality assurance engineer for my brother's Web3 tech company, which is something I never thought I would do. I never thought I'd have a real job, let alone something in tech. But hey, you never know where life takes you, and that's where it's just really important to be open to whatever opportunities come along.
Man, I'm so proud of you. That is so cool. And as you're talking now, I'm just watching you talk and remembering. Just you started talking about the spicy stories and the times that we had in Orlando and traveling the world, and I'm just starting to think of some of the stories now, and I'm going to have to get off air to be able to talk about them properly.
Totally, yeah. Yeah, Aussie Pro Tour off-water scoring system, all of that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Very good. Well, thanks for having me, Brad, and thanks for coming to Gold Coast Wake Park. Thanks, WWA. And thank you, the City of Gold Coast, for allowing all this stuff to happen. I mean, there's lots of there's a thank you list as long as a toilet roll, but I'm so honoured to have everybody here.
And I'm going to throw one back at you. Thank you, DW, for everything you've done for the sport and for joining me here on the mic. It's been a pleasure to have you.
Cheers, dude.
Cheers, mate. Well, we're going to bring in...
Head knock.
Oh, yeah, the head bump. That's my version of a handshake or a high five. Press number 2 there. Beautiful. Yeah, so we're going to be bringing Matty Hasler up into the booth. Here's another rider that, spent a lot of time on the cables around this part of the country. He's a local rider. I believe he's taken out multiple world titles. He's got a world title under his belt. Yeah, really honored to bring him up here. Oh my God, Rusty Malinowski just walked into the room. I had no clue this man was going to be here. Come on, brother, give me a head knock. Boom. We're going to catch up very soon once I get off the mic, but so cool to see so many absolute legends of wakeboarding joining us here at Gold Coast Wake Park for the WWA Wake Park World Championships. And we're going to cross over and have a quick break, but we'll be back with you very shortly and back with the Pro Men's Wakeskate Finals.
We'll be watching with bated breath see how the results mix up. Looking forward to something good luck to the world title team. Alright, we said Aztec legends up here. Sorry, as well. It's good to see some of the go through close around. Probably for a signature. Why not? We're up here. Just round of 5.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're underway already with the 2024 WWA Wake Park World Championships. This is the Pro Men Wakeskate Finals. We got Kai Ditch was on the water. Unfortunately, he just took a crash. So unfortunately, that is his fall. We do give these riders 2 runs, and the best of the 2 runs counts. So the good thing is for Kai there, he can come back and give it another crack. But right now, I've got Matty Hasler joining me here in the booth, and you've just come from judging. You're very much involved here in the WWA Wakeboard world, so yeah, welcome.
Oh mate, thank you for the warm welcome. It's good to be here. I'm stoked to be here judging and not riding. I haven't been riding for probably last time I was on the Gold Coast, to be honest, 4 years ago.
Yeah, and you're a family man now. You've recently had a child. You are one of another power couples in wakeboarding. We got Dean and Amber on the boat side. You got yourself and Ange on the cable side.
Yes.
So yeah, love to see it. And it might be a few years away, but no doubt that grommet of yours might be out here cutting laps on a cable at some point.
Oh, for sure, man. Well, as soon as he's at a good age, we'll we'll definitely be getting him out there, no matter what.
So cool. I love seeing Greg Falzon's son out here competing. Seeing next generation, second generation wakeboarders coming through. We're seeing it in on boat now these days. We're seeing it in cable. So yeah, absolutely stoked. And we're here for the pro wake skate. So we got Kai Ditch. He's the first rider we just saw. We got Mr. Mundy. Now we've got him here as T Mundy. So you may be familiar with his first name as Makayo's brother, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Dakota, man, I didn't even realize he had a
Dakota?
brother.
Dakota Mundy? Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. And then Gavin Stuckey and James Windsor. So really cool to see Windsor just getting amongst this Wake Park Worlds. Because, back in the day, it was you guys competing against each other. I remember 2013 Worlds out there, the Wake Park Worlds.
In Abu Dhabi.
And you took a World Championships in Abu Dhabi, was it? But there were 2 years in a row, and I remember 1 year Windsor got a double Worlds.
Yep.
And the other one was where you took out, was it the traditional category?
2013 traditional in Abu Dhabi.
Awesome. So cool. And we got Mr. Mundy here, our second rider, starting off on the toes into the kicker. Nice little kicker hit to start it off.
Coming around Motor Tower.
Here he goes in, looking at the busty rail. He's going to come up the box on the outside. Board slide long, back board to
Board slide along the box there.
Solid hit.
Yep.
Now, for those watching who are unfamiliar with wake skating, Maddie, tell us a little bit about the challenges that wake skaters have compared to wakeboarding and the reasons behind it.
Oh, mate, well, one big reason it's so different is they're obviously disconnected from the board. They got obviously wake skate shoes on and a skate deck underneath, so there's a lot more variables just with that being disconnected compared to the wakeboarding. And I think obviously with all the flat tricks and all of that thing being disconnected, that adds another variable when they go on rails and off water as well.
Yeah, and it's a smaller board, so it rides different on the water. These riders are out here doing sort of skateboard style tricks, so you may see some people going for pop shove-its, kick flips, big spins.
That was dodgy.
Little squirrely coming in.
He's come off with a good hit, or at least along the rail there.
Yeah, that was well done after that squirrely entry. Going for the pop shove-it. Oh, no, unfortunately going down. Dakota Mundy. Beautiful. And he made almost a full pull there. Going for that pop shove-it, which is a bit more of a high-risk trick. Yeah, you're literally popping off the water, spinning that board a 180, and only the board does the 180, not the body.
Yep.
Swapping out the wakeboard for the wake skate.
Yeah, Gavin Stuckey, going to be stoked to see him out there. He's recently crowned world champion in the Pro Men Park division that we just saw before. Really, really cool to see Gavin, and I had Trent here in the booth with me. We were having a good chat during that final. Obviously, he was a little bit bummed to not be in there, but rooting for his brother all the way. If he's not on top, he wants his brother there.
And he slayed it, didn't he?
He absolutely crushed it. You could see the difference, even in the air tricks. In the rail hits, how locked in he gets. He's those two brothers, they really are, and I hate to use the word, but freaks of the sport. They blow minds is what they do.
Oh yeah.
Kai Ditch has a 28.75 score. Dakota Mundy there with an 11.97, and right now Gavin Stuckey coming in, toe side, backside 180 for his first hit.
Back three off the flat there.
Okay,
shove it.
I think he's already winning.
Just for those three hits, eh? They know how to pack the tricks in, eh?
And these Stuckies are just absolute watermen. They are so good on any board. They go kiteboarding, on wake skates, all sorts. Obviously on the wakeboards, transfer on the wake skate.
It's unreal, man, how good they are. Like the technical aspect to their riding is just unbelievable.
And seeing them starting from such a young age, back when I was wakeboarding, they were probably only 10 years old. We'll have to look at their age now. So we're looking, Gavin is 18, so he would have been 7 years old back, or 6 or 7 years old back when I first met him. And he was already blowing my mind for what he could do on the water. Coming in, frontside 270 on a wake skate onto that step down rooftop rail, coming across to the skate box. That was a shove on to a back lip slide.
Yep.
I did turn away for that one.
I think it was like a 3 shove or a shove before the corner.
Sounds like a 3 shove from the onside commentators.
3 off the kicker.
That's going to finish off his run. Backside 3. I don't know if that backside big spin will count.
Oh, okay.
Because I believe it starts at the kicker and ends at the kicker.
There.
Correct me if I'm wrong, it might be at the motor tower, but it's
that back 3.
Yeah, there's the replay, there's that big spin. No doubt Gavin Stuckey is going to be in first place there.
Oh yeah, hands down, that was easy, the best one then.
But then we've got James Windsor on the water next, and he is no stranger to the wake skate. He is one of these riders that absolutely kills it on both. I'm not sure how much time he's had on the wake skate, but we're going to transfer across to you, Kristen, down there in amongst the action. What have we got going on down there?
Yeah, moving back to Gavin Stuckey, when I spoke with him after his last win in the previous division, I said, how are you managing this day? Because he not only has this division, but then one more. So he's competing in 3 primary pro divisions today. He said, well, I've got a few oranges in my bag, try to stay in the shade as much as I can, but it really doesn't seem to be phasing him. He's in such good physical condition. This marathon of a day, not even an issue for him.
Now, I would be really interested to know if there has ever been a 3-time world champion in the one event where you take out park, features, and wake skate. I'm not sure. We'd have to go back in the archives to find out. But Gavin Stuckey has the opportunity to do that here today.
Yeah, well, definitely, man. And I think, back to your point, probably the only person that may have done that is Daniel Grant.
Yeah, Daniel Grant, potentially James Windsor, but I don't know if he got the wake skate win when he got the double champ back in Abu Dhabi. Big hit there on that elbow pipe.
A bit of outside-in action.
Yeah, and it's really, it's not that easy to go around that corner on the pipe, around the elbow. You've really got to rock to the inside. There we go, pop shove it. Another
pop shove fakie? Or,
yeah. I'm glad I got you here to help me out with these, because I haven't brushed up on my wake skating trick knowledge in a long time, but got a toe side approach here into the step down rooftop, front lip slide, frontside board slide. James Windsor across to the skate box.
Little outside ollie on, front board?
Yeah, front board, 270 out.
Yep. Back 1 before 4th tower.
Coming into the kicker for his last hit. What's he got? Backside 360.
Back 3.
Sticking it clean in. What's...
Trying to fit that in at the end there.
Wanted the 3 shove. He obviously saw Gavin Stuckey absolutely crush it right before him. So that was a solid run for a solid man, James Windsor. We got a score in for Gavin Stuckey, a 75.25. So that's going to be a hard one to beat. We'll see James Windsor, I believe, up there in that second spot. And it's going to be interesting to see, because Kai only got 1 line of the cable. Well, he got the kicker, and then he got the main straight, and then he fell down the back there. So and he's sitting in second place. Well, he's going to get bumped down, but he's got a 28.75. So he's got every opportunity to, if he stands up in the second run, to really challenge those top 2 riders. But we'll get a score from Windsor soon. And
that was a good run from Windsor, eh?
Yeah, really cool
run.
to see him. He's still got it. Still got it.
Yeah, he hasn't lost it one bit, man. even being out in the mines now, I'm pretty sure he is. over the last, I think 6 months he made that decision. Still riding a lot, still killing it.
That's really cool, and it's really interesting to see where people go once they decide to hang up the competitive wakeboard boots. Sometimes you really got to get back to real life and make a real income.
Yeah, man.
It only lasts for so long here in the sport. There's always the young bucks coming through, always the next wave of riders. So, Windsor made his way into the mines. And so what have you been up to?
Oh man, like you've been saying, it's interesting to see where we all end up at, a certain time of our career once we're done with wakeboarding and the competing side. And myself, man, like Ange and I were obviously living on the Gold Coast about 4 years ago, and the last 4 years we've been up in Cairns. My family is up there. My dad lives in Cairns and always has. And Ange and I obviously grew up in Cairns, but then we were, all over the world with the competing and everything. And yeah, man, like Ange and I are just so busy in Cairns now at my dad's business on the Esplanade there in Cairns, Rattle and Hum.
Cool.
And yeah, mate, that's what's taken all our time, to be honest. I'm there full time, 2 days a week. I get off like any 9-to-5 job, and those 2 days I'm spending as much as I can with Ange and Koa.
Yeah.
But loving every minute of it, mate.
And I've seen you've tried your hand in a few different things over the years.
Correct.
But, and it's just cool to see. Like, I feel like even becoming a pro rider, really pushing ourselves in a sport like this, you do pick up random other skills or different attributes that we can apply to new careers. So, no, that's really cool to see how your journey's been going. We got Kai Ditch on the water, tail grab with a little, was that Benny Ha?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
That's so cool. And
clean as.
Yeah, man. And that's why, obviously, without the full pull, he's already got a decent score. Ollieing on right up.
Little shove.
Onto the box. A shove there. He's going to come into the elbow of the pipe.
Oh!
Front board slide.
Front board through the kink.
That is not an easy thing to do. We're going to see a front side big spin. That's where he does his body does a 180. The wake skate does a 360.
Front three on the flat. Landing wrapped. Front side big the other way.
Yeah. Is that switch big spin?
Yeah. Little butt check.
Oh, actually, the other one was switch. That one was
regular.
Front side 360 there. He's going to come to the outside for the step down rooftop rail.
Oh, shove on. Board slide.
No way.
All the way.
If he keeps this going, he is going to be challenging.
Oh, he's riding away from it.
I was about to say that was Curse of the Commentator. Still hanging on.
Front board shove out there, little bump check. That's all right, he's pulled himself back up.
Oh, this could be...
Front three off the kicker there. Finish him with... going for the kick flip.
Wow, so awesome to see Kai Ditch put together a full run there. Almost lost it with that Curse of the Commentator.
That was nice.
I really liked that one, that front board slide on the kink.
Yeah.
And then that shove on to that
on that step.
That rooftop rail.
Yeah, the rooftop rail.
So hey, he might be challenging Gavin Stuckey for that top spot. Like, he's going to be right up there. James Windsor's sitting with a 56.33. And Gavin Stuckey's 75.25. So I would say Kai might end up between the two of them. I'm not out here judging. I'm by no means a wake skate expert. But
yeah, it'll be close between those two, I think, for the second spot, hey?
Yeah.
At the moment.
I think that shove onto the box, onto that rooftop rail is really going to stand out in the judges' minds. Obviously, they won't like that drag out where he almost went down.
Yeah,
it'll be a little red cross, but it's we'll have some scores dropping through soon. If you are following along and watching on the WWA Rideline app, you'll be getting the live scores. We've got the schedule, results, all that sort of stuff. If you're watching here on YouTube, welcome. So great to have you. Drop a comment down below, and if you are interested in getting a little bit more info, download that WWA Rideline app. Here we go, Dakota Mundy.
And then toe side.
Yeah, airing out off that kicker. And a lot of these things on a wake skate, they look relatively simple. But to do an air off a kicker is not that easy.
Yeah, mate, I can't even do a normal air off the kicker on a wake skate. I'm that bad at it.
Onto the pipe, just dropping off, not able to zip around inside that kink. Dakota standing tall still as he moves through his run.
Coming through first tower. Nothing there.
Looks like he might be hanging on. Just may not want the big long swim back. Wants to come back around to the features and get himself some more scoring potential on these rails. Going to approach right here to the rooftop rail with the step down in it.
Forward slide all the way.
Ah, that was nice.
Yeah, clean all the way along that. Ooh.
He's looking solid.
Yeah, clean hits on the last few.
Obviously not going to be enough to challenge those top riders that we've got there. Oh, going for that shove. Unfortunately, not able to get his feet back square on the board and keep that balance, that center of gravity in the right spot. But really cool to hear the crowd getting behind him. He's a local rider. Obviously, these Aussie fans will get behind anyone, any of the local riders. But yeah, it's really cool to hear. That was a 3 shove.
Yeah, it looked like a 3 shove he's gone for.
Yeah.
Oh.
He almost went past 3 shove.
Yeah.
It was like a 450 shove.
This is Gavin, isn't it?
Yep. Gavin Stuckey, our second to last rider. He's we haven't got a score for Kai Ditch yet. We will get that very soon, I believe.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, yep. Kai has bumped his way up just above, as you said.
Yep.
Just above James Windsor with a 58.75. Not enough to challenge Gavin Stuckey. So looks like Windsor is the only one who's going to be able to change the order here. Gavin firmly in top spot right now. And with Windsor in third, here's the opportunity to either step up his run just a little to beat Kai, or does he really go for broke to take out the win?
Yeah, right. And I think, like you were saying before with Kai Ditch, like the technicality of his first run, I know there were a few fumbles, obviously relative to what they scored just then. But I think if he can clean that up, he could, get pretty close to Gavin there.
Yeah, he would be able to. Unfortunately, he's had both of his rides.
Oh, yeah, shoot.
So he won't get another chance at it. There's that backside 360 and then a ollie 360.
Yep.
On the water. Shove up onto the box with a little frontside lip slide. I love this one here. The transfer on a wake skate is really challenging.
Yeah, that's so pretty, man. That just makes that look so easy. Shove before the first corner.
I mean, getting the right line to do that transfer is hard enough on a wakeboard.
Yeah, yeah. Inside shove.
Toe side, backside 180. Front side 360, and then the sex change.
Oh yeah, body varial kind of thing.
Body varial. Actually, I believe the sex change with the kickflip, right? I think possibly.
I think that's what it is, eh?
Yeah. 270 on shove
Gavin.
over the step down.
Wow, man.
That's stepping up, I believe, from his last run. There's a shove onto back lip.
Oh, Gavin.
Shove off. Gavin Stuckey. Is there anything this young ripper cannot do? What's he got for us? Off the kicker.
Shove off the
Shove
kicker.
off the kicker without a grab.
Into the
Locked
3
in.
shove. Wow, Gavin, that was amazing, man.
Probably didn't even need to, but he's going to better a score right there.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yep, that was flawless.
He's making it incredibly difficult for James Windsor to even come close to stepping up and beating him. But, Windsor is a talented skater, talented waterman.
That was flawless, eh, that run?
That was so good. The shove on the back lip, shove off.
And then that was a big shove off the kicker there.
ridiculous. Now, what blows my mind is, like, he is an incredible wakeboarder, and that takes a lot of time on the water to do. But where does he find the time to go wake skating as well, and to go kiteboarding, and to go surfing, and to do all the things that he does? That family is ridiculous in terms of their talent. I believe even the mum and dad Stuckey might even be world champs in their own divisions.
I think you're right.
Or even at least national champions. They'll be watching right now. Shout out to Mum and Papa Stuckey. They'll be watching back there in Orlando. Not sure how late it is right now. It's probably maybe getting close to midnight, late at night over there. And big shout out to anyone tuning in from all around the world. Great to have you with us on the WWA Rideline app or watching live on YouTube. Backside 180 for Windsor.
Switch back one.
And a little TikTok out on
yeah. TikToking like he's on a wakeboard. Oh, board slide, back 2 out.
Up the banana rail. Love that. That's not a easy rail to balance on.
Into the kink. Oh, window.
Too far on the inside of the kink.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that's taken him down. So that means your 2024 world champion in pro man wake skating, taking out 2 world titles already today. And we've only just gone past midday. Gavin Stuckey, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, he was only wakeboarding like, what, 20, 30 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Hey man, like you were saying about their, the family, the Stuckey fam, mate, they got some weapon genes in their family.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to know where it came from, to get some scientists to check out their DNA and splice it into, whoever. It's just ridiculous.
It really is.
Shout out to the Stuckeys. And big shout out to all the riders out there, Kai Ditch, Dakota Mundy, Gavin Stuckey, and James Windsor, your Pro Men Wake Skate final.
Yeah, good work, guys.
So awesome. Seeing some highlights here of why Gavin has taken out that world title, that shove on, backlip shove off, and that one right there to cap it off, and the 3 shove. Just
wow,
mind-blowing.
Mate, it really, seeing Gavin riding at the level he is on a wakeboard and wake skate, it really reminds me of how Daniel Grant has been the last, 10, 15 years. He's been, in the industry and at the top of his game.
Yeah.
There's not many people that can do the 2 different aspects of the sport,
And
that well.
And it's really cool. I was talking to Trent before about some of the influences that he has had throughout his riding career, the people he's looked up to, the likes of James Windsor, and the way that back, 10, 12 years ago when we were at those world championships and Windsor's going 360 on to wrap nose press, he's one of the first guys I saw doing those sorts of tricks.
Yeah.
And some of those things are standard now in runs, and so it's really interesting to find out where these riders are drawing influence from. Obviously, I can imagine Daniel Grant is one of those people as well that the Stuckey brothers have looked up to throughout the years, and a lot of riders have looked up to. But speaking of which, the next division that we're going into is one that I'm really excited for. It's the adaptive sitting division. So these are riders that have disabilities of some sort that are affecting them. They're unable to stand on a wakeboard. They have adapted. They've got this sitting frame. They're mounted on top of a wakeboard, and some of these guys are just mind-blowing in what they can do. Right here with my boy Matty Hasler, we go back a long way.
We do,
really cool to have you here, and I'm just really enjoying being here in the booth, talking about wakeboarding. A sport that I'm so passionate about. So big thanks to the WWA for inviting me here, for inviting you to be a part of it. Just really cool. And I was chatting to some of these riders yesterday. There was one of them, I'm going to look here just to see if it's in the bio. Actually, I love that we've got some really good bios here for these riders. We can find out a lot more about them. Things that I know a lot about with spinal cord injuries and the different levels and how they affect your body. So, just trying to find here. Like some of these riders, you know, they're coming from freestyle motocross, where the injuries have happened. Coming from other injuries, could be a car crash. But hey, we're crossing over right now to Gavin Stuckey.
Look out.
Dude, 2 world titles before lunch. How do you do it, mate? Like, what are you feeling right now?
I mean, it's the best thing that could have happened. I feel on top of the world, and one more to go. So got to get ready.
And Maddie and I were talking in here. We've had a couple of riders that have, you know, taken out double world championships in one weekend. I don't know if we've ever had someone take out 3 in a weekend. It'd be interesting to find out. We need to look back in the archives that you may know, but no doubt your mum and dad will be back home watching. They'll be incredibly proud of you. So, yeah, anyone you want to give a shout out to while you're here, you got the opportunity and you're on screen.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure if anyone's done the 3P. I know Daniel Grant, you know, he's pretty talented on both aspects, so he could be there. I'd say back home, I would say a big shout out to everyone in the 407, you know, my friends and family watching at home. It means a lot to me, and you guys are the ones that feed me and keep me going. So super excited that you all are tuned in and watching me.
Yeah, no doubt. You'll have a lot of supporters out there. You've been absolutely crushing it so far. I had your brother up here in the booth with me while you were riding in the pro division earlier, and yeah, he's obviously incredibly proud. You know, you guys have a really cool competitive rivalry. You know, it's like if you're not on the top spot, you want your brother to be there, and if you're on the top spot, you want your bro to be right there next to you. So you guys are going to be battling it out coming out this afternoon. That's going to be the last event of the day. So how are you going to manage your energy and recoup and re-energize before your features final later on today?
I'd say most importantly, you know, I got to replenish. I like to keep it nice and light on competition day. Don't want to be too much weight in the stomach. So some fruits, some snacks, a lot of water, some Gatorade. That's ideal. Yesterday, I even skipped lunch because I didn't want to be holding me down. So probably going to do the same today and then replenish maybe a steak dinner tonight.
Yeah, you can't have that burrito weighing down your belly while you're out there riding. So no, that's very smart of you, and just want to say huge congratulations to you, Gavin. 2 so far today. Can you make it 3? I know you're going to be gunning for it, and I'm really excited to watch.
I'm going to do my best. Thanks so much, guys, and everyone at home for watching me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Gav, you're killing it, man.
Cheers, Gavin. All right, now we're going to take a little bit of a break here for a moment while we get set up for this adaptive men's division. I'm really excited for it. We'll catch you soon.
See you guys.
You want me to grab the tripod?
Hey!
to 8 minutes to go.
Welcome back, folks. We are live right now. The WWA Wake Park World Championships, sponsored by Nautique, presented by GM Marine, and we have got a division that I've been really excited to watch. This is the adaptive setting division. From the men's, we got is that elk?
Elk Horning.
Elk
Looks like
Horning.
we're on the water with elk.
He's just carving around now. I'm not sure exactly if he is into his run, if it's started just yet, or if he's going around and spraying. In here, he's from Labrador, Queensland, and the comment he's made is, most people take up lawn bowls. He took up wakeboarding.
Whoa, that's caffeinated, dude. I don't usually go Red Bull,
All right. So good to be back in the booth here with Brad. We're rolling through. Scotty here. We got elk on the water.
Welcome back, Scotty.
Nice little fitty straight up that elevator there for elk.
So cool, yeah. So they're all getting up on the nose around the corner. Oh, you don't want to get too much further than that.
Yeah, you got a lot of tension when you're sitting out there.
Yeah, surface back 180. Oh no, and just catching the edge on the way out. Yeah, elk, unfortunate there, but they're really cool to see these adaptive riders out getting amongst it. You know, a lot of these people will have either gone through an injury or potentially been born with a condition that means that they cannot wakeboard in the traditional way. So yeah, finding a way to go adaptive wakeboarding. Obviously it's a very challenging thing to do. These features must be daunting. You know, it's hard enough standing on a board with you know, the ability to balance and use your legs to soak things up. But yeah, elk going, you know, hitting the features there, getting some solid hits, getting that surface back 180, just unfortunately coming unstuck at the end there.
The level of speed and you know, control to be able to do that as well, like the forces that you're having to deal with sort of going around those corners, all that space, all that pace from that sort of thing. Like we're moving forwards already at a great rate, sort of like, you know, 20 to 25 miles an hour sort of pace. And yeah, like you say, coming up on those features, that would be very daunting. So elk doing an incredible job out there, getting that surface 180 in. Unfortunately, just getting pulled a little bit out the back there, but still looking so good.
I'm 6 foot and off, sure.
Difference in weight distribution at the nose and the tail of the board as well. When she was coming around corner number 4, managed to hold it together and not pulled over the front. It's nice skill. So Adrian in the green bib just getting himself ready to go. He's got his handle in hand. He looks ready and set.
What a pocket setup, and it was just like the most unergonomical camera I've ever seen.
All right, it looks like we are getting our second rider set up on the water right now.
All right, we got Adrian Berra coming around to get set up there, and He started riding in August last year, just August, at a free inclusion session offered at Gold Coast Wake Park. So that was offered for anyone with a disability. So big ups to Daniel Watkins for coming up with things like that. He has like grassroots days that he has. He has things like this, you know, giving people the opportunity, anyone with a disability, to come out and experience wakeboarding. So cool. Spent the summer learning to ride at Bayside Wake Park and absolutely sending it, going off the XL kicker.
That was a boost. Absolutely sent that outside kicker there. So much height. Nice, getting that 90 turn on that Busty Dunn signature rail there. Got on the inside box, throwing that control as he goes down that first straight.
Now he received a spinal cord injury in 2017 and didn't really know what to do for many years. I can relate to that. You know, you go through an injury like that, you don't really know what possibilities there are for you. You know, immediately you think you're not going to be able to do anything. But it's really cool as you learn, as you go on and you learn to adapt. So obviously they call this adaptive wakeboarding. And yeah, so, you know, he found a love for it, does it regularly up at Bayside, Bly, comes down here and really loves to go there with his wife and daughter and just loves wakeboarding. He's frothing on it, great family sport. And as we know, Scotty, that's it's an easy sport to fall in love with.
It is such an easy sport to fall in love with. It is really unique in that aspect of sort of really just bringing the whole family and keeping the whole family together as well, because you really can get out there, you know, whether you are here at the wake park or out on the boat. That was huge. Did so well to boost such a big air like that.
Unreal.
Incredible finish to the run there. But yeah, it was. It is just such an easy sport to be able to do that and just spend time with your loved ones and your mates and that sort of stuff and build a community. And, you know, that's exactly what we're seeing here.
In the red bib, we're going to have Grant Miller make his way onto the water. Grant is classified.
Yeah, especially when you're, you know, as you mentioned, sort of trying to, you know, figure out what you want to do and how you want to spend your time and that sort of stuff, and actually being able to find that community and find a sport that you can truly fall in love with. And, you know, it can be so much more than the sport itself, and it's actually all about the people, as we know, and the way you can bring it together. And, you know, even at this event here at the WWA Wake Park Worlds on the Gold Coast, we've got all these riders from absolutely everywhere, and we've got all these communities even just across Australia that have all travelled to, you know, not only compete but just hang out and watch. And, you know, as we're seeing these beautiful shots now, the car park's absolutely rammed. The crowd outside now is just huge. You know, day two again, just such a great turnout for everyone to support all of these divisions.
And it's just day 2 of 8. You know, we got 2 more days to follow up here at the Wake Park World Champs here at Gold Coast Wake Park, and then we're going to be sending it over to the Spit. We're going to be down, getting amongst the boat World Championships. It's going to be a long week, but I'm here for it. I'm stoked for it. And yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, it's just really cool to see with these adaptive riders the way that, you know, injuries that have happened and them just finding something like this that they can do still. And that was a journey I went on, because it felt like there's nothing that we can do, you know. And it's like, all right, well, it's when you start focusing forward, you stop looking back, and you're like, all right, I can't do the things I used to be able to do. What can I do? You know, it's a really powerful way to live. Looks like we got, is it Grant Miller on the water now? He's classified as a T6 complete paraplegic from a car accident 24 years ago. Now, T6 is the 6th vertebrae in your thoracic down, so you've got 7 cervical vertebrae at the top, and then 12 thoracic vertebrae. So the 6th one down there, so it means he does have arm function, and he's able to hang on to that rope and get out here on the water, get in that adaptive wakeboard.
Steering down the lake and heading off towards these big old features as he's ripping around there. I mean, it's really interesting, you know. It's obviously great to have such a an in-depth knowledge of it, to know so much more about it, you know, for us and for our fans on the live feed here to really understand that and just appreciate what it takes to do something like that.
Now, was that a backwards entry? Switch, I guess you'd call it.
Switch entry, yeah.
Into the kicker. Coming up to the box with a side slide. See, and that's what I've been meaning to ask these guys. How do you call the tricks? Because they're not standing one way or the other, and you've got to go, you know, like, it doesn't matter which way you're going, I guess. I suppose depending on the approach to the rail, whether it's a lip slide, board slide. I'm looking forward to having a conversation with these guys to find out a little bit more. But he's another rider that started adaptive water sports right here at Gold Coast Wake Park. So thanks to Daniel Watkins once again for putting together those adaptive sessions for people to come and give it a go. And if you're listening in, if you're tuning in right now, you know, and you're in that situation and you're thinking of giving it a go, come on down to Gold Coast Wake Park and get amongst it. Yeah, a board slide across that one on that step down rail. He's going for the Stucky feature. Oh, transfer. Do we call that a nose press?
I think a nose press. He totally nose pressed the top of that. Nose tapped it. He's given us the wave, so he is okay, which is fantastic to see, but absolutely not holding back. And I mean, why would you? Why wouldn't you? It's the WWA Wake Park World Championships here, and that was awesome. I mean, I guess I'd probably think about the degrees. Like, that was like a 90-degree slide up the kicker there. Bit of a, you know, clockwise 90 on that one, and then did the warm-up on the rooftop there, and then...
Oh, the nose pick.
Nose pick.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been so cool if he'd actually been able to pull that one back.
Yeah.
He went way too far over the nose on that one. I think he went I love this note here in his bio. He says, "For me, adaptive cable skiing is more than just a social activity. I'm super competitive, and I love the fact that it's just you in the water, no wheelchair." And I can relate to that. Now, this next rider coming up, I believe, is, you know, even though they're not standing and not using necessarily the legs in the way a regular wakeboarder would, he's out there riding with a broken leg, broken tib and fib.
Wow.
I was chatting with him yesterday. That's why you see that left leg all wrapped up. So
that's dedication to want to make sure that you take part in these wakeboard world championships. Like, you
Yeah.
can see the stoke on him right there. He was not going to miss out on that one.
There he is. He's stoked. He knows he's on screen there, giving a shout out and a wave. We got some scores in. Grant Miller with 65. Excuse me here for a second while I pull this up. Adrian Berra is in second place with a 60, and Alec Horning in third spot right now with a score of 40. But yeah, Andrew Hansel, I'm going to pull up his bio right here to learn a little bit more about him. He's got an interesting background. He broke his back in 2014 at Freestyle Motocross National Championships. So coming over from freestyle, and in 2014, world's first to backflip a dirt bike as a paraplegic.
Wow.
So I know there was Bruce Cook that was doing it in the Nitro Circus stuff. I actually thought that he was the first to do it. So really cool to get corrected on that, and to have this young man out here.
To have that insight, but also to have, you know, such an incredible athlete here to, you know, make that transition and be out here doing his thing. No wonder he wants to get out there with a broken leg. He's used to absolutely sending it.
Awesome to see they got the safety pickup boat there out picking up our riders, because clearly it's a bit more challenging to get them back to the dock.
Yeah.
You would have to run their wheelchair to them, and just all complicated. So really cool to see that. And as he said, first to flip a dirt bike as a paraplegic, and he can flip at the cable park as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. He's known for as non-profit for WD started adaptive wakeboard sessions for people with disabilities. helping others find the sport to enjoy and take further, wanting to push adaptive wakeboarding into the Paralympics.
Wow.
Amazing.
It is absolutely awesome. And how cool it would be to see. Such a presence, such a great person to have out here, and excited to see him.
And let me just say it again. He's riding with a broken leg. That is commitment.
That is so commitment.
That is absolute commitment. But honestly, after reading his bio, I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised at all. I reckon he could be riding with 2 broken legs and maybe a broken arm, and he'd still be out there trying to flip or
Totally.
whatever.
He broke his back, freestyle motocross, and then he went back and backflipped a motorbike as a paraplegic. Absolutely insane. So he's getting a bit of a lap, getting pulled around. His run is going to start when he gets to the first kickers, or to those kickers at the front. That's going to be the start and finish of his ride.
So yeah, take that opportunity. The way these this setup works with sort of starting and finishing on the kickers there, you get that opportunity to have a little feel out the water too, and obviously feel out how your broken tib and fib is working out for you right now too, because I dare say he probably hasn't had too much practice because you don't really want to be putting too much pressure on it either. But hey, let's start off with the biggest kicker on the course.
Look at the cut he's taking.
Oh
my God. And just a reminder, they do not have the ability to absorb the landing with their legs. So it must be such hard landings. You see them almost bounce out of it.
Oh, what a hero. 90 slide there as well. That, to start with the biggest kicker on the course as well. What a
Full
legend.
send.
Full send.
Would not expect any less from this man. After meeting him yesterday, we had a good chat. Getting a little shoulder check on the wall there, on the transfer box. Andrew Hensel. Solid start to the run.
I mean, even that feature, there was probably an easier line that he could have taken on that feature, but to go between the handrail and that sort of top ledge there, full send.
Nice little surfers 180 going backwards there for a little bit. Just showing the control that he's got on that adaptive wakeboard.
Does have a lot. I mean, obviously, if you can do a backflip on a motorbike, you can probably do a lot of things. So you're certainly seeing some great control from him there. Using that step down rail there, using that inside booter there, that's one of those hack features where we've got multiple obstacles together.
Yeah.
He's
now,
also
going around the Stucky feature. I'm not sure if that broken leg is going to affect whether he is going to go for a flip. He's getting wide. He might go for it here. Full cut at the kicker. Is he going to go for it? Yeah, going backwards. Oh, no, not quite getting the full rotation. He is okay. He's signaling to the crowd. Absolutely lapping it up. The crowd is going wild for him. Full send, Andrew Hensel. So cool to see. We got the replay going on right now, boosting off that XL kicker. And it makes me proud as part of the adaptive community. These guys out here absolutely crushing it.
Oh, mate, it's absolutely awesome to see. I just can't really wrap my head around just doing that. Even just opening up with that huge booter with a broken leg, and then coming around and just sending that super late cut to a backflip, mate. I'm just stoked that we have Andrew's presence as well. So thank you so much, and to all our athletes in the adaptive division, absolutely awesome showing from everyone.
And we have an adaptive standing rider as well. Matt Curran. Now, I'm not sure because on the format here it says we've got our adaptive setting have 2 runs. They may be just giving Andrew his first run out there and then looping back to the start of the order is what it sounds like. And now I don't have unfortunately a bio, but looking there looks like he has a prosthetic on his right leg, which looks like it is above the knee, possibly. But we'll be interested to see there, where that, that prosthetic goes up to, how much control he has of that leg. But just to see him coming out here, competing, getting amongst it, is so damn cool.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I have seen him getting around the site here over the past couple of days, and I think, as you say, I do believe it is up above the knee there. So, level of control or lack of control that you would have in trying to stand on a prosthetic to be able to do that and then take it out to the water there, like incredible. So I mean, out in practice the other day, and he was definitely not holding back. So as none of these athletes are, from right when we kicked things off the morning with under 13 boys elite right through to now, like no one is holding back. No one is wasting their time at the Worlds here.
Why would you? It's the world champs. I mean, you're here to throw down. You're here to put yourself up against the best in the world, and we're seeing the cream rising to the top. So far today, we've been crowning world championships. We've already got one young man who's won 2, has the chance to win 3 in one day, which I think will be a first ever, if I could remember. But yeah, I'm just
We've
excited.
been to a lot of events. It's it's probably a bit difficult to remember, I'd say.
I mean, there'd be very, very few people who could do it. Daniel Grant, James Windsor.
Yeah.
Not that many.
Not
others.
that many. Yeah. Be a tough ask. So if we can pull that off at this particular Wake Park World Championships as well, it will be amazing and testament to the event that we're already enjoying so much with all these incredible athletes from 33 countries. I think it's 33 or 35 countries at the moment. We've got hundreds of athletes from absolutely everywhere, and just making the most of it.
I'm going to take a moment to give you a shout out here, Scotty, because you are the contest director or the contest organizer. You've been the guy on the hustle, pulling this thing together, obviously with the WWA team behind you. And it's really cool. This is a somewhat of a new role for you. You've evolved since leaving the sport of wakeboarding as a competitor, gone through a few different jobs, a few different career choices and career paths, and it seems to have all been leading you back here to hold the WWA Wakeboard and Wake Park World Champs here in your home country. How proud are you for pulling that together?
Mate, it takes a team. It takes a village to do it. So I'm obviously extremely proud to head up getting the Worlds back here in Australia, both Wake Park first time for Wake Park, and then bringing the Boat Worlds back here for the first time in 20 years. So I'm thrilled just to be a part of it, be a part of the WWA and bringing these Worlds events here. It's really exciting, and obviously that personal touch of being from Australia and having lived and travelled so much around the world and built all these incredible friendships and partnerships with everyone that we work with to get these events happening. So, mate, it's incredible, and I'm thrilled to be sitting right here next to you as well. So,
it's awesome. I had Maddie Hasler in here earlier, and we were talking about that same thing. Like when you leave wakeboarding and you go off and you do other things, but I feel like even though there may not be, wakeboarding may not have a lot of things that you can then lead on to in terms of a career choice, but I feel like there's a lot of things in like personal growth and things that we learn about ourselves and things that we carry on and can take into other careers, which can be very far from wakeboarding, but yours has led you back to it, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, it is cool. I mean, sport really teaches you a lot of stuff, doesn't it? It's I think that's a very unique thing to sport on the whole. Action sports absolutely as well, because action sports brings in that whole element of kind of danger and serious injury and things that come with action sports. So it's sort of, there's a level of grit, a level of determination that you just don't experience if you were doing something else. So.
Here we go, Matt Curran going a Rayleigh to start it off. Oh my God,
imagine.
doing that.
That's awesome.
With a prosthetic on his front leg. You would hate for it to come unattached on the way through the middle of that Rayleigh. Can I say that?
Yeah. I think that's I think he's probably got that pretty wrapped on nice and tight. But I mean, great extension on that Rayleigh too. Through that kink rail, nice control. Definitely doesn't look like, that level of control on the board. It doesn't look like he'd be riding through it.
I mean, if you were standing on the bank and saw him riding around the park, you'd have no idea.
You'd have a clue.
No idea. And just, it's so inspiring to see these riders out here conquering adversity from whatever has gone on in their lives to get them where they are now. Just coming through, competing in the World Championships, and just, it's mind-blowing to me. He's coming into the rooftop rail now with a backside board slide all the way along, full pull.
Oh, beautiful work on the rooftop rail. Made that look very, very easy, and that stucky feature there. Is he going to go across as well?
Oh, going the 180 and just clipping the outside rail with the nose of his board. So that sent him out the front. We got the crowd giving him plenty of cheers and applause for that. That was so cool to watch. That Rayleigh, though, look at this replay. Full send on the Rayleigh. Getting a little bit of a washout on the ledge.
Drop off the back of that ledge on the Basti signature rail as well. So, like, not only the big old drop from the Rayleigh, but then the big drop off that ledge, and he made it look so easy, unfortunately, to get pulled down on that stocky feature there. But mate, he almost had the rail-to-rail transfer on that one, and
yeah,
he's definitely also, as with all of our athletes here, not holding back. So
yeah, but mad props to Matt Curran out here in the adaptive standing division for the Wake Park World Championships, and sounds like we're going to be looping back to the top of the order with the adaptive sitting. The current standings, we have Andrew Hensel with a score of 70. We have Grant Miller with a 65. We have Adrian Berra with a 60. And Al Corning with a score of 40. So, you know, they have the opportunity to shuffle those things around, step things up. But, you know, Andrew's sitting pretty solid in that top spot.
Yeah, definitely looking comfortable there.
I love that we get another ride too, because then he can go for that backflip again.
I know.
I'm so stoked.
I hope his broken leg is feeling fine, but I don't think it's going to bother him. I think the smile from ear to ear and the shaka of like, it's all good, I'm ready to go again.
Pure grit
what
from
a
that
legend.
man.
Absolute grit. So, but yeah, as we was sort of saying, I think sport on the whole, it certainly gives you something else. It teaches you stuff. It's if you were lucky enough to do it, right up the top level as we have been, it sort of teaches you something special as well. So you can kind of take those experiences and whatnot and work on other things. And as we both have done as well, and worked in other aspects of our life and other jobs and whatnot. But to be able to bring that those experiences into that work and then bring it back into the wakeboard world and try and throw a good event, it's pretty exciting.
So cool. We're kind of both doing that in our own way. Like, I've come back. This is my first time back and commentating and being back as a part of wakeboarding. So I'm really honored to be here. And honestly, I attribute a lot of the way that I was able to overcome my injury to what I learned throughout my career as a wakeboarder. There's a lot of ups and downs, a lot of highs and lows, a lot of things that,
things you've got to move on from.
They build your adversity, your resilience. That adversity builds your resilience, and as much as throughout my career, blowing my knee, blowing my shoulder, the ups and downs with sponsors and financial struggles and things like that, as much as they all sucked at the time, I learned so much from them, and I wouldn't be where I am today had I not gone through those struggles. So it's about embracing it, sometimes like being present for the amazing moments, learning from the things, the down moments, and here we are today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the inspiring thing about seeing someone take to the water or take to any of their sport and actually really execute well as they do is identifying and appreciating that presence in the moment, and knowing that whether you're the world champion in pro men or the potential world champion in our adaptive division right now, they're present, they're in the moment, they're learning, and they're being there and making the most of it. So,
and being on the water and being in those moments, like whether you're whether it's wakeboarding back in the day for me, and I've recently enjoyed getting back in the water and just kind of holding my breath and sitting at the bottom of a pool, and those types of moments is where I found I was most present. I wasn't worried about anything else that was going on in life. The noise in your head kind of shuts off, and you're just there in flow state in the moment. And again, I feel like that's what's so addictive about sports, about especially wakeboarding and extreme sports, action sports. And yeah, we've got our first rider, Al Corning, coming around that final corner, giving a big wave to the crowd.
Waving to the crowd.
Just pure stoked to be there.
That's her finding her flow, finding her focus, and embracing the crowd here, as she well should, because there's an incredible turnout here at Gold Coast Wake Park.
Yeah, and she said she could have taken up lawn bowls, but she took up wakeboarding.
I know what my choice would have been as well, and I'm glad we've got Elk here enjoying it as well. So, yeah, beautiful lineup there, down through the motor tower, down first straight, and just enjoying all the conditions of Gold Coast Wake Park here. It's a funny one, that sort of focus that you find in sport. I know you're really enjoying it now with your free diving and enjoying those moments there, sitting on the bottom of the ocean. It's very cool. It's also very inspiring. You've already done so many inspiring things for all of us in your life, and that's just another one. So it's cool. But that's that aspect of sport too, and seeing someone like Elk out there in the water and just being inspired by sport. I think that's what sport really does, and it's awesome to see.
Yeah, looks like she's getting a little warm-up hit on a couple of the features there.
This is
the run.
This is the run. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Went up the safety. You almost went for that little nose tap that we saw from I think it was Adrian earlier. But yeah, Elk going I think inside kicker on this time. Good lean back on that one. So smooth on the landing, and she's stoked, and she should be. That was awesome.
What it's all about right there. That smile on her face, hand up in the air, and the crowd cheering her on. That's what we're here for. That's what I came here for anyway.
Yeah. Always great to see someone get back to the dock, and it doesn't always happen. Sometimes the pressure gets to you, or the excitement of the crowd, and I think we've probably both had that too, where you've been at those bigger events where everyone's a bit excited around you, and you're just embracing it and kind of forget what you're doing.
Yeah.
Elk managed to pull that all together, though, and just vibing off the crowd here, and you can see everyone in the dock there in the background, just so stoked for her.
Yeah, so rad. We will have very shortly Adrian Barrow back out there. Had his injury back in 2017. And just been navigating the journey, navigating life since then, and was very grateful to find wakeboarding, adaptive boarding through Gold Coast Wake Park, where we are right now. Daniel Watkins putting on some free sessions for people to come and give it a go. And it's so awesome to hear that DW did that and does that.
He's such a supporter of it. Yeah,
really is. He just frosts on the sport.
Really
Absolute frother.
Just another legend too of Australian wakeboarding, but of wakeboarding on the whole, and water skiing and everything, water sports on the whole. DW's absolutely just had such a big influence on all of us, but of the world. So great to have him host the event here for us for the Wake Park portion of it, and we really appreciate everyone at Gold Coast Wake Park support to bring here the Nautique 2024 Wake Park World Championships.
Just mute.
Here he comes now, looking at opening up his run. He's going to be heading towards the big outside kicker here. Full send off the top of this. Off he goes.
All right. Booting off there.
Launching off the XL kicker. And that's not the standard unit XL kicker. I believe that's one that was made here. And Trent Stuckey was actually saying it is even bigger and boosts them.
I mean, they are going cable height. Like, they're coming in and they're right up there. Like, definitely getting super amplitude. And, like, you can really notice that actually in this sitting division. Like, they're not, able to have that ability to push off like some of our other divisions. And you're still going so high in the air. So, yeah, she's a big booter.
Yeah, and it must be challenging as well to get a really progressive and powerful edge at some of these features as well. Without really leaning straight back against the rope, you're having to go side to side. I'm pumped watching this. Adrian Barrow on the water right now, and he's a Brisbane local, so not far away. Then that was a nice hit on that step down rooftop rail.
So smooth on that one. Shot the gap. Nice 90, like straight through the middle of the board there. So really locked in on that rooftop and then shot the gap on the Stuckey rail.
Is he going to go? Oh, boosting out the front, a big swan dive to finish it off. The crowd going wild for him, as they should. Adrian Barrow, great showing out here at The WWA Wake Park World Champs brought to you by Nautique and GM Marine.
Doing an incredible job out there, Adrian. Really sending it for the crowd off that big one as well, and sending it for himself. I mean,
it'll be interesting to see. He's sitting only 5 points below Grant Miller, so we'll see if he's able to improve that score. And then we have obviously Grant and Andrew still to come. They're both sitting in the top 2 spots, so it looks like our podium is secure. But honestly, as much as this is the World Champs, they obviously want to get the best result possible. I'm pretty sure all of these adaptive riders are just absolutely stoked just to be out here.
Yeah, no doubt. I was thinking about how, obviously in any sport, and especially a sport like ours in wakeboarding, your equipment is so important. But the thought that goes into the equipment for our adaptive riders as well, like kind of, board choices in terms of size and thickness and things like that.
Even placement of where the seat sits on the board to get that balance. There's a lot of thought that goes into it, and there's loads of adaptive wakeboarders from around the world. Obviously, it's a challenge to travel a long way. It's just I hope there's a lot of others tuning in right now and enjoying the action. Big shout out to you if you are. We're about to get back into it with Grant Miller, another Brisbane local.
Yeah, we're certainly so happy to have everyone on the live feed, and certainly have attended these events and attended other ones we've hosted around the world. We have adaptive divisions not only in Wake Park but certainly in the wakeboard as well. And the WWA, a big supporter of bringing these events all over the globe and so many different places. So great to have it here in Australia. But geez, we've had some great showings from our adaptive riders in years gone past, and certainly seen some incredible performances.
Because you would have had different riders. You had the Wake Park Worlds out in the UK. Was that last year?
Yes.
So it would be cool, like going to different parts of the world, and obviously the riders from that section of the world coming and joining in, and just seeing the talent from all around the world. There must be a big range. So I'm just, honestly, I'm really excited to watch Grant ride, and I'm absolutely frothing to watch Andrew send it at the end there as well. So here we go. Just coming down this last line, getting a little scope out of the rails. Be going through in his head what he's going to do on the way back around. Is he going to go for that nose pick again? I believe it was Grant that did that last time. Big charge into the XL kicker. Looked like a backwards approach, just doing kind of a 180 right as he's at the bottom of the kicker.
Showing super control. That's obviously something he's figured out how to do, to turn away from the kicker right as he gets to the base. And I mean, incredible control and strength from the arms.
90 slide there. I guess we call it a 90 slide, right? That's just whichever way it is. That would be a clockwise 90 right there as well. 90 little butter slide.
Yeah, good clockwise butter slide from him. So great first couple of hits too. Like, he had to edge quite hard to get to the outside of that Busty Done signature rail there to hit that outside ledge. So it kind of locked in a 90 slide, but I guess we kind of call it more on the tail because the nose was sort of hanging on the outside there. So a bit of variety, because I think he went on the inside on the first lap. So mixing up the runs. He's obviously thought it through.
Yeah, and
I mean, it is the Worlds. You've got it.
He's sitting on a 68, and Adrian has boosted up to a 68. He's gone up above Grant, so Grant, whether he knows that or not, that may be why he's stepping up his run.
Yeah. Probably checking out the live scoring on the WWA Rideline app as we speak. So taking it all in, and like you say, they're obviously just stoked to be on the water, but they want to win as well.
Oh, absolutely launching that last one. Hands up in the air. He's doing all right out there and just soaking in the applause from the crowd. Big ups, Grant Miller. That was awesome. But yeah, the live scoring right now, Andrew Hansel is in the top spot. 70 is his score. And then Adrian Burra with a 68. Grant Miller, who we just saw then, a 65. Can he improve on that? Is that an improvement on his last run?
I definitely saw a bit of extra amplitude, I reckon. I think he sort of felt it out on that first run and then really went for it on that one. Like, that was a much bigger dig, I think, on the kicker, on both of those kicker hits. As I say, I thought, he went for a bit more on that busty done rail as well. And
if it was Grant that went down on that nose pick earlier, then it means he did make it a bit further. He made it further through the run, got an extra hit, and the crowd, really giving it up for him right now. We're down to our last rider in the adaptive sitting, and just going to check out this live scoring. Don't know if that's updated yet. 67, was that a 65 before? I'll keep an eye on that, see if we see any change here and a shuffle around in the order. After the adaptive divisions here, we've got our features pro women final. That's going to be coming up not too far away. Excited to get out and check that one out.
It's there's a lot of action on the water during those particular divisions, pro women and pro men. But in this jam format, we're getting everyone out on the water, so it makes for a lot of viewing for our spectators here.
Wait. So we're going all in at once again. So it's not just the features. That's chaos, pure chaos out there on the water. It's amazing to watch as a spectator on the side. It's kind of hard to follow a little bit when we're watching on screen because you can only be in one place at a time and follow one rider or one feature that's going on. So
it does make it a bit hard from the booth, but
forgive us if you're watching, if we're missing some stuff that's going on. But no, it's going to be exciting to watch those features. Finals coming up this afternoon. But yeah, just saw Andrew Hensel get sent out onto the water, I believe, making his way around and with that broken leg.
Does it? Do we have a notion on how he broke his leg? Because I reckon it was probably doing something pretty interesting.
I was chatting with him yesterday, and it is escaping me at the moment. The one thing he did said, he was like, I just really hope I don't break it even more and end up with a spiral fracture or whatever and pushing it through. I was like, we don't want bone through skin, thank you.
No. No one needs to see that.
Hey, he's committed to taking out the world champs. Absolutely committed.
He does certainly have a level of comfort out there. He's obviously, pretty at home, as he spoke about earlier. He's at home in action sports. He's doing backflips on motorbikes. I mean,
he is no stranger to the send.
So here we go, winding up. This is going to be the first kicker hit. This is going to open up his run.
Yes. Massive, and bouncing out of that one. You can see the bounce that comes afterwards is testament to how big he goes because they cannot absorb the landing. Big, that 90 clockwise slide there. Is he going to shoot the gap or is he going to...
Definitely going that more techie approach. Yeah, shoot the gap.
Shoot the gap, little shoulder check on the wall on the way by.
He's definitely tough stuff right there. But as I say, just making it look smooth. Definitely not showing any signs that a broken leg is bothering him at all right now. I'm just lapping up the conditions down there between Tower 1, 2, and 3 as this Wake Park World Championships event rolls on.
Coming across to the kicker off the side of that little step down rail. Nice little hit there. Going to come into this incline skate box. No, he's going to pass that one up. He is just full committed.
Doesn't want to risk it, does he?
You know what he's got in mind. You know what he is going to come here. The crowd is really, he's amping them up now. Charging into the XL kicker. Backflip, oh no, and just coming unstuck, just not quite a full rotation. digging the nose in. He looks like he might be all right. He's just trying to get himself out of his board.
Out of his chair there, yeah, and he's all good.
It's just, I'm a little concerned. He's out there riding with a broken leg, so hopefully he's okay. No doubt they'll get the boat out to him to make sure that he is all good. But
did put together another nice full run though as well. Like some really good hits there, and I mean, got a bit further around on that one. Had a big old dig again, and just unfortunately taking the nose in there. But
and got to give him a shout out because he is the adaptive sitting WWA Wake Park World Champion. He has claimed the top spot. No one's been able to top it. We're seeing a few replays rolling through on the Rideline app and seeing him now getting picked up by the safety boat. So awesome. He's going to be stoked. World champion.
Yeah, I mean, that feeling. He's definitely achieved a lot of things already in his life, and here's another one for him here, a world championship here in Australia. So congratulations to him there.
Maybe now we can let that leg heal.
Yeah, I think probably, get an ice pack, maybe put the boot up and a bit of flow there. But yeah, obviously the crowd getting right behind him there as well, putting on an incredible show for us here.
How awesome is that?
And then we're going to wrap up the adaptive division with the adaptive standing rider, Matt Curran, and send him back out there with his prosthetic on his front leg. Super inspiring just to see these riders who have gone through adversity, found something they love in wakeboarding, and they're out here at the World Champs.
They're going to be right here.
And the tunes are pumping out there.
Oh yeah,
sounds like a real party out there on the. And I'm going to have to go soon and go and just get amongst it.
Get out there.
Get out there. There's plenty of people to catch up with. Usually I make it like 3 meters, and then I'm chatting to someone.
I'm
and
surprised
for about
you even
20,
make it 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I make it a little bit further. But yeah, it's cool. Now we've got Matt Curran out there. He's just going to take his first lap to get to the starting point.
Now, a lot of faces for you to catch up with out there. We've, even Damo out there. He's Damo.
That's Damo
DJing.
on the tunes.
Yeah.
I knew it was.
Yeah,
I knew it.
We've got Damo in DJing today, and he's doing an incredible job. As you say, you can hear it even on the live feed, and it's absolutely awesome out there. So we'll get you out there, I reckon, straight after
back
this.
to a bit of Prodigy. This is just getting me amped up now.
Well, you got to get these
It's
riders
been a long
started.
morning, I've been in here for a little while, so gonna appreciate the tunes, appreciate the little bit of extra energy there, Damo. Do we know his DJ name?
Damo Cox.
He's just Damo Cox.
Yeah. It's a great name.
Yeah.
Who can go with anything else?
I mean, I saw Carl Cox last year. He's epic. So why would you not just keep?
Yeah. Why would you not
keep
just
the
feed
name
straight off that?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Matty Curran. Is he going to go it again? Yes, he is.
Huge rally, clean landing this time around. He stomped that one nicely on that hillside edge. Into the busted on feature, down the middle, backside board slide, up, gets knocked off by that step up section of the rail, but still riding, going to come into the kink rail here, the pipe, just taking that first part of the pipe rail.
Definitely made that extension look wonderful on that railie, on that first outside kicker. I always find the railie such a funny and amazing, unique thing about wakeboarding. You're not seeing that anywhere else.
It's one of the oldest tricks done on a wakeboard, and it is still the trick that everyone wants to see.
Still the one.
The crowd
that everyone
pleaser.
wants. Yeah, everyone wants to see it. Everyone wants to learn it. But it is such a unique thing. Obviously, having that rope and being able to kick out behind you and bring it back down.
I feel like the only other one would be in like freestyle motocross when they can do their like Superman seat grabs and stuff. It's got a very similar feel to it.
Nice. Getting that kind of frontside lippy on that elevator there.
What are we going to see? Final hit. Charging in. Yeah, another big old rally. The crowd pleaser, fan teaser. Big thank you, Maddie Curran. Absolute ripper out there with the prosthetic, that front leg, still throwing Rayleighs. I'm blown away.
That was huge. A huge showing from him right there. Really big build up, nice hit. Got a bit out the back on that one and still managed to hold that control. Good use of the full course.
And Andrew Hansel finished in the top spot with 70 points in total. Guys, put your hands
Yeah,
together
beautiful
for
stuff
our
from Matty.
captain
Thank
for
you.
the division
Yeah,
as a
good on him
whole.
out there.
Big round of applause.
So cool to see all these adaptive riders out here at the Nautique WWA Wake Park World Championships presented by GM Marine. Huge thank you to the WWA for bringing this event here to Australia, to the Gold Coast. Big shout out to Nautique Boats for being the title sponsor of this event, to the local Nautique Boats dealer, Nautique Central, to Gold Coast Wake Park, the location right here where we're hosting it, for the amazing work that they do for promoting wakeboarding, getting new people into it, which we've just seen here with the adaptive divisions. GM Marine, to Experience Gold Coast, which we are doing, experiencing the Gold Coast. It's this event is proudly supported by Experience Gold Coast, to Roswell Marine, and also to PCM Marine Engines. I'm going to take a quick break now, leave you with it, Scotty, for the Pro Women Features Final. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. I'll come back in a little bit later, but it's been awesome being here.
Thanks for having you in here, Brad, and thanks for everyone tuning in. We'll be back very quickly with the Pro Women Final of the Jam. See you soon.
If your next run doesn't beat that score, then they just won't post the second score. You'll just hold that first score. So the pro women's category is exactly the same, ladies, as we saw earlier on today. So they have a little feel of the course today and what it feels like, what it looks like.
From open road
Claudia absolutely
to open water,
it earlier on. Evie had
we're
the best time.
inspired to push higher
Casey
with confidence.
sending
We
Rivers
revel in
going
our
hard.
achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together, we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Welcome back to the 2024 WWA Wake Park World Championships presented by Nautique. I'm Kristen Beat. We will be hearing from Brad Smela a little bit later on, but I am sideline here getting ready for the Pro Women's Features main event coming up. A World Championship will be decided. Now, previously in the day in the Park division, Claudia Pagnini went ahead and took that World Championship. She is now competing again in the Features event. Courtney Angus was so close to getting that Park Championship, that Park World Championship. Now moving into this Features World Championship, she told me that she's just trying to refocus. She wants that title. She's 31 years old. She's ready for it. She said, I made a slight mistake in the Park division, and she's ready to get it on in the Features division. I also checked in with Claudia, who is a favorite moving into this event, but she has struggled coming back from a devastating tib and fib injury last year. She said, moving into this final today, this is their final of the day, she said, I just really need to calm down. She said, I need to focus in on what I'm doing. She said, there's a lot of pressure going into any event, but now that one is done, she said it should just be easy sailing moving through this event. But again, they tell themselves that, but a lot of nerves, a lot of butterflies going into this final World Championship division for the women in Wake Park today. Guys?
Thanks, Kristen. Amazing showing right now. Very thrilled to have everyone here and giving Brad a bit of a break now. He's been doing an incredible job for us in here in the booth all day, and obviously incredible to have him and that insight that he's got. Not only of all the divisions that we've seen, obviously being an incredible professional rider himself and having a very successful career, but having that insight on that adaptive division just most recently as well. So very awesome. And we are now joined in the booth by none other than Amber Wing. Thank you so much for coming in, Amber.
Hey, Scotty, no problem. I love being part of women's wakeboarding, so I'm so glad that I've been invited in to talk about the girls.
You've had an incredible influence over women's wakeboarding, and I guess, what are the things that you're most excited about being, over this sort of back-to-back weekends of Wake Park World Championships here? We've got, and Wakeboard World Championships next weekend for the girls.
It's 2005, the last time we had the WWA Worlds here in Australia. So it's just awesome to see everyone here. The vibe at the park is amazing. It feels really relaxed and everyone's having so much fun out there riding. The obstacle's amazing, the kickers. We're seeing that World Championship level of riding. And all the spectators coming in to see wakeboarding firsthand. There's so many people that I've talked to out in the park and they don't know what wakeboarding is. They've never seen it, asking questions. Do you wax the boards up?
Yeah.
And, yeah, things
what
like
does that mean? Why do they do that? Bringing new people in.
So it's really cool. And then we're going to roll straight out of the park into the boat. And, so it's a massive 10 days of wakeboarding.
It is. And it's epic. As you say, it's been a while since we've had it here in Australia. So starting things off here in our Pro Women Final, we've got this format here where the women start their features, start their run over the back feature there. So we saw that backside 3 up into the down rail. Then we do that. We had John and Brad talking earlier about whether that's a front roll or a back roll over that Stucky feature. And now Claudia coming huge outside, making that KGB look buttery smooth.
It's so great to have riders like Claudia here in Australia competing, coming onto the rail, clean 50-50 hits. And Claudia's had an awesome season. She's only 22. She's a double world champion from 2022. She's won a bunch of events this year overseas.
Yeah.
And for her to make the effort to come to Australia, it's so awesome.
Yeah, she's riding high on and obviously some great successes. But when we cut to her down there on the dock earlier, and she was also talking about the adversity of coming back from having some breakages.
Yeah,
broken leg.
She smashed her face too.
In her face.
Smashed her face. She's cut her shin open. Smashed her face in May, and then had this shin injury while she's been here. So just managing injuries.
It's not a kind sport. It's a very fun sport. It's a great family sport. You all sort of stay together. in terms of, siblings and parents and that sort of stuff. You can all really enjoy the sport together, but I tell you what, it will certainly knock you around as well. So, yeah, great showing from Claudia. Great first run from her. Looking very solid.
Absolutely. This is like her thing, her jam, right? Evie coming onto this first rail. Not exactly what she wanted from that one. She shook her head after her hit. But clean early on, into the hallway, transferred.
Nice little line there, getting actually, the option of going inside rail, getting the hallway, getting the outside rail. So sort of having a little bit of a fix-up after that, maybe that first rail that she wasn't totally pumped on.
Yeah, and then that heel 5, I've been seeing her stomp that clean all day today. It's good to see Evie stepping it up. She's from New Zealand. She's moved to Australia. Coming a ride, transferring up onto that rail.
Nice transition on that one. Frontside 270, 270 out, and then keeping it same way. So sort of judges are looking at those things and not having to hop 180s between tricks. Going a transfer, just checking her heels a little bit on the way up, but still managed to stay on top of the water. So a full pull from Evie there, and that's what you want. She's, obviously made that move over from New Zealand. New Zealand doesn't have any full-size cables like we do here in Australia, so great for her to be able to get that opportunity. You see her doing that hallway on that Stucky feature, little front board, frontside 540 to the inside there. Nice transition on that one, 270, 270. So not a bad first showing there for this finals run. And I mean, she's made the finals of the world, so good on her.
Yeah, this is such a cool format, this run jam. So it's a 30-minute time frame. Each girl, they get to be out there by themselves. They take their turn of... it's kind of like 1.5 laps, really.
Yeah, so
isn't it?
Well, yeah, you start down the back section and then,
and
get
you
to
finish on that same.
and finish on that other back section.
Yeah.
So,
and then they come off, and then so you get to be on the cable by yourself. No one's pulling you off a rail. There's no tension issues, and then they just run through the order until the time's up.
So they'll start their run right here. So you see that board slide? She hops down to a back lip. That's the run underway. So this is what they're scoring right now. This is where the judges are looking from. Getting a board slide up, 50-50, turning through that hallway, 50-50 again, and a backside 1 down. So a nice hit on that feature.
So this is Casey Taylor. She's from New Zealand. Her dad built a lake and built a 2.0. And she learnt to wakeboard. Oh. Yes, that hill 7. She fell both times. Oh, she needed that in the park final.
Absolutely feeling it there, getting that frontside 7, and she's so stoked with it, and she should be. We were talking about this particular style and this format yesterday and how you kind of build through the time, but, I mean, she's not holding back. 7 turning straight out the gates.
Yeah, well, Casey went down on that twice in the park finals. Yeah, in the park semis and finals. And she's come off like Winter Wonderland. She won Winter Wonderland. She won the Melbourne WWA Triple Crown event, beating Jamie Lapina. And she won Rumble on the Reef as well. So she's had a really hot summer, and she was coming into Worlds firing.
Serious pedigree of rider right there. So great to see her have such a great opening run here. But, she's already got that one on the board, so she's only going to be building now. So what are the things that you've been excited about, like level? You've obviously been, like all of us, involved in the sport for a long time and had such an influence in terms of, like, pushing riding and seeing these tricks. So, I mean, what are the things that you're excited about that you're seeing the women do at the moment?
Oh, just watching the girls, doing back 7s, doing hill 9s, Pete Roses, grabbing, like, those melon chromobes, grabbing chromobes off the kicker. Like, the girls have really taken the riding to the next level, and it's so refreshing for me and just, makes me smile. I love it.
You think it's, down to the kind of places like this? We're sort of, we're seeing Rivers one of our US riders coming over and, making the most of these sorts of features. But obviously getting to ride these different parks and having that opportunity to push your riding, it's obviously, the facilities are maybe changing as well.
There's that, yeah.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about.
That is exactly what we're talking about.
And she's been stomping that all day.
So much style from her there, doing that chrome ope, getting that melon grab. And I mean, that one is there as well, like overturning into a switchback lip and then pushing it back the other way. Great riding right there from Rivers.
Rivers rides at Terminus Cable Park, so in Atlanta, Georgia. coming over from the US. But yeah, the girls just, like, women's wakeboarding as a whole has just exploded this year. Like, cable and boat. Like, I was up at Cairns at the Winter Wonderland watching girls, you know, doing multiple mobs, 900s, 720s, backside sevens. The girls doing 900s behind the boat now. You know, 2 girls this year landed a toe side 900, which is massive.
Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, so, and then, I mean, we've got, you know, Sienna's, she's out with injury, but, like, double front roll off the kicker, double cab. So, just, yeah, the girls are getting out there, they're pushing it, and really stepping the level up. And it's not just one, there's multiple girls doing
it's multiple, exactly. Like you say, even, you know, Sienna currently being out, it's because she's pushing the level, as they all are. It's, you know, down to the people like yourself paving the way, though, to push it on them. And, you know, another great rider here, we've got Courtney Angus. You know, she's been doing an incredible job for a long time now. I think
2013 world champion, Courtney was. So
9-time national champion at this point as well. I think, you know, Courtney's done an incredible thing for her career in wakeboarding, and that's why she's our top seed right now.
yeah, and Courtney's been getting so many girls out on the water and just so many people out on the water over the years. It's just so refreshing to see. She's always excited, loves teaching people how to wakeboard. I go to the park and she's like, see that guy, kid, like, you know, he's learnt this. Just super excited to progress anyone at any level.
Knows who everyone is, and yeah, it's great.
Absolutely.
Just absolutely involved in the community. Brad and I were talking about how important and how amazing the community is in this sport, and that, you know, it's so much more than the sport. But I mean, the sport is pretty amazing too. Seeing some super creative rail riding right there from Courtney Angus.
Yeah, I mean, if there's no community, there's no wakeboarding. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful, and yeah, people like Courtney out there just enjoying it, and enjoying the park, and enjoying, you know, moving to different places too. She actually now is a Gold Coast local, so this is her home park.
Yeah, she's back home. She came down to Sydney for quite a few years. I would say 5 years she was in Sydney.
Yep.
And yeah, she's come back up to the Gold Coast and surfing heaps and riding cable, and just number one, like, she was just so excited for the Worlds to be here, and been telling everyone about it for sure.
Yeah. And she put on a great ride there. So, I mean, we're going to build through this timing format, 30 minutes in the jam. So everyone's got one run down so far. We'll make sure that absolutely everyone gets the same amount of pulls, same amount of runs. And
yeah, it's a cool format.
Yeah, it's a great format. Great way to get everyone going.
So we've got Claudia back on the water.
Check this out. Red Bull athlete Claudia Paganini, the Italian, going back one and then pretzeling out that 360 the other direction.
All right, coming in. I call it a front roll.
It's hard to know though, isn't it? It's kind of like...
She comes in, she's totally pushing off her toes. But yeah.
It's kind of like the tension though is pulling forwards as well though, so that, you know, it's just more like a back roll. But I mean, it's an upside down over a floating piece of plastic, which is just crazy in itself.
And she's the only girl doing it this weekend. So, well, that I've seen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who knows? Someone might pull something out in this finals. It is the World Championships.
Anyone checking out on the live feed in the WWA Rideline app or on our YouTube feed, if you want to tell us about someone else who's doing some incredible stuff out there, we'll be sure to give them a shout out.
Finishes off with that 90. What a way to finish for Claudia. It'll be interesting to see if that's going to one-up her first run. 74.33 is the mark at the moment. And that's what everyone's aiming at, so it's interesting to see if she is going to improve upon that score. The first run was absolutely perfect. In fact, she does not. The first run is still going to be her benchmark.
There we go. So just ripping through on some beautiful line there on that second run for Claudia.
Claudia's just so solid on the rails. She seems to have a plan, and she hits her rails. She's dead center. She's exactly where she wants to be. Makes it clean, makes it look easy.
Yeah, certainly does. Certainly does. But you know, the park here is obviously, you know, it's different to other parks where people come from as well. But you know, they've made it different even for the locals that are used to riding here with these different hacks and bringing these different features together as well. So everyone's been making the most of their practice sessions. Getting to do plenty of pulls just like that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying to, I can't remember who I was talking to, but yeah, that coming here and riding, it is like a little bit intimidating because normally you just have your single rails and you hit them. And so when you come to an event like this and they set up all the hack rails and you're like, okay, so what's the plan? You've got to get that creative mentality on figuring out what you can do, where you're going to do it. Are you hitting it switch, regular, on your toes?
Getting so many options too, like getting that 270 transfer there that we've just seen from Evie. Like this one is 3 different features put together. You're not usually getting to do that, and so she's making the most of that transition, rolling over the safety into that transition kicker, which is a whole separate feature. Transferring over, you see on this one, that rooftop, she spun away across that one. That was 2 different features pushed together. And then that busty done signature rail right there. And this is the one we were talking about, which is actually 3 separate features all pushed together. But what that creates is just that opportunity for creativity. But it is intimidating,
riding.
like
Absolutely.
you say. These
I
guys
rocked up
turn
here
up
and like
practice
on Friday, and I was like, oh wow, okay, this is cool. Let's go.
Yeah, practice. And it's not like, there is literally hundreds and hundreds of competitors from all over the world here. 35 countries, I believe, is where we're at right now. And we can't have everyone on the water at once.
No.
So everyone's only getting sort of allotted times during their practice. And, they've got to make the most of it. So Evie doing really well there.
Yeah, Casey Taylor back on the water. Coming round. She's probably going to fix up a few rails she didn't like on the last one. Just coming in, board slide. Spinning to win off that rail. In the hallway, switch 50-50. What was that? Then 180 out.
Backside 180 out of that 50-50, but super locked on that 50-50. Like getting all the way down and through that bottom kink.
Oh, she's going for that heel 9.
Oh.
Oh, yes, Casey.
Absolutely sending the level.
That's what I want to see.
That is awesome. I mean, you got to do it. We're in the finals here, so.
She can land that.
Yeah, it looks like it. It certainly looks like it. But loving to see how locked in as well. Like going that hallway, you see that 50-50. She went all the way down that down rail through the bottom of that flat section, managing to get that one, and just massive amplitude on that kicker. That kicker looks big from that angle.
Yeah. I think she'll get that in the next few hits. She'll get a couple more goes, but we're at about 12 minutes.
Yeah, we're, according to the WWA Ride Line app, we're just coming up on 15 minutes right now.
Time flies.
So, it does rip through. Already halfway through this Pro Women Features final. Claudia Pagnini currently sitting in first place, 74.33. Rivers in the second place at 69.67. Casey Taylor, 60.33. Courtney Angus 55.67 and Evie in 52.33. So plenty of time still left on the clock, and we're only going to see these people build as they do. There we go, Rivers, frontside 3, locking in and then switching back to a back lip on that rooftop rail. Now looking to use that little inside ledge. Oh, expertly done. Very, very creative use of that ledge onto a 50-50, coming back to the inside of the cable, then hopping herself all the way over. Really, really creative. Judges are going to love that one. Oh, we're going to see that chromo.
I think we're going to see that all day, that melon chromo.
It doesn't look like she ever falls off on it. It's it's a thing of beauty, and we love it. So keep doing that one for us, Rivers. That's awesome. Frontside lip, switching around to a 50, switch back lip, and then a frontside 450 out. So just all kinds of technicality to be able to use the tension of the rope there. Ollie back 180 into the transition of that kicker, and she's loving that. I mean, why wouldn't you be? Super stoked on that one. I think that's, potentially going to be doing something a little bit extra to maybe push her into that top position at the moment. Currently sitting in second, but, let's see what our expert panel of judges.
I'd love to know what their plan is when they, you put down your first safe run and then, do you slowly build or I don't know, probably if it was me, I'd go second run.
Yeah, well, I mean,
all
that's what I want to
out.
know.
Yeah,
what
I
would you
reckon
be doing?
I
You've got
would-
30 minutes, so
Yeah,
how would you go
first
about
run,
it?
I'd go first run, you know, as my warm-up, like safe run, make sure land everything, land the kicker, get a score on the board. Second run, go
Second
all
run,
out,
send.
all out, send.
Just put
Second
one on
run,
the
send.
board and that's it.
Yeah, because then, well, you've like, you know, you warmed up and you still got your energy. So
Yeah.
like, try to throw it down in your second run, and then, I don't know, probably make some plans after that.
Do you think the ability to have multiple runs sort of gets rid of the nerves, or do you think they're still nervous on every one?
I think having the ability to have multiple runs really calms the nerves, because you've got a plan and you know what you're going to do, so you don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
I always had a plan.
Yeah, I mean, I think you always have some level of plan, but you are seeing that kind of like, everyone does look pretty relaxed. Like, we've seen 2 really beautiful opening rail hits there. Toe side, backside 540 from Courtney Angus here on the water right now.
I wonder if she's going to take that to 7 on the next.
Really smooth rail hits though, like very, very comfortable there. You see like a unique way of doing it. Backside 1, she was looking for more on that one. Bit of commentator's curse, apologies Courtney,
no.
but still such a nicely put together piece of run there.
Because
see on that
sometimes
replay.
these rail jam, well, the
jam
formats, you get judged on the areas.
Yeah.
And so this is, you get judged on your full run.
Yeah, it's all about getting that full line.
That's like harder.
Mhm.
It's a lot harder because you can't just focus on one section. You've got to do every single rail.
Yeah, it's awesome. But it's all, you know, it's very much inspired by some, you know, other action sports as well. It's that true slope style format where it's important about not just one section or, you know, putting too much weighting on doing a really big kicker hit and then kind of having average rail hits. You really have to just push it through and
Yeah.
make it smooth the whole way through. So, you know, that's why I guess, you know, bring it back to that pressure aspect. You try and get that safe run out first time, but potentially if you're feeling it, you might not. You
Yeah.
might get 4 out of the 5 rail hits and
I know.
and you only get 4 out of 5 the whole time. So
Yep.
there's an element of pressure.
Absolutely. Claudia, back on the water.
So Rivers has jumped to in the lead right now. Rivers from the US, Rivers Hedrick is in 86, and we've got Claudia on the water. She's jumped back to second position at the moment, and she's going to go backside 270, frontside 270 out the other way. So using that handle tension to spin both ways, making absolute mincemeat of that back
It does
section.
look like a back roll from that angle.
It does, totally, doesn't it? See? And the tension of the rope is pulling it that way as well. So, I mean, I was listening to John and Brad talk about it earlier, and I was
it's such
like,
a debate.
it is, but, you know, for those at home not so familiar with wakeboarding, you know, it's a spinny flippy thing, which is pretty epic because it's going straight over the plastic, and, you know, there's so many variables of injury that can happen there, and she makes it look so easy. Big old KGB, so going back roll with a backside 360 in that kicker, and then such a locked-in hit on that signature rail from Busty Dunn over there. Frontside 180, hopping it back the other way, locking in that ledge, a nice full pull, which is exactly what this is about. This name of the game is smooth from start to finish.
That was a solid, clean run from Claudia. I'm wondering if it's enough to, and she got that a grab on that KGB, which I haven't seen when I was commentating outside earlier. It's not as close up, so sometimes you can't see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful late melon grab on that KGB, and then especially on that rail afterwards as well, getting super locked in. Like she was spinning full 360 into those into that center rail and getting completely locked in.
I wonder if the judges liked it. Did they like it more than Rivers, or what are they thinking?
A lot to consider, a lot to consider. We've got multiple previous world champions out there making the judging decisions for us over this 8 days of competition for the Nautique WWA Wakeboard and Wake Park World Championships presented by GM Marine. And here we are with Evie back on the water now. She's going to, she was looking for the gap, went for the lip slide, so that's the name of the thing. With one section lets you down.
Have that one rail hit, and then, yeah. Do you keep going? She's going to keep going.
She's going to keep going. I mean, at this point, it's just sort of getting a bit of
Keep
feel
riding.
for it.
Practice.
Bit of
Practice.
She's still got time. Where are we at in the clock?
It's
According
getting
to the
down there.
Ride Line app, we've got a little less than, just coming up to 8 minutes to go. So,
Because I think when it gets down to, it's about 1 minute a lap, is that?
Yep. So she's going to finish off with this frontside 2.7 transfer, 270 out. She managed to stay on top of the water, which means she is going to get all the way back around and back to the dock pretty quickly.
So she'll get one more run. So we'll get through.
Well,
Casey?
maybe. 8
Dunno.
minutes, it depends. You know, if
Yeah,
it takes 8 minutes to get through the next 3, then she might not. But if we do manage to get back to the top of the list with Claudia, then she will. But we will see. We'll see. That is the pressure of the World Championships. But as we keep saying, pretty epic to have it here in the Gold Coast. A big thanks to Experience Gold Coast for proudly supporting us and getting this championship event over here for both disciplines of the sport. Pretty unique to have them both back-to-back weekends. It doesn't happen as often as it probably should. It's hard.
No.
They're two large-scale events to have on back-to-back weekends.
I'm trying to think if that's happened before.
We have had it happen before. It was,
Okay.
a couple of times. One of the most memorable ones for me personally was in the Philippines many years ago, 2010, I believe it was. But we'll come back to that. So we've got Casey on the water there. Nice board slide start, back 270. Is she going to hop it? Nice pop. Missed the transfer, but had such a good lock-in on that upside, on that 50-50 through. She just couldn't quite get enough off her toes to push on that toe side lip transfer across. Heel side, front side 540. Not exactly what she was looking for. I think, she's just going to probably sit on potentially one of the other ones that she was a bit more comfortable with and hope that she's going to get another opportunity. A couple of different sort of 50-50 into switch 50-50 there, and then getting that front side 3 out. Spinning her way around, hopping into that transition, back lip, back 2.7, spinning her way back across. So, just feeling through those ones. So that's the name of the game in this format of riding. You got to get them all in. So she got that board slide, hop 270, locked in. That was super locked in and just couldn't quite get it across.
I mean, this is Evie's first year of pro, so it's so good that she's out here. She's getting this experience, learning what it's all about, and can take things home to work on and come back next year.
Yeah, all these guys and gals across the world getting out there, and Casey just hopefully getting out there for another one. And we are coming to the penultimate rider of this particular round. If time allows, will they get another one? But it's getting pretty close now. We're coming up to 25 minutes, so 5 minutes to go. We could possibly get Claudia back out there, and which means everyone will get another ride. But right now we've got Revers Hedrick coming down through tower number 3, and she will kick off her run right now, going frontside 360, hopping under the nose a little bit there, nicely locked. Rewind it back the other way, lip sliding down there, using that ledge again, 50, hopping back the other way, not exactly what she wanted, but such a technical use of that feature. We're not seeing the other girls sort of go for that particular way. It's tough, push,
No, because you're going from the inside to the outside and then over to the other side.
Oh,
this is not her run.
This is not the one. Looking like a bit of a throwaway on this one.
That's all right. She's sitting at the top right now, so Cloudy is the one who's chasing Rivers. That was a nice nose press.
That was beautiful. Love to see Guess pushing right over the air, getting that flex in that board, pushing through. Very technical to do that toe side, backside 180. So having an early handle pass into that one, going completely blind into that transition. But this was beautiful.
Absolutely. That was what she wanted to do. That one, not so much. And not getting her melon chromo. Nice nose press. She really pressed that all the way off the top of the rail. And that toe side, backside 180 into the transfer.
So she's in the lead by 3.6 points. Currently sitting on 86 in first position. 26 minutes ago, we caught Courtney, our last rider in the heat on the water. So we could still have an opportunity.
I hope there's
Sorry,
another
we've got
opportunity.
Courtney, and we could still have an opportunity to get Claudia back on. We'd love to see one more run
Absolutely.
just pull it all in there and see the ladies really pull together 5 complete runs. So we got local Courtney Angus, Australian local Courtney Angus on the water right now.
She's Australian national champion, and she's won a bunch of events.
Back 270 out.
I think she took out one of the board stocks.
Hopping from the inside out, so she's going rail to rail on that one, sort of a bit of a board side and flicking across to 50-50 so she could really get that push off her heels to go rail to rail, and this time going toe side again. Is she going to go that 540 or is she going to go more toe side, backside 540, keeping it clean, nice and smooth?
Courtney took out the Winter Wonderland in July up in Cairns against all the girls. Casey was in it, and Sienna, a bunch of the Aussie girls.
Yes, that was the one that she was looking for there. So going back 180 up the transition, then she's in that switch position and then just having to push right off that plastic and get up to that feature. Frontside 3 onto that one, nicely locked into that ledge and a bit of a tail slap down on the water as well. So great use of those last 2 features, a nice solid kicker hit in the middle, and I mean, she opened up really well as well.
Yeah, that was a solid run. I think that's Courtney's best run of the day, of this division. So I'm sure she'll jump up the ladder a little bit if there's room.
That hop was really beautiful in those last 2, like really having to push off the flat and getting that switch front board on that second to last rail there. It just looked awesome.
Yeah, I think she'll score a little bit higher with that run. Not sure if it's enough to take.
So are we going to get another one? Claudia's sitting there. We can see her on the dock. It looks like we're... she's got her boots on, so we may get one more run from our women's finalists here. How good, Amber. It is amazing to have you in the booth on the live feed with us right here and watch these women do their thing.
It's so awesome to be here. There's so much going on. We've got, the Cable Worlds on throughout the weekend. We've got the age divisions on Monday and Tuesday, which is going to be so fun. Monday night, we've got Wake Awards happening. We haven't had that for a few years, so it's going to be great to recognise a bunch of riders for what they've done over the last couple of years and the progression in Australian wakeboarding, or Australia and New Zealand actually.
Yeah. It's absolutely, it's a testament to Australian wakeboarding, Oceania wakeboarding, the fact that we have this level of event, the WWA Wakeboard and Wake Park World Championships here right in Australia. I mean,
yeah, and the facilities to hold it, like this world-class facility at Gold Coast Wake Park. Everyone's, there's so many people along the bank, enjoying, meeting new people, old faces, new faces. Everyone's just come together for this event.
The band is back together, and Claudia is feeling it right there. She went back 270, hit that transition and that middle step down flat bar. There's that grabbing so solid on the indie as well, on that back roll / front roll, depending on how you look at it. And just so smooth all day long on that one. Now coming heel side. She's looking almost to the outside of that.
No.
That wave kicker. She was looking for something extra there.
You have to cut really hard to that wave kicker.
Yeah.
You can't, as you saw, she just went like, her cut only got her off the middle. You really got to go off that top corner to get
the ups that she needed.
Yeah, absolutely.
So impressive that hit on that unit hack there, that stucky feature there, because she's actually pushing off the safety of that outside rail.
I know.
She's not even hitting the gap there. She's actually going straight off the safety of the rail. So just pinpoint accuracy.
Absolutely.
And we are going to just cut down to Kristen, and she's enjoying the action. Kristen, how are you?
Thanks so much, guys. Sideline here. The vibes are high. I was able to check in with Rivers Hedrick, who's currently leading in this division, and she had told me that how she does here is just a byproduct. She doesn't focus in on the final goal of winning or finishing second or finishing third. For her, it's about going out, completing her run, and that relieves a lot of the pressure that she feels during a competition. So that mindset, putting her in a really good position here.
That is awesome. I mean, it does take a particular mindset to really push that amount of runs and obviously deliver like Rivers has been to stay in the lead. And feeling that pressure.
Yeah, thanks for the insight too. It's fun to always know what's going on, you know, down on the dock, how the girls are feeling, what they're talking about. But Evie Skews going down, losing the handle on her final run. But she has had such an amazing experience competing at the World Championships at her current home park. She's been up here on the Gold Coast maybe almost a year now. So, yeah, it's her second home.
In the grand scheme of things, though, like when you've grown up sort of riding, you know, at the most on a System 2 back in New Zealand and transitioning to a full cable, it's a different beast of wakeboarding, as you know well, and she's made the most of it in a year.
Yeah,
only 1 year
she's
to
been
get
training
to
with Courtney Angus.
Yeah.
So she came out from New Zealand and came to Sydney, lived and worked at the cable park out there, and then has come up to the Gold Coast. And yeah, her and Courtney, they've been training so hard all through winter for this weekend.
So nice. I mean, the camaraderie in the sport is something incredible as well. We talked about community before, and obviously people are still competitive. They still want to do well, but, you know, the girls competing here together, and they've been training together and helping each other and sort of, you know, probably focusing on those different strengths that they each have to make the most of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Casey Taylor, that was a solid rail hit. Coming in on her heels, going for that she did the hallway transfer.
Got a smooth pull on that one though, going frontside 180 into the inside rail, got the hallway, got the 50-50 hop, and then a back 180, so a full 363.
Come on, Casey.
Oh!
she was going for broke. She wasn't letting go.
She wanted it so
Even
much.
though her board did not get that 900-degree spin.
No. The body was there,
was
the
hoping.
board was not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, but such a good showing from Casey, as with all of our athletes, just absolutely going for broke right there in the end. And that kicker gives you so much boot, but you know, as you were talking about before, you got to cut hard, so much tension as well to actually be able to get out there. And you know, Kristen talked about the mindset that Rivers was taking to this, and just sort of what it takes to get there and how to pull it all together. Casey's probably done that 900 100 times or 1,000 times.
Yeah,
before.
I was up in Cairns in July at Winter Wonderland, and I watched her land quite a few
Do it a
off
lot.
the kicker up there, and I think that's what she won. Ooh, I can't remember if Casey did win. Yeah, she won Winter Wonderland, so.
She definitely would have
That's
done
how
well,
she
I'm
got
sure,
that.
with incredibly how she was
Yeah,
there.
well, she was up against Courtney, so it was really close, you know. They were tough competition for each other.
Oh, nicely done on that transfer. That was beautiful from Rivers. She had a beautiful opening rail hit there, but then going really technical using that ledge, hopping to the inside rail, then hopping all the way across the frontside 270. Beautiful. Here's that melon chromobe landing so deep, like full bend in the knees to get there, and just so solid. Beautifully done, that melon chromobe. Frontside lip slide, switch 50-50, switch back lip, and then a 450 pretzel and out the other way. So keeping it that way though.
And her final hit, got that ollie backside 180, back 90.
Yes. We see you, Rivers. Give us a little check out the drone angle there.
I was trying to figure out, you know, if that's just her victory lap, you know, because she's sitting in first place.
She just gave us a wave as well. So
yeah,
we appreciate the wave, Rivers. You are sitting very nicely on the top position right now. So with Courtney Angus on the water, one more run to try and take it away from her, but we could be looking at our Pro Women Features 2024 World Champion.
Absolutely.
Spraying down the rails though for her competitor, making sure that they're nice and slick as well as she makes her way back to the dock after completing a beautiful run there.
All right, come on, Courtney. This is a jam.
All right.
Hometown in Australia, home park.
Hometown, home park. Previous world champion, many-time national champion, Courtney Angus is a certainly decorated wakeboarder, and here she is in the final run of this particular round, going backside up, locking into that 50, spinning all sorts of ways across that one. Heel side into this one. Backside, nicely done. Backside 50-50. She is definitely going for it on this to hop across to that 270 transfer.
Let's go, Courtney. Coming in on her toes, spinning that backside, toe side, backside 5. Had
Nice
that
and
on lock
smooth.
all day. I was wondering if she was going to boost it to 7.
Keeping it smooth. She's got such a technical rail hit, though, you know, that a lot of the other girls aren't doing. That one
Absolutely.
right there is incredible. That's a switch. Once she pulls into that 50-50 position, that's a switch ollie to get that board slide up there, front board slide.
Not easy.
And going for that full 3, trying to get a little bit of nose and then a backside 180, and she's stoked.
Happy.
She's feeling it as well.
Nice work, Courtney.
So our final run right there, we've got Rivers, who has bumped herself even more into the lead right now with a 90.67, and we're seeing the replays right now. You see that one right there, technical, got a little bit close to the rail, so didn't quite get the ups that she wanted probably on compared to the previous one, but still such a technical rail rider. You can certainly see the pedigree of rider that Courtney Angus is, and she made the most of that last run, so congratulations to our ladies for getting it done.
Yeah, and you know what? Courtney put the fist up, and she's happy with the run that she got. So, you know, whatever place that she finishes up right now, well, she's guaranteed on the podium. And, yeah, it's all just, you know, all her winter riding has paid off. Oh, doing a little shimmy, doing a little dance. She's stoked.
And well done to all of our women competitors out there. So we got Rivers. Currently, we'll see if that if anything's going to change on the scores right now, but it does currently look like Rivers is going to be our world champion, currently sitting up there at 90.67. Claudia Pagnini sitting in second position, 82.33, and Courtney Angus currently sitting in 64.33 in third position. I think she's sort of sitting there wondering if it's going to be, is she going to get the 90.68 that she needs to get into first position? But I mean, geez, there was some incredible riding out there, and that last run from Rivers was bringing the heat.
Absolutely, yeah. Rivers felt confident. She knew what every hit she was happy with, and it looks like it's gained her another World Championship
title. Absolutely bringing it here, and you're seeing the shots of just like the stoke from the local crowd here. The energy outside is really amazing from everyone, and obviously Courtney just eating that up as well. So
doesn't it look delightful out there, sitting on the hill, having a beverage, watching some wakeboarding, getting some sun.
I'm just waiting for those scores to come through.
I know.
The tension. Oof. What's going to happen? And we've just had it pop through. Courtney Angus has jumped her way from third position up into second position. So Rivers, it is confirmed that she is our 2024 Wake Park World Champion. And Courtney Angus has pulled it together on the last run, and she should be so proud of herself right there in the front of the local crowd, getting into that second position. Claudia Pagnini coming in third, Casey Taylor in fourth position, and Evie Skews rounding out our 5 right there in the Pro Women's Final. It's been amazing.
Yeah,
Amber,
it was
what do you think?
Fantastic show from the girls. No, it was good. Their level of riding, like as you can see, there's so much variation. And it makes it exciting.
Are you proud?
And interesting. I'm super proud of them.
Awesome.
Good job, girls.
Yeah, girls. All right, well, thank you so much for having taken the time to be in here with us and calling that Pro Women's Final. We are going to cut to a quick break before we jump into Pro Men and go and give you a break, and we're going to bring in another legend of the sport, and we'll catch you soon.
Thanks for having me.
Tell you what, it was awesome. Thanks for meeting. Shout out to Anna Nickstad for joining me on the mic. Looking forward to seeing Anna back out on the water very, very soon. She is 8 months into being a mother. So, like I said, very public congratulations to both her and the dad, Chris O'Shea.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. since even a century of experience is only a start. Our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Okay. And we are back right now. We're going to catch up with our newly crowned world champion, Rivers. We're going to cut down to Kristen. How we doing? How we feeling after that run?
Man, feeling great actually. Yeah, I'm pumped.
To you know, bring it out, defend it, try and pull together the run. Like, how are the feelings out there?
I was actually not as nervous as the run before because, like, getting one of the contests out of the way, feeling a little less nervous, and now it's just all about landing on my tricks in a row and made it work. So yeah.
I mean, you definitely look like you'd made the most of the park and sort of got the feels for it. You sort of pulling through some really solid maneuvers there, landing that Melancro mode just so beautiful, but then obviously just making the most of those transitional features as well, that rail-to-rail hit, like sort of building through your runs, it seemed like. How did you feel, you know, in the lead up to the event? Did you feel comfortable in the park straight away, or did it spend some time to sort of get there?
I'd say it took me a couple of days to get fully comfortable, but I mean, once there's Steve in the background. Hey, Steve. But yeah, like it took me a couple of days to get comfortable. But then it's more about just like not like getting like find as many lines as you can, and whatever one feels comfortable, take that and run with it, and then use that to kind of build your run. So it's not like exploring all the different lines out on the cable. Obviously, there's so many options out here, so you kind of have to feel everything, and whatever feels best, you take that one and use it in your run. So yeah.
That's absolutely awesome. So, I mean, there's such a good vibe down here right now. You've just a newly crowned 2024 Wake Park World Champion. You should be absolutely stoked, and we're also stoked to enjoy the riding out there. What are you going to do to celebrate?
I'm over the moon. But so me and my mom are here. My mom's with me. So we're actually tomorrow, we're going to go up to the Wet Sundays and have a little vacation. So you could say that's our celebration.
Oh, beautiful. Why not? Well, yeah, it's an absolutely epic place to be, and we're so stoked to you here to join us on the Gold Coast for this event. So congratulations again. You've done amazing, and we certainly hope to have you back.
Thank you so much. Sweet. Well, I will for sure be back. Thank you.
Cheers, Rivers. Alrighty, so we are back in the booth, and we are bringing in none other than James Windsor. He is here, sitting right next to me right now, put in an incredible heat of riding already himself through the weekend, and we are going to get underway with our Pro Men Final features run here. How you felt about the event so far?
Yeah, it's been awesome. Having a Worlds here in Australia is so awesome. Like usually traveling 24 hours or, yeah, just to have it right in the backyard is pretty amazing. I drove 2 hours to get here, so it was awesome. 2 hours,
yeah. I mean, yeah, you know, you've certainly traveled plenty around the world, and yeah, been all over to the events in the Philippines and Thailand and all throughout the US and Europe and whatnot. What makes the Gold Coast so special apart from it being 2 hours from home?
Oh, no, it's awesome. The atmosphere here today, too. The weather turned on. Everyone's here, like, on the hill just watching. It's so sick to see. And the boys are absolutely killing it. I'm so excited to watch this. Unfortunately, didn't make it, but even more hyped to watch it.
Oh, the riding level is incredible. Like, it does actually give me goosebumps, like, watching you guys. And, mate, you absolutely ripped it out there as well. So, should be pretty excited about how well you did with this caliber of riding. The stuff that was going down from literally 9 a.m. yesterday morning has just been amazing. So we're just going to rip through that replay. What did you think about Rivers' run here? You were checking it out live and direct out there.
Yeah, this was so sick. That melon chromo was just as big as you like.
So locked in on those features, like getting that early handle pass, that backside 180 into that one. A little point to the drone, little wave to us here in the booth. I appreciated that one from Rivers. She definitely looks so comfortable. Okay, so we are going to get underway. We have 50 minutes. I've just been informed. That is a long time.
We're going to see some epic riding.
We're going to see some amazing riding out there.
50 minutes.
So we've got a great lineup of judges sitting over there to try and deliberate over this and break it down, because it is not going to be easy. We've got Gunther Oka from the US out there right now. He's going to kick off proceedings. And as he rounds out tower number 3, so this particular format, this is where it starts. You start on that back line there. So he is going to go back 270, gets pulled off a little bit early. The whole point to having 50 minutes of riding is that you need to link a full line to line, and every single feature around the whole park. And that is this sort of particular style format.
I think you would just be using this one as a bit of a warm-up, as falling off those rails a little bit early, but nice little toe back 7 there.
Yeah, it's certainly, I mean, how would you describe the kind of like feelings of that pressure to link absolutely every obstacle when you've realistically only had a couple of days to practice with the current setup of the park?
Yeah, it's and that definitely being first rider out too, having that pressure, you want to go stomp it, but I guess he's just feeling it out. He's got 50 minutes. That was super nice, but doesn't look too windy, but that headwind when you're coming back around that motor tower straight's actually pretty windy out there.
Yeah, you can actually notice it, feel it. Yeah, this was that one. He got a nice nose grab. He was going sort of back 2.7, but actually might have been going back 3 and just got pulled off the rail a bit soon. So unfortunately, trying to link everything together and get that full run, it sort of came unstuck for him on the first one, but he got some nice practice. That was a beautiful sort of outside 50-50 on that handrail on top of the fun box, that hack feature there, hopping back across to the ledge.
Niels, all the way from Germany. I love watching this guy ride.
It's a truly global showing, as it should be, and but we're used to seeing these riders, as you say. You've travelled plenty, and especially throughout Europe, we've travelled to plenty of events together, and you see these incredible guys coming through from Germany, and I mean, Nils, absolute weapon.
Yeah, definitely young gun. He's killing it at the moment.
So he's going to kick off his run, front 2.7. Nice little shifty in the middle and that butter as he came out as well. Like, they're all the little points that the judges will notice.
50-50 back 270, 270 out the other way. That was nice. Really big back 270. That's a big push across.
That's a big push. Yeah, used every single bit of those out legs, and now hard toe side edge into that Gold Coast Wake Park extra large kicker. Cohen cable height. That was
toe back
mad.
5 stale rewind. That was sick.
That is a nice way to start things. He knows he's in the final. Welcome to the final, Nils.
Switch front 3, popping up, staying wrapped. That was sick. He's on fire.
Such a technical way to approach that rail. So creative. Can he cap off this one? He certainly can. Indy Tantrum going back lip, back 270 out. That is a beautiful way to kick off your Worlds campaign when you have 8 of the best riders in the world. Second rider on the water, and he just made that happen.
That was like the run of his life. That was awesome. Back 270. He's linked everything up here. Full pulls. That was awesome. Go Niels.
Go Niels, yeah. That second to last rail hit right before he did that tantrum to that back lip as well. That was such a creative way to do that. That full 360 into the ledge, staying wrapped. having to just push off. Yeah, incredible stuff. So, yeah, he's certainly making his time worthwhile out here on the Gold Coast. Big thank you to Experience Gold Coast for bringing the Worlds out here. We've got back-to-back weekends of the Worlds, the Wake Park World Championships right now with the Pro Man Features final going down right now, and then we are going to be over to the Boat Wakeboarding World Championships in a couple of days. But we still have 2 days of competition right now, and right now the boys are putting on a show for the local crowd and for you guys at home. We've got Benny Heatley.
360 on shifty back lip. He's getting all...
Yeah, you got Techers there.
So
Super
busy.
nose on that one.
Front lip, pop off, 270, backside 270, same way.
I mean, there's a lot to take in on these features when they're all hacked together like that. There is a lot of 270s, a lot of 360s, a lot of shimmying back and forth. Huge, absolutely ginormous mute back mode 5 right there to the outside. Used every bit of that kicker. Made it look easy.
Going for the back 270, board slide 270, just coming off a little bit early.
Using the safety on that one as well, so a bit of a unique way to do that. Using that sort of shorter section on the front. Nice. That one, Indy Tantrum, back lip, and keeping it back 90. So a very similar last hit to Nils. He liked it though.
Yeah, he was
I think he was feeling it.
He was feeling it. That rooftop hit was absolutely dirty. Had some locked in hits.
That was huge.
Massive mode 5.
So locked in, the way he just landed completely perfectly over his board. Use that safety there, getting that 270 hop up, just getting pulled off slightly early there. They're the tiny little differences that these judges are going to have to notice, because otherwise it's going to be an impossible job to call these guys apart, because this is what the pointy end of the sport looks like.
Yeah, if you don't get everything perfect, it's just, yeah, not going to cut it these days.
And on the water right now, Busty Dunn, he's already done incredibly well at this event. He's pulled himself into a second position earlier on in the Pro Man Park final, and now in the Pro Man Features, he's going to kick off his account here. Local rider Busty Dunn hopping through that one. Was that back 3 on?
Front 3 on.
Front 3 on.
Front 3 on. Just coming off a little bit early. Oh,
nicely
front 1
locked.
to back 1. Switch fitty, staying locked in.
So locked in all the way through that flat section of that rail as well. And I mean, just the vibes must be high. That local rider, huge. Oh, absolutely going for it. These guys are going to make the most of this 50 minutes. And, you know, if he's going to try and draw on that hometown advantage, he's going to use it right now. He went to go frontside 10, first hit on the kicker. So,
He
I
means
mean,
business.
when you're busted down, why not? When you're, he was within half a point of winning the Pro Men Park just earlier. Half a point away from it, but just rode incredibly well. And I mean, you can see it right there. Just huge cable height frontside 10.
So awesome. We're in here and we can hear outside crowd like when he's cutting into the kicker. It's so awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a good vibe out there. We've for everyone just enjoying having it here and enjoying this level of riding. It's amazing. But we are a powerhouse in wakeboarding. I mean, you're a testament to that. And you know, there's Australian wakeboarders have been doing very well for a long time in wakeboarding. We've got we're at Daniel Watkins's wake park here in Gold Coast Wake Park. He was is a legend of the sport and has made his mark on the sport in many ways. And there's plenty of them through there. So Busty Dunn, an Australian rider, and now we are through
back lip.
Joey Battle Day
Wrapped
from
tap,
the UK.
270 to back lip.
If you want to see some rail riding done right,
Switch
check out Joey
270,
Battle Day.
270 to front lip. That was sick.
From the UK originally, now calling the sunny coast home. He's lived here for a couple of years now. Loves going a massive back 9, late melon grab. Tweaked that melon grab for days on that one. Probably a little bit too long because unfortunately went down. But so much style when you want to see stuff locked in. Back lip, that tap in the middle there. Sort of overturning that one. Front 2.7, trying to hop across. Look at the amplitude on that one. Just pulled him out the back a little bit.
Yeah, just grabbed for days. So sick to see. Unfortunately going down, but he'll be back. so many riders in this one. So
I guess that's why we need 50 minutes.
yeah,
You know?
they just keep coming.
Yeah, 50 minutes. So, yeah, from one UK rider to another, we'll get Joey back out there in a little while. We'll kind of, you know, UK rider, we can potentially adopt him.
He's got an Australian passport. We can adopt him.
Oh, we can adopt him then, no problem. So, yeah, spent a lot of time with Joey over the years. You know, through my stint when I was living in the UK, I used to ride with Joey a lot and travel a lot with him. And a great guy and, you know, from a great pedigree of rider, as there's many good riders out there. And this is another one out of the UK. Rudy Tallboys, back three, so steezy, all over the tail, so locked in, hopping to the nose, popping that one back out, staying there.
180, switch 50, 270, 90 out.
I love the way he pops. I just love the way he really
Pokes
jumps
that foot
out of
down.
stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just done so well. It's so on purpose. Huge.
Mode 5, as clean as you like. He's going to be stoked with this one.
Huge Mo 5. Really delayed the way he actually went into the roll as well initially and sort of delayed that 540. Frontside 3 up, keeping wrapped in, hopping under the tail. Very unique way of using that obstacle.
I love this hit. Switch toe back 1 to 50, popping over. Such a hard hit. So awesome. He's going to be so stoked with that one.
As he should be. Just opened it up exactly how he wanted to.
Yeah.
You love to see it. How good was that? Tail to the nose, hopping back 1. He got a little butter on the water there as well. That's the hops that we're talking about.
Yeah.
So nice.
And this is heating up. This is so awesome. Just every rail hit right then was just perfect. So locked in.
Does so well to use the tension on those final two as well. Like the rope, you know, there's a lot of tension there, as you well know. And to be able to hop through the way he wrapped into that one and get that 270 on that busty signature rail and then that really unique use of that last feature there. Yeah, he does well to do it. But he's got to, because he's got Trent Stuckey ahead of him.
Yeah. I'm excited to watch this one. Trent's been absolutely killing it. Coming in, changing up, not going for the rooftop. Heading into the left foot rail here, the step down. Back 1 into nose, switch front 3 out. Back 3, back 1.
Keeping it steezy. I mean, he does these incredibly hard things and just makes them look like he's just riding around doing nothing, you know, taking it easy.
Yeah, it looks like not even trying.
How's this one? Pete 7. I mean,
That's
definitely
his
didn't
warm-up
look
hit.
like he was trying. Pete Rose 720, going upside down, spinning a full 720, getting a nose grab on that one through, hopping back 3 up onto that, then hopping another 180, getting a little tail on that top ledge. So another unique hit on that one. Keeping it the same way here. Now he's going to go safety.
Front roll, 50-50, back 3, or tail press even.
Tail pressing through that one. I mean,
50-50, that was insane.
And you can tell he's just holding to just build from there because he's just riding around that tower after a really nice full hit going, yeah, that was good.
Yeah,
that was good. So you know he's got more in the tank for us. But, you know, as it sits right now, we're 12 minutes in.
That
He's
back
the second.
3 ollie up is just so big. And
it's so big. That, incredible. Great press over the tail on that one as well. So
he's going to be so stoked with
you'd
that
love
one.
to see it.
We got some scores.
So we've got a few scores in right now. We're still waiting on Trent to come through, but we've got Rudy and sitting in the top position at 88 right now after that incredible ride. We've got Nils in 82.33 in second position and Benny Heatley 74.33. So that's our top 3 at the moment. We are early days though. We are 12 minutes in of a 50-minute jam format style. So jam format meaning everyone, we have 50 minutes on the clock, everyone rides, but everyone just rides you know, out there by themselves, so they get the full course by themselves. And we got Gavin Stuckey on the water right now.
Ollie back 450, shifty to switch back lip. Just falling off a little bit early, but still such a sick hit. Creeper 50-50 to 360.
So I like that one because he's going from the middle to the inside and then all the way back across. You know, you see a lot of different uses of that on his signature rail. But booting. Oh.
Rail mode 5.
Massive, massive heat on that one. You know, we love to see it. We love to see all the ups on it and Gav making the most of that one.
Switch back 3, switch back 1. Just so clean.
Little tweak shifty just popping out of it too. And we can see something unique here. Yeah, we are. Little hand plant as it goes. So back 1 into that rail, then hopping back across to a front board. Slight hand drag as he was getting it through. Back 450 ollie was mad. Little tail butter is there. And then that one, quite unique. Actually went full 3 transfer across. Big Mode 5 right there. Went absolutely every single part of the push on that one. And you see that shifty back.
And this one, switch back 1, straight over, then pretzel 4 out. He's like, Rudy, check me out. I'll go the other way.
Yeah, I'll do the other way for you, mate. No problem. So, all right. I do not envy the judges right now. It is...
They got a tough job.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm here.
So we are still sitting with Rudy on top. Judges deliberating what's going on right now with Trent and Gavin absolutely bringing the heat. They're our first runs of this Pro Men's Final, and we have plenty of time left on the clock. We've got Gunther Urquhart back out there right now. Every single rider, I would say absolutely every single rider in this final has the ability to win.
Yeah, 100%.
They all just bring something so unique and something special to it that you just don't know.
Back 270, tail... Oh, back 1, I guess. Tail 50-50, back 1 out the other way.
Such a nice grab on that one. Front 270.
270 the other way. Staying wrapped. Will we see the Pete 5 or the Pete 7?
I've seen a few options. He's definitely leaving his cut late, so he wants every single piece of that kicker. Tail Pete 7. Wow. Such a unique hit. Again, that's why I truly feel that anyone could take this out, because that is such a unique hit. Tail grab, Pete Rose 7, front 3 in, hopping up to a board.
450 out.
450 out. Did not look like he would have enough time to get a 450 out, but somehow Gunther makes it happen. Now he's going back 1, back 3. Back 3 to that outside rail, hopping across, and then a front 270 out. Yep. That was impressive. Thank you very much,
That was
Gunther.
awesome.
There was that tail, Pete 7.
And the switch front 3 up, or the front 3 on, front lip.
Oh, absolutely awesome. So, I mean, let's cut down to Kristen and see what's happening down there.
So much, guys. So we'll see Gunther Oka again at the Wake World Championships, but we'll see him in boat as well. So I kind of talked to him about how you balance the differences between the two disciplines and the completely different mindsets you have to enter these competitions with. And he said for the most part, he just tries to do what he does best and stay comfortable. But he did say that the difference, or the biggest difference between maybe Wake Park and boat, he said Wake Park breeds creativity. It breeds progression, because he said the community around Wake Park is different than boat. In boats, you're isolated. You're not constantly in communication with your competition, whereas here you're all on the dock together. You're encouraging each other. You're talking through each other's runs, and that in turn breeds progression of the sport. And I thought that was really interesting.
It's so true. It's such an interesting take on it as well. And it's unique to actually have athletes that really want to focus on both as well. You know, quite typically we do have those, you know, guys that stick to park or stick to boat. But yeah, being able to have that insight as well. So thank you so much, Kristen, for catching up with Gunther right here as we're in that midway through. Niels Ritzman back on the water right now. Great opening start. Absolutely huge. He gets so much pop off that kicker.
So much tension on that one. Unfortunately, fallen off a little bit early on that other hit, so I'm still thinking he's just going to be trying some hits for his next run.
Yeah, the name of the game is getting a full pull. You want absolutely every obstacle that you go for to be the best hit that you can do. Potentially the best hit that you've ever done.
Yeah.
Is absolutely what you want in that one.
Still sending,
I
though.
mean, absolutely ridiculous. That safety is like not much of a kicker to be able to be doing an Indy tantrum off that one. So probably not exactly the run that Niels was looking for, but still super nice. So we do have some score updates as we go. We're 18 minutes into this 50-minute final. We've got Trent Stuckey. He's jumped right to the top of the leaderboard with his last run with a 90.67. Rudy Torbo is still holding it down in 88 in second position, and Gunther Urquhart sitting there in third position with an 84.67. Nils in fourth, so he'll be looking for a little bit extra to get back up to the top there. But yeah, talking to that, the uniqueness of having a rider that is across both. I mean, what do you think about that, Windsor?
Yeah, it's definitely so hard to be, I don't know, good at both. You see so many of the riders doing it now, which like the Stuckies are doing it, and Gunther's obviously done it. And I rode a bit of boat, but yeah, it's putting your time. You got to work it out where you're going to go. Like, am I going to ride all the cable comps or go to some of the boat comps? But it's definitely cool to see that they're doing it.
It's putting that time in too, like you know as much as anyone, putting the time into each, it just takes so much. So as we're seeing Benny Heatley out there right now, strung together a nice couple of rail hits so far. Definitely, you know, one of those riders that's focused on the cable, trying to make the most of it, and getting to compete here in Australia at the Wake Park World Championships. Absolutely huge on that mute back mode 5 again.
Coming into this toe side. Toe back 270, popping up 270 the other way, 270 out. Oh.
Little check.
Little
wind check. Well, he was worried about something. I wasn't too worried though, because he definitely did an incredible last hit off that safety. Again, like I can't reiterate how much that safety is not big on the front of that little kicker to be able to do an Indy tantrum up there. Front 3, hopping it back 90. Back to his nose, front 3 out. Really technical approach to that first, you know, more of the basic rails of the ones here. Nice transfer across. Huge mode 5. Landed a little bit deep on that one. Nicely done. That really nice pop up to that back lip. That's ridiculous. Thank you, Benny. That's awesome.
That was a sick run. Where's Benny sitting?
So currently Benny Heatley sitting on 74.33. I dare say that might be a slight improvement, but he's got a few people ahead of him. He's currently sitting in 6th position. Gavin Stuckey, Nils, Gunther, Rudy, and Trent ahead of him. If you want to check out the live scoring, right, just like we are, download the WWA Rideline app. We are 20 minutes and 40 seconds in of a 50-minute final, and we've got local Busty Dunn going frontside 3 tail all the way through on that one, stayed wrapped and then hopped it back 180 out on that rooftop. Go on heel side, 180 through the inside. Front 3 onto the outside one, I think it was.
Just toe back 1,
toe
rewind.
Back 1, toe back, rewind. So much going on, all these rail to rails. Please. Oh, there it is. He's ridden away from it. Not the cleanest one he wanted, but I mean, that was absolutely ginormous. Heel side, front side, 1080 from Busty Dunn. Now taking on his signature rail. Hopping on the safety, back 3 up, back 270, keeping it that way, and then front 270 up.
Getting full pull on that one. Looking to finish it off here. Back 1, switch front board. Just unfortunately coming off a little bit earlier. He'll be looking to clean that up.
I think, you know, he's sort of probably focusing on those first 2 hits, trying to get a nice, you know, clean hit out of the first 2, get a clean front 10, and then really focus on those last 2. And I think because you see it there, that front 10, he just hopped out the back. He got that back 2.7, he stayed there, 2.7 out, back 1, just sort of at this point was like, all right, back to the drawing board. We got plenty of time.
For sure. We got Joey Battle Day up next.
So Joey's been traveling, just like like everyone does, but he hasn't spent that much time back in Australia of late. But yeah, great to get back to the sunny coast and back into the warmth to get the training done ahead of these Wake Park World Championships down the road, a couple hours away from his usual park where he's riding there at Blythe, if I'm correct, Windsor?
Yeah, we ride together a fair bit over the summertime. It's so awesome having him out at the park. Backlip, wrapped backlip, just so pressed out, so sick.
Pressed. He uses every single part of that board, gets right out the end.
270. He's going to be stoked with that.
Nice little hop through that flat section at the bottom too, just to give that little bit of extra to the judges saying, yep, I'm locked in.
Coming in for this melon back 9.
Yeah. And I am going to take that one home. Thank you very much for a melon back 9 in his second run here of the finals. Joey Battleday looking absolutely awesome right now. Going front 3 up, hopping to that ledge, staying wrapped, and then unwinding himself there. He's coming back across, going to try and use that rope tension here. What's he going to go? He's ollieing up, handrail across, 2.7, 2.7. Yep.
Oh, he's so stoked with
I'm
that
feeling
one.
it. That was another goosebumps one for me.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm out there on the water every time these guys get excited.
That was so sick. Getting full pull, locked in on everything too. The 270, same way 270. He was hyped on that one with the back nine. Cheeky mate.
The height, he's just hovering up there above the mountains on that one. You can see in that incredible angle from the drone there. Such a unique hit there. Like, just Joey's not a tall man. Definitely not. And that is a big ollie.
It is massive. That's like head height for Joey.
You see him riding past it there on the water. You can see it's at their shoulder height. So there is absolutely nothing small about that ollie, and he makes it look easy. So Joey looking to jump up the list. Checking out the scores right now. Still waiting one for one. We've got one judge dropped a score in so far for Joey to see where it lands him up, but we haven't got everyone dropped in yet. So still got Trent Stuckey sitting up there in the lead. Rudy Tallboys in second. Gunther Oka in third. Joey definitely put together a nice line right there, so we'll see what the judges feel on that one as we keep going. Back three, tail, nose, back one. Little butter on the tail.
Toe back one into the creeper.
Oh, and a sit down. So the name of the game is a full pull, getting absolutely the use of every single obstacle. So he's probably just going to take it easy and have a little chill, maybe even take himself straight back into the dock and leave that one for the next run. He's already sitting up there in second position. He put together such a nice line on that first one, so he can definitely just take it easy. And that's the beauty of this format. I mean, it's awesome. We are 25 minutes in, so we are right now sitting at halfway. It feels like it's been about 3 minutes.
And there's so much has gone on already. Boys are absolutely killing it out there. So sick to see.
It genuinely feels like it's been 3 minutes. I can't believe it, because there's so much like happening, especially like each of these guys, they're just hopping backwards and forwards, and yeah, amazing. So I hope everyone's enjoying the action here from the WWA Wake Park World Championships. A big thanks to our event sponsors, Nautique and GM Marine, for making this all happen. Experience Gold Coast. We wouldn't be here without all of you guys, so we're so appreciative of it and enjoying the action here from the booth, and you can just feel the energy outside the booth as well. The crowd is going off out there as we're enjoying our current leader coming into the course right now. Trent Stuckey sitting on top with a 90.67.
Back one, nose press, switch front three.
Scores have just come through. I'll
Back
wait till
three,
we get to the end.
Back one, 90 out.
It is a heater. It is a heater. It is happening right now. Trent Stuckey already smoked the run on the first one. Huge. Huge double indie roll to blind, like it was absolutely nothing, just riding out of it like he's just got off the dock. Like, it was ridiculous how smooth that was. Hopping up to that ledge. Great hit, circling to string things together again.
Coming in for this massive crail front roll. Crail front roll, front lip, stale, 270 out.
Wow. Wow, still so casual. Still
Just
like
cruising.
still just casual. Like, he's not, he still wants more. You can tell he's like, yeah, that was okay. That will be all right. Look at that one, back one, all over that nose, front three out. Back three through the center, back one, and then another back one through. This was massive. Indie double roll to blind. Absolutely massive on that one. Back three up and then up onto that ledge. And then this one. That cheeky little grab on the way out. A little
He's
touch.
like, I'll just do a little grab.
Little touch. So as Trent Stuckey was coming into that run, we got a leaderboard update. Joey Battleday jumped into the lead with a 92 after that last run of his. So absolutely just got goosebumps again. I mean,
yeah,
absolutely amazing stuff going down from the guys out there. So, I mean, Trent Stuckey just laid down another incredible run, so we'll see where that lands him. But for the moment, Joey Battleday jumping into the lead with a 92. Gavin Stuckey on the water right now, back 450.
Shifty back lip, 90 out. He's going to be stoked with that one. Starting off his run. Wow,
Oof.
There's so much going on.
There was so much going on even to call on that one. But he actually used both sections of that. So rather than just using the hallway through the middle, he was sort of like sitting on a 45. Whether he meant that or not, but being Gavin Stuckey, he probably did. Pete 7 takes him down. Unlikely fall for him right there, but he's nice and close to the dock. 29 minutes in of our 50-minute final. And another leader change has just come through. Trent Stuckey with that last run, with that incredible line of rail hits and that big double Indy roll to blind, jumps him back up into the lead, 95.33. Joey Battleday currently sitting in second on 92, and Rudy Tallboys sitting in third place in 88. I like where things are at.
It's insane.
Because I absolutely know Gunther just jumping back on the water right now is like, yep, I got you boys. Let's go. So, make sure you download the WWA Rideline app and you can check out the live scores as well. You can get right down into the details of our 3 different judges judging across as things jumped in there. So, Trent Stuckey's last score, 95.33. Each judge going 94, 95, and someone going as high as 97, averaging those out. Gunther Oka back on the water right now.
Starting off nice and strong, coming in toe side, 270, popping on front lip, 270 out.
The wrap up.
The wrap up.
It's a late dig again. Gets every single piece of that tail Pete 7. So unique. So unique. Such an interesting way to grab a Pete Rose. Traditionally, people grabbing Pete Rose with their front hand. Gunther's like, nope, I'm going to do it my way. Front 3, hopping up to board. Back 450 out. Just checking my maths there quickly before I spoke. But yeah, back 180. Oh no, back 3 this time to that outside rail, hopping across, and then a front 270 out. So a nice full pull again from Gunther. Probably just looking to lock in slightly more on that last one just to get a little bit extra out of it. But still super, super nice.
Yeah, I think
got what he needed there.
Yeah, a little bit more in a few of the rails, but other than that, he had a pretty solid run. That one was so sick. Just trying to get a little bit more locked in on this one, but...
You saw he actually liked the tension on that one when he went back 3 up onto that outside rail. It actually started to pull him off even before he got anywhere near the end, and he just had that sort of cat-like reflexes to jump back across quickly enough. It's amazing to see how much they're thinking ahead, Like, I mean, you're as good as anyone and sort of jumping around on that sort of stuff. You know, where are you thinking? Where are you feeling when that happens to you? And you're like, oh.
Yeah, you just got to focus on jumping, pushing across, making that rail. You don't want to jump onto your stomach. So you're like, I'm just going to get my board straight under me. So all we'll focus on is just getting your board under your feet. 270, shifty, 270, back out the other way.
A little bit of a butter out of it as well from Nils Ritzmann from Germany. 50-50, backside 3, 50-50, completely locked in all the way.
That was insane. That's such a big jump to do toe back 3, so locked in. Let's go, Nils, on a tear.
Every piece of that. Oi! And that is not what he wants.
Cheeky little belly.
He's having a little tumble out. Just enjoying himself here. He is in the finals right now. Come all the way from Germany. He's in the finals of the Pro Man Features Wake Park World Championships. Brought to you by Nautique Boats and GM Marine and the WWA. Nils just buttering through that one.
Such an awesome way to start the run. And that toe back 3, haven't seen anyone do that all weekend long, so that was so sick. Fortunately going down. I definitely think he wanted that double grab, toe back 5, rewind.
Yeah. I mean, he just made it look so easy on his opening run to be able to keep doing it, I think. You know, the energy to be able to go that sort of full toe back 7, then rewinding all the way back around, getting that grab on the middle of it as well. Like, so much going on, and then trying to have to do it for 50 minutes in a row.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's what park riders do. They just come down here and hang out with the community and do lap after lap after lap after lap. And that's what is so epic about the sport, is just being able to hang out with the crew and the community down at the park and spend time on the dock and chat with your friends and push each other and learn these tricks. And, you know, you can get to this point and where we've been lucky enough to enjoy it.
Benny Heatley. I'm excited for this one. Coming in heel side for that front 3, change up, back lip, nose press. Same way, 360. Coming in right foot forward for that front lip, popping on.
Oh, that was so beautiful.
Front 3, 50-50, staying locked in. Coming in toe side this time.
Yeah, I love that. He's like, come on, legs, let's go. Oh.
Over that toe back 1080.
Toe side 10 right in the middle of his run. That was so locked in, that hit, rail to rail hit before. Looks so smooth.
Yeah, start of the run, started off so strong.
Front 390, hopping it back the other way, and then nose press, and front 3, this one.
Front lip popping on, and then the 360 to 50-50. And then the toe back 10, just going down on that last handle pass, but still.
I was just feeling that psych up before he went for that toe back 10. Just a little like tap on the legs, like, let's go. I'm in the finals. I am here to do it.
Yeah. Oh, we're about to throw down. Busty Dunn. That red helmet, he's been rocking that forever.
I know. It's iconic. I love it. Local rider Busty Dunn right here from the Gold Coast has just been absolutely on a tear, shredding it up for years. Years and years and years. Busty has been doing incredibly well at the top end of the sport. But, I mean, to have the Wake Park World Championships right here in his hometown, it's super cool.
Coming in, left foot forward into this little step down, front 3, tail press, getting locked in, backside 90 out. Nice way to start things off.
180 on that. Full 3 across, 180, 180 back. 360 across, 180 back.
Toe back one.
Yeah.
50, changing it up.
He does it so effortlessly as well. It's so smooth. It's hard to... Yes. Front 10. So clean. I mean, I just heard everyone erupt outside.
That was so clean.
It was a beautiful thing to watch.
Switch back 270 the whole way along. 270 out the same way. Coming into this rail. He's been doing that left foot back 1, change up. Oh, this time staying the same way. Front lip 270 out.
I think he's there. I think he's feeling that one.
He's feeling that one.
Busty, keeps it pretty calm most of the time. But I feel that was a little bit of like, yep, I enjoyed that one, and he should, because that was an incredible frontside 10 right there. That back 270 up, pulled it all the way through on his signature feature there. That backside 180 up onto the ledge, back 270 out. There's so much more maths in Wake Park wakeboarding than you ever realize there should be, and we'll see where that lands him. Whew, the judges are busy today.
So busy. I'd hate to be a judge today.
36 minutes in, and we still have Trent Stuckey sitting on top in 95.33. Joey Battleday 92. Rudy Tallboys in third position at 88. Currently, Busty Dunn is in 74, but we have scores to lock in.
Joey coming in, toe side. Do that toe back 450. Oh.
That is frustrating for him, I'm very sure, because that is his bread and butter, those sorts of rail hits. But that's the sort of technicality that he brings as well. Like, he's one of those sort of, I guess you would say, more basic features in the park. He's not just hopping on landing. Like, he's landing on the last sort of 5 inches of his board and trying to hold it there the whole way through.
Yeah. Especially the first rail hit is just like you want to come out swinging, and unfortunately just coming off a little bit early, he'll be looking to clean it up. But his other runs were just so sick. So he's already got that base. So
I like that he's just feeling the vibes out there, though, staying out there. Just like, yeah, Rudy was like, no, I'm going to conserve my energy and, whip straight back to the dock because he wasn't happy with his first couple of hits before. But Joey's like, nah.
Running around. He's getting as many laps as he can in.
Yeah.
Wetting the rails for the other boys.
Exactly. The camaraderie between the crew is so good. In wakeboarding on the whole, was had Amber Wing in here calling the pro women's final earlier, and we were talking about community and just what Wake Park and wakeboarding brings to you. What's your sort of feels on that as well? being a global traveller of wakeboarding.
Yeah, it's so awesome. You can travel anywhere in the world and you rock up to a wake park and you see, I've got so many friends. I've been so lucky enough to travel around the world for the last, I don't know, 15 years or 13 years. And it's been amazing. I have friends from so many different countries.
Every continent, pretty much.
Yeah, and it's just like so awesome. We just rock up, ride together on the dock, compete together. Yeah, and it's just insane. I'm so lucky that I started in this sport, and it's so awesome to see how far it's come. Like, these young kids coming up is just pushing and getting to that next level, and it's so sick to see.
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, we started the day today with the under 13 boys elite, and they were like doing front nines, heel front
double
nines,
flips.
double flips, just ridiculous. Back three onto that one.
Cheeky little fist bump.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a claim or if that was not what I meant, but that was a very interesting way to do things there. Back three, I think it was, into the gap, hopping into the inside rail, then back across to the other one. Rudy Tallboys out of the UK. Coming in the Gold Coast Wake Park kicker, big hit. Pete 7, all over it. Made that one look way too easy as well. And I mean, Rudy's a tall guy. He's a little bit taller than the rest of the crew out there, and he used every single bit of that ups there. 360 up, keeping himself wrapped, hopping up to a back tail, and then unwinding. And then this unique hit from him that he's just been doing so beautifully.
Toe back one, 50-50 pop across, front board, back two out.
Still making it look so easy.
Solid run, unfortunately coming off a little bit early on that first one, so I don't know if it'll be enough to change.
Just chasing. Yeah, chasing that little bit of extra, all of them. So we've still got Trent Stuckey. He's going to be coming up next. He's sitting on top, 95.33, but Rudy in there in third position. He went that back three, and then he went front five out. I think he knew that he was not going to hit the downside, so he just went for a 540.
Spin to win.
Yeah, why not? I mean, he did a 540 off a rooftop. Good. That's so unique. That's such a cool hit. Got a little bit wobbly out. I think it wasn't quite the push across that he needed right there, but still currently in the podium position. Rudy Tallboys from the UK. Joey Battleday from the UK, but I'm going to claim he's Australian because he's got an Australian passport and he lives in Australia these days. Currently sitting in second position. And Trent Stuckey on the water right now is your current leader at 95.33. Pro-Man Features final as he comes into the course right now.
Back one, 50-50, switch front three, coming over hillside for that back three, 50-50, back one, same way, 90 out. So it's kind of similar to his last run. Coming in, will we see this double KGB? The double roll to blind, so impressive.
It's so impressive, and it's just even like the way he's sort of thinking about coming through it, just railing in with one hand. Backside three up.
450 out, the same way.
Little front board in the middle, all over the nose, and that back 450 out, same way.
Front board.
What?
Other way, 450.
Yep. A little bit of a claim on that one. Now he's finally feeling it.
Starting off back one, staying same way, 50-50 front three. Then that double Mexican back roll, back three, front board, same way, 450. And then that cradle front roll, front board, 450.
Kristen's had an opportunity to catch up with Trent Stuckey, currently sitting in the lead right now. And, I mean, you know, just talking about the mindset and what it takes to get there. Let's come down and talk to her. Kristen, what have you found out?
Yeah, guys, Trent is in a really interesting position right now. He didn't make the men's pro final for Park, so now to be in the men's pro final for features, this is his last chance to win a Wake Park World Championship this weekend today. So he's put a lot of emphasis on this event. In between his heats, he'll sit down, isolate himself from the other athletes, which is rare out down on the dock, drink a little water and get back into it. But with this being such a long run, Jam, you can tell he's trying to conserve his energy on certain runs and then definitely bringing it big on other runs. Now, as we look to the screen, we can also see brother Gavin out there, and Gavin is just explosive in everything he does. And after taking 2 world championships today, not only in Park but in Skate as well, going 3 for 3 would be certainly something that Gavin is aiming to do today, and it would make a little history. 3 world championships in one day if he can get it done.
That would be so unique and so special. And I mean, I think if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Gavin Stuckey. And I mean, there's great pedigree in that family, isn't there? Trent and Gavin absolutely doing so well, already taking out multiple world championships today on our second day of the WWA Wake Park World Championships here on the Gold Coast. And Gavin Stuckey there using the ups of that one and that middle hack feature. Tantrum, back lip, back 270, I think that was. Here we are with the maths again. Lindsay, you need to help me out. But
that was actually such a sick run. He did onto the slingshot rail, that 270, and then stay 90 nose press, back one out. That was such a sick hit. And then going over to the Indie Tantrum backlip pretzel 450.
Pretzel 450, that's what I was. Yeah, see? Glad you're here.
That's what you got before. Got the Oka up next.
So we have some updates on the scoring. Trent Stuckey, just because he's Trent Stuckey, has just added a few more points on that last one, and he's just jumping his way up a little bit more. As Kristen mentioned earlier, he didn't quite, he didn't make the finals of the last one, which is pretty unique to him and the sort of riding that he's used to doing, and he's done so well, sort of because of the riders that are around him and pushing him out as well. So Windsor making that final earlier as well, and but yeah, this time around jumping 97.33 into the finals ahead of Joey Battleday, and we have Gunther Oka up there now.
That toe back one, back lip. Same way out. He's coming in toe side, 270, hopping onto that box, and then 270, and then 270, same way, coming in wrapped up with that focus on that face.
The consistency to ride for 50 minutes and do these tricks back to back to back to back to back. And, yep, he's gone through Oka. That's what he does.
Just Pete Sevens.
Pete Sevens.
That's the new...
With a tail grab.
The new base trick.
Absolutely incredible. And then just like the steez of whipping around the motor tower there so he can get himself into switch. Front three, hop to board, 450 out, believe so.
Yep.
Just awesome. And then here we go. Super unique hit on this one.
Toe back
one, toe back three. Hopping across the board side, front 270 out, pushed on the tail, enjoying it. Enjoying it. That's what we want to see. He liked that one. Gave us a little wave in the booth. Little shout out to the drone there. Thank you, Gunther.
Oh, it was definitely cleaned up. All his rail hits on that one. So clean. And then just how many Pete Sevens we've seen. It's just so sick. Him wrapping up, though. Making his own little style on the Pete 7. But it's just crazy to see that the Pete Sevens becoming normal.
It's so normal. It's great. It's like when I feel like I blinked and now everyone does Pete Sevens just in their run.
Yeah.
It was like something that people just did in maybe a kicker comp or something, and they were lucky to land it. And we've got a 50-minute jam format final here, and Gunther Oka's gone out there and done a tail grab Pete 7 every single time.
Yeah.
So sick. So here we are. We're getting down to the pointy end now. 46 minutes, 22 seconds in. So every single rider will get the same amount of rides on the water right now. We got Nils Ritzmann from Germany coming into the course right now. Front 270, hopping it around 270, and then popping it just slightly pulled off a little bit early, but not too bad. Not too bad. You can keep it rolling.
50-50.
Or not keep it rolling. Decided to forego this one.
Yeah, unfortunately not getting the pull he wanted on that first rail. Coming in for the crowd.
Go on. Yes.
The double grab rewind.
So he got that one out on the first run and just, having a little send for the crowd here. An absolutely incredible talent out of Germany. Frontside 360 up to that one, staying wrapped and hopping up onto the ledge. A really, really nice hit from Nils. Just enjoying himself out there in the Gold Coast sunshine. Big thanks to Experience Gold Coast for having us here. We are getting down to the business end of this final, this 50-minute jam format, 47 minutes in. Everyone will have the opportunity to ride. Nils currently sitting down at 82.33, so has put some points on the board earlier on in this 50-minute jam format. And we're just seeing him wrap through that. Nice little tap on that one. Look, a little melon grab out there as well. So great level of riding to see. We are enjoying things here. We're getting right down now to the end of things, the end of proceedings for a day, and we are going to go into our podium presentations, which you can catch on the WWA Instagram. We are going to go live, so you can continue with all the action to check out our pro men, pro women, our adaptive, our under 17 elite, our under 13 elite. We are going to get all the world champions, wake skate, everyone. I mean, I've seen so much today. Apologies if I've forgotten a division, but it's only going to roll on. We are at day 2 of 8. 8 days of Wake World Championship activity going on.
Got Benny Heatley coming in with that front 3, change up, back lip, then the nose press, then same way 360 coming into this rail with that front board slide, and then popping on to the front 3 onto that rail. Going down on that back 10 last time, so coming in toe slab, will we see this toe back 10?
Oh, just out the back a little bit on that. Not quite what he wanted. Unfortunately, it looks like he's just whacked himself with the handle or his board there a little bit as well. I mean, that's we were talking about that. You know, action sports, they're not that safe. They can kind of sneak up on you, and injuries can happen in the easiest of ways. And I mean, when you're throwing toe back 10s right in the middle of your run, probably something's going to come unstuck if you don't quite pull it out. So hopefully Benny's feeling okay after that one, and I'm sure the vibe of the crowd here at Gold Coast Wake Park will pull him through. Busty Dunn back on the water right now. That true casual style of Busty Dunn, currently sitting 82.67. I feel like we're still waiting on some scores to come through. I'm seeing a few pump through. I mean, there is so much going on for these judges. And,
so much.
Stacking through. Like, there is hardly any delay.
Coming in Tosar, Busty for that front 360 tail press, getting locked in this time, same way, 90 out. And he's doing that 180 to toe back 1 and then pretzel out.
No, I was getting a bit confused. He was like, switch 180, toe back 1. Yeah, so locked in, so smooth from Busty Dunn there.
Will we see this 1080?
Oh. I was just about to say how long it looked like he grabbed nose for it on that one. Just potentially slightly a bit too long. The handle getting a bit too away from him with the amount of tension there. But, I mean, so smooth there, that front 3, keeping it on the tail, then hopping back this way. This one's beautiful. Front side 1, toe back 1. Pushing over the tail a little bit as well.
And that 1080, unfortunately, just popping the handle with that one. Big smile on his face, though, so he's having fun.
That's what we like to see, isn't it?
Joey riding by, it's just head height.
So that absolutely showcases how amazing that hit that you see Joey Battleday do. That has currently got him sitting in 2nd position, currently 92 points. And that is that last feature of their runs that they're doing. And that outside handrail he is ollieing onto is the same height as his head.
Oh, I'm excited for this one. Joe coming in, changing up last time. Oh, no, last time coming in left foot forward. He's going to stay left foot forward. Will we see this toe back 450? Toe back 450. Shifty switch back lip. So
locked in.
So locked in. Coming in. Then he does the 270 switch front board same way. Unfortunately, just missing that one.
Not quite the rail hit that he's had on his previous lines where he's really tried to pull through. So he might just go for a little bit of a Hail Mary, something different here. Oh, that was beautiful. Grab that late back 9 melon, grab melon on that late back 9. So nice for days. It was awesome.
It was so sick. And then, couldn't get any more locked in. That switch front 3 and then popping up to that back lip. And then little speed check coming over outside in.
Didn't even look like he was going to be able to do it compared to the ones he's done on his previous runs, and he still made it happen. Just a huge ollie, just so big.
This 270. Unfortunately, coming off just that touch early. Otherwise, the run.
That melon. And the landing so deep as well.
That front 3 popping up to switch, or his normal back lip.
just gets it on, doesn't he? The nose was just like, oof, just hanging on to it, and he still managed to get it across. Like, obviously not exactly what he was looking for that run, but phew.
He was locked in on so many things. That was so sick.
So you can definitely see why he's sitting currently in second position, definitely in the podium spots right now. Joey Battleday. We are in our final runs of everyone right now. So Rudy Torboys is our third to last rider. He is currently sitting in 5th position. So he is looking to up things right now to try and jump into the podium positions. We've had some leader changes right now. Trent and Joey still sitting in 1st and 2nd, but we've had Gavin Stuckey jump up with a 90.67 into 3rd position. Gunther Oka sitting just behind him in 4th position. So we've got Rudy, Trent, and Gavin to go. Rudy could upset things right now.
We got that back 3.
Not the run he was probably, and not the first line he was probably going for on that one. It is important to get it through. That is a very unique hit. Back one into that little creeper, hopping 50-50 and then hopping across. But
the first rail is probably one of the most easy rails out of all the ones out there, but it's unfortunately coming unstuck.
Oh, going the Pete Rose 720 because that's just so normal now that everyone does Pete Rose 720s in features runs. Like, absolutely awesome. What a showing from Rudy Torboys. He's not going to improve his current best score of 88, currently sitting in 5th position, so not going to change things there. Trent and Gavin are the final 2 riders to go, so only Gavin can undo things now and potentially knock his brother off the top spot. Trent currently sitting in 1st position, 97.33. So it's either a victory lap, but no on Trent.
Yeah,
he's going to do something crazy.
Yeah, he's fired up. He's ready to go.
He did a world's first the other day, doing the double back roll into a KGB, or double KGB. Depends how you want to call it.
Yeah,
but
double back roll.
I'd call it a double back roll to a late 360, which was just absolutely amazing. And you know, to see a bit of emotion out of him that night too was pretty sick.
Yeah, it's so clean, so big. It's insane. So I'm excited for this one. Coming in, left foot forward. Coming in for that backside 180, 50-50, same way 360. Coming across to his rail for that hillside backside 360. And then the back one, same way.
It doesn't look like he's going to get that last one out, and he just somehow does, just butters it around. Eyes to the sky right now. Huge hit. Double. Does he do it? Yes, he does. That world first that he locked down in the Wednesday night kicker comp here at the Gold Coast Wake Park in the WWA Wake Park World Championships. Gets that double back roll, backside 3. Not the cleanest landing, but still so sick to lock it down in his final run here of the Worlds. He's feeling it. Got that rail hit there.
And then coming in for this last rail hit for that tail press backside 90 out. He's hyped.
So like the crowd grab on that front roll, so beautiful the way he does that to actually just lock in. Most people, you know, would land on a 50-50, and then we see that emotion from Trent. Absolutely stoked on that one. Currently sitting in the lead with a 97.33, but I mean, he just did a double KGB right in the middle of his run.
This is so insane.
Here it is in the replay. Absolutely incredible.
Just so sick to watch. Crowd going absolutely nuts for that. And then the back 3 on, unfortunately just coming off a little bit early, but finishing up. Crail front roll, 50-50, backside 180. And he was pumped on that one.
As he well should be. I mean, currently he's the world champion right now. And the only person that can undo that is his brother. What's his brother thinking right now, Gavin Stuckey?
He's sending it.
He's
fully sending it.
Look at that on the replay again. He's Indying that thing. He grabs Indy for so long on that double back roll and then just smashes through that backside 360. Just amazing aerial awareness, tension control. So much tension in the rope there to go that big.
Yeah. So much tension off that kicker. Oh, Gavin.
And here we go with Gavin. Backside 3 into the 50-50. As you said, it's the easiest rail on the course. And
it's taking him down.
Taking him down. Still such a unique hit on that one. And again, getting pulled off early. He was definitely thinking, I'm going to send it. I'm going to try and take out Trent. But his brother, who is safe to say is going to be, absolutely massive use of the course right there with double shifty and back around melon and stalefish. And going down on that kicker hit is Gavin Stuckey, and that is going to do it for our Pro Men features. Final runs in the jam format here. Trent Stuckey, your new world champion for the 2024 Nautique Wake Park World Champ, brought to you by GM Marine. Trent Stuckey in first, Joey Battleday in second, and Gavin Stuckey in third. What an incredible podium. I really enjoyed that.
That was insane, the level of riding and all the boys throwing down. Congratulations to Trent. I guess he took it out, and yeah, so sick.
Amazing showing from the whole crew, from our under 13 boys elite, starting off the day all the way through all the age divisions, all the pro divisions, and obviously our adaptive guys as well. Just really inspiring everyone out there. It's just so cool to see.
Here's some replays with that back one, and then same way 360 coming over back three, then getting on that back one, same way 90 out, and then just the double KGB because you can.
Just because you can, because you did it for the first time only a couple of days ago, and now you're going to pull it out in the Worlds because that's what you should do. Backside three up onto the ledge.
And that front roll 50-50 back 90 out.
So again, just some incredible riding from these guys. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the booth. James Windsor, I mean, I wouldn't be as comfortable with anyone else, I reckon.
Thanks for having me.
So much going on in
that
that
was
final.
Awesome.
We're going to wrap things up on the live feed here, but make sure you keep an eye on the WWA Instagram because we are going to go live in not very long at all, and we're going to be able to crown our world champions across all divisions from the day 2 of the WWA Wakeboard and Wake Park World Championships here at Gold Coast Wake Park. It's just been another highlight, another incredible day. I can't believe we have 6 more days of competition for the Wake Worlds. It's just awesome. Thank you so much to everyone being here. Thank you, Windsor.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.